At intervals, the money of these people, the blind capital as we call it, of the country, is particularly large and craving. It seeks for someone to devour it, and there is a plethora. It finds someone, and there is speculation. It is devoured, and there is panic. Walter Bagehot. The great bear of Wall Street legend, Jesse Livermore, once observed that stocks could be beat, but that no one could beat the stock market. By that he meant that while it was possible to predict the factors that caused any given stock to rise or fall, the overall market was driven by the ebb and flow of confidence, a force so intangible and elusive that it was not readily discernible to most people. There would be no better evidence of this than the stock market bubble of the late 1920s and the crash that followed it. The bubble began, like all such bubbles, with a conventional bull market, firmly rooted in economic reality and led by the growth of profits. From 1922 to 1927, profits went up 75% and the market rose commensurately with them. Not every stock went up in the rise. From the very start, the 1920s market had been as bifurcated as the underlying economy, the old economy of textiles, coal, and railroads struggling, as coal lost out to oil and electricity, and the new business of trucking bypassing the railways, while the new economy of automobiles and radio and consumer appliances grew exponentially. Of the 1,000 or so companies listed on the New York Stock Exchange, as many went down as went up. Part 4. Reaping another whirlwind into the vortex. The first signs that other, more psychological, factors might be at play emerged in the middle of 1927 with the Fed easing after the Long Island meeting. The dynamic between market prices and earnings seemed to change. During the second half of the year, despite a weakening in profits, the Dow leaped from 150 to around 200, a rise of about 30%. It was still not clear that this was a bubble, for it was possible to argue that the fall in earnings was temporary, a consequence of the modest recession associated with Ford's shutdown to retool for the change from the Model T to the Model A, and that stocks were being unusually prescient in anticipating a rebound in earnings the following year. The market was still well behaved, rising steadily with only a few stumbles, and without the slightly crazed erratic moves and frenetic trading that were to come. It was in the early summer of 1928, with the Dow at around 200, that the market truly seemed to break free of its anchor to economic reality and began its flight into the outer reaches of make-believe. During the next 15 months, the Dow went from 200 to a peak of 380, almost doubling in value. That it was so obviously a bubble was apparent not simply from the fact that stock prices were now rising out of all proportion to the rise in corporate earnings, for while stock values were doubling, profits maintained their steady advance of 10% per year. The market displayed every classic symptom of a mania. The progressive narrowing in the number of stocks going up, the nationwide fascination with the activities of Wall Street, the faddish invocations of a new era, the suspension of every conventional standard of financial rationality, and the rabble enlistment of an army of amateur and ill-informed speculators betting on the basis of rumors and tip sheets. By 1929, anywhere from 2 to 3 million households, 1 out of every 10 in the country, had money invested in and were engaged with the market. Trading stocks had become more than a national pastime. It had become a national obsession. These punters were derisively described by professionals like Jesse Livermore as minnows. But while the bubble lasted, it was the people who were the least informed who were the ones making the most money. As the New York Times described it, the old-timers, who usually play the market by note, are behind the times and wrong, while the new crop of speculators who play entirely by ear are right. The city that was most obsessed was New York, although Detroit, home to so many newly enriched motor millionaires, came a close second, followed by 2 other new money towns, Miami and Palm Beach. The infatuation with the market took over the life of New York City, sucking everything into its maw. As Claude Cockburn, a British journalist newly arrived in America, observed, "You could talk about prohibition, or Hemingway, or air conditioning, or music, or horses, but in the end you had to talk about the stock market," and that was when the conversation became serious. Anyone trying to throw doubt on the reality of this promised land found himself being attacked as if he had blasphemed about a religious faith or love of country. As the crowd piling into the market grew, brokerage house offices more than doubled, from 700 in 1925 to over 1,600 in 1929, mushrooming across the country into such places as Steubenville, Ohio, Independence, Kansas, Amarillo, Texas, Gastonia, North Carolina, Storm Lake, Iowa, Chickasha, Oklahoma, and Shibona, Illinois. These boardrooms became substitutes for the bars shut down by Prohibition. The same swing doors, darkened windows, and smoke-filled rooms furnished with mahogany chairs and packed with all sorts of nondescript folk from every walk of life hanging around to follow the projected ticker tape flickering on the big screen at the front of the office. The grail was to discover the next General Motors, which had risen 20-fold during the decade, or the next RCA, which had gone up 70-fold. The newspapers were full of articles about amateur investors who had made fortunes overnight. The old crowd on Wall Street had a rule that a bull market was not in full stampede until it was being played by bootblacks, household servants, and clerks. By the spring of 1928, every type of person was opening a brokerage account. According to one contemporary account, school teachers, seamstresses, barbers, machinists, necktie salesmen, gas fitters, motormen, family cooks, and lexicographers. Bernard Baruch, the stock speculator who had settled down to a life of respectability as a presidential advisor, reminisced, taxi drivers told you what to buy. The shoeshine boy could give you a summary of the day's financial news as he worked with rag and polish. An old beggar, who regularly patrolled the street in front of my office, now gave me tips, and I suppose spent the money I and others gave him in the market. My cook had a brokerage account. The stock pronouncements of shoeshine boys would become forever immortalized as the emblematic symbol of the excesses of that period. Most famously, Joseph Kennedy decided to sell completely out of the market when in July 1929, having already liquidated a large portion of his portfolio, he was accosted by a particularly enthusiastic shoeblack on a trip downtown to Wall Street, who insisted on feeding him some inside tips. When the time comes that a shoeshine boy knows as much as I do about what is going on in the stock market, concluded Kennedy, it's time for me to get out. About a third of the new speculators were female. Articles on investing regularly appeared in women's magazines. Indeed, the seminal manifesto of the time, Everyone Ought to Be Rich, originally appeared in the August 1929 Ladies' Home Journal. Its author, John J. Raskob, recently treasurer of General Motors, now sponsor of the Empire State Building then in its planning stages, made the case that anyone who invested $15 a month and reinvested the dividends would have a fortune of $80,000 after 20 years. Initially, Wall Street, always a bastion of misogyny, dismissed the new class of speculatrices as hard losers and naggers, stubborn as mules, suspicious as serpents, and absolutely hell-bent to have their own way. Even the New York Times had to have its chuckle about some of the characteristics of these novices, their memory lapses, their superstitions, their gullibility. But women soon became so important to the market that brokerage houses opened up special offices on the Upper East Side on 5th or Madison or on Broadway in the West 70s to cater specifically to this ever more substantial clientele. The new folk heroes of the market were the pool operators, a band of professional speculators analogous to the hedge fund managers of today. They were typically outsiders, despised by the Wall Street establishment, who accumulated their fortunes, though they would soon enough lose them, by betting on stocks with their own and their friends' money. The seven Fisher brothers who had sold their automobile body company to General Motors for $200 million ran such an enterprise, as did Arthur Cutton, an old hard-of-hearing commodity trader from the Chicago wheat pits, Jesse Livermore, the Great Bear trader, and Kennedy, who had made his first million investing in the stock of the Hertz Yellow Cab Company and was now making his profits as an investor in the movie industry. Biggest of them all was Billy Durant, who became the cheerleader for the bull market. Operating from a high-floor office at the corner of Broadway and 57th, the exiled creator of General Motors now specialized in ramping stocks, acquiring large blocks in secret, eventually publicizing his positions to drive the price high, then offloading them as a sadly unsuspecting public piled in. He traded so frequently and in such large amounts that he had to use 20 different brokers, his commissions just to one of whom amounted to $4 million a year. When he went to Europe, his transatlantic phone bills alone were said to be $25,000 a week. On Wall Street, opinion about the markets was as always split. Charles E. Mitchell, head of the National City, the largest bank in the country, was nicknamed Sunshine Charlie for his infectious optimism. He was the carnival salesman of American banking, who had transformed his firm into a giant machine for selling stocks. Paul Warburg, one of the wise men of American banking, the intellectual father of the Federal Reserve System, kept predicting that it would all end in disaster, issuing his most powerful Jeremiad on March 8, 1929. History, which has a painful way of repeating itself, has taught us that speculative overexpansion invariably ends in overcontraction and distress. If the debauch on the stock market and the orgies of unrestrained speculations continued, he warned, the ultimate collapse in stocks would bring about a general depression involving the entire country. He was promptly accused of sandbagging American prosperity. Even within the same firm, opinions were divided. At Morgan's, Thomas Lamont was a believer in the new era. Russell Leffingwell, a former assistant secretary of the Treasury, who had become a partner in 1923, blamed the bubble on Norman and Strong. In March 1929, on the very same day that Warburg issued his ominous pronouncement, Leffingwell predicted to Lamont, "Monty and Ben sowed the wind. I expect we shall have to reap the whirlwind. I think we are going to have a world credit crisis." The financial press was as much at odds as the men they covered. While the Journal of Commerce and the Commercial and Financial Chronicle hammered away at the speculative orgy, the Wall Street Journal kept the faith, insisting that there are many underlying reasons why the size of the market should be many times what it was a decade ago. There was much editorial head-shaking in the mainstream newspapers. Alexander Dana-Noyes, the bespectacled, professorial financial editor of the New York Times, who had been watching the market for 40 years, warned that stock speculation has reached an exceedingly dangerous stage, while the Washington Post editorialized that thousands of buyers of stocks are in for serious losses. The New York Daily Mirror, by contrast, was so transported by its vision of the future that it was unable to restrain its soaring flight of rhetoric. The prevailing bull market is just America's bet that she won't stop expanding, that big ideas aren't petering out, that ambition isn't tiring in the wings, that tomorrow is twitching with growth pains. Graph hounds, chart wavers, and statistic quoters may shout their pins hoarse with contrary sentiment. Financial Jeremiahs may rave of days of doom, but these minority reports are drowned by the hurrahing ticker tape and the swish of skyrocketing securities. We're gambling on continued prosperity, full employment, and undiminished spending capacity, on freight loadings, automobile output, radio expansion, on aviation development, crop yields, beef prices, on mail order sales, and sound retailing. It was from Washington that the bull market faced its greatest hostility. Every senior financial official in the government thought that stocks were now in a speculative bubble. Everyone, that is, except the president, Calvin Coolidge. For some reason unfathomable even to members of his own administration, Silent Cal seemed blithely unconcerned about developments on Wall Street. In February 1929, as he prepared to leave the White House, he declared that stocks were cheap at current prices and conditions absolutely sound, probably just to irritate his successor, Herbert Hoover. The new president was so well known to be a fervent opponent of the speculation on Wall Street that in the week of his nomination to the Republican candidacy, the stock market had gone down 7%. Like all of Washington, he faced a quandary. While he believed that the market was now living in a world of fantasy, the underlying economy was healthy and doing well. It was almost impossible to craft his comments in such a way as to talk the stock market back to earth without at the same time damaging the economy and laying himself open to accusations of undermining the American dream. He therefore felt compelled to be extremely circumspect. In the spring of 1929, he did invite the editors of the nation's largest newspapers to Washington to enlist them against the perils of speculation. He sent Henry Robinson, president of the First Security National Bank of Los Angeles, as his personal envoy to Wall Street to warn that the market was unsound. And he continued to press his friend Adolph Miller for the Federal Reserve Board to use its armory of measures to deflate the bubble. All to little avail. At the Treasury Department, Andrew Mellon was even less successful. By 1929, He had served under 3 presidents and was being hailed as the best Treasury Secretary since Alexander Hamilton. Gloomy and gaunt, he was an unlikely figure to have presided over a decade of such economic exuberance. The truth was that most of his public achievements were a matter of luck. In 1921, he had inherited an economy still on the vestiges of a war footing. The peace dividend allowed him to slash public spending almost in half, while at the same time cutting income taxes and paying down the national debt from $24 billion to $16 billion. In international finance, he had left all currency matters to Benjamin Strong. Similarly, though he was a member of the Federal Reserve Board, he usually absented himself from its deliberations. Most of the Fed's achievements in monetary policy were Strong's. What contribution the United States had made to solving the problem of reparations was largely the work of private businessmen, such as Dawes and Young. Mellon could claim to have played a key role in restructuring the Allied war debts. But the British part of the deal had been unusually harsh, only agreed to by a Britain eager to resume its place as the linchpin of the gold standard. Even now, the French had yet to ratify their settlement. The emotionally crippled Mellon, long divorced from his wife and now estranged from his children, seemed to find his main solace in obsessively collecting works of art. By the late 1920s, his avocation had come to dominate his life, and he had become oddly disengaged in his role as Treasury Secretary. For example, when he quite coincidentally turned up in Paris in the middle of the French currency crisis in September 1926, he was received by the desperate Émile Moreau, who could not help noticing that Mellon seemed almost bored during their discussions and displayed some life only in front of the Fragonard that hung on Moreau's office wall. Mellon would eventually be accused of having encouraged the market higher out of the crude desire to enlarge his personal fortune. This is unfair. In private, he acknowledged that stocks were in a bubble. But his experience as one of the country's great financiers convinced him that there was little that the Fed or anyone else could do about it. Observing to a fellow member of the Federal Reserve Board, "When the American people change their minds, this speculative orgy will stop, but not before." Having decided that trying to talk the market down was an impossible task and that he would only look foolish when he failed, he waited for the frenzy to burn itself out, saying as little as possible publicly. In March 1929, he did declare that he thought this was a good time for investors to buy bonds. But this was so coy a pronouncement that those few people who paid any attention poked fun at Mellon's admonition that gentlemen prefer bonds. The irrepressible gentlemen on Capitol Hill were not so reticent. In February and March of 1928, the Senate Committee on Banking and Currency held hearings on brokers' loans, and, from March to May, its House counterpart opened its own investigation into stock market speculation. Overall a spectacle somehow both embarrassing and uplifting. It was painful to watch the good senators flailing around trying to understand the workings of a complicated financial system and hurling foolish questions at the expert witnesses. But there was also something admirable as they voiced the outrage of the common man at the absurdities of Wall Street. The following exchange captures the quality of the discussion and the mood of the Congress. In the middle of the hearings, Senator Earl Mayfield of Texas suddenly has an inspiration. Why not ban all stock trading? Senator Mayfield: well, instead of urging all these various changes in the law, why do you not prohibit gambling in stocks and bonds on the New York Stock Exchange? In that way, you could make a shortcut to the proposition. Just stop it. Senator Brookhart: well, I do not have any objection to doing that. But Senator Cousins, in discussing the thing, said we needed a market, a legitimate market for stocks and bonds. Senator Mayfield: preserve the legitimate market, but cut out the gambling. Senator Edge: does the senator from Texas seriously consider passing a bill prohibiting that? Senator Mayfield: there are millions of dollars of stocks and bonds sold every day by people who do not own them and have no idea of owning them. Purely gambling on the market. Senator Brookhart: there is no trouble at all in stopping the gambling. We have a law against poker gambling, and we can have a law against stock gambling. The discussion during the hearings continued in an attempt to refine the distinction between investing and gambling. Finally, Senator Carter Glass, one of the architects of the Federal Reserve System and Secretary of the Treasury during the last 2 years of the Wilson administration, thought he had it figured out. A stock he had bought only the previous January at 108 was now selling on the market at 69. "Now what is that but gambling?" he exclaimed. It was great theater put on, according to Time magazine, with that combination of oratory, ethics, and provincialism, at which the U.S. Congress is so good. Reenactment of an old morality play that had divided the Republic. Since its founding, between those, like Hamilton, who believed that great wealth was the reward for taking risks, and those, like Jefferson, who believed that prosperity should be the reward for hard work and thrift. The strongest calls to do something came from senators representing the farm states of the Midwest and the Great Plains. Bohr of Idaho, La Follette and Linroot of Wisconsin, Brookhart of Iowa, Pine of Oklahoma, and Mayfield of Texas. They had their roots in those parts of the country that had always been suspicious of bankers and were ambivalent about the power of money in American life. Their constituents, the farmers, had already been through hard times for most of the decade as commodity prices fell, and were now being starved of credit as it was diverted into the stock market. But the senators slowly came to recognize that they would only inflict greater damage upon their people if they pressed for tighter credit to force stock prices down. And so Congress's efforts to control speculation yielded little, except for some gloriously overheated language. In February 1929, Senator Tom Heflin of Alabama introduced a resolution asking the Federal Reserve Board to control speculation, thundering to the Senate, "Wall Street has become the most notorious gambling center in the whole universe, the hotbed and breeding place of the worst form of gambling that ever cursed the country. The Louisiana State Lottery slew its hundreds," he continued, "but the New York State gambling exchanges slay their hundreds of thousands. The government owes to itself and to its people to put an end to this monstrous evil." It was thus left to the Fed to wrestle with the conundrum of how to deflate the stock bubble without crippling the economy. Recognizing that the easing of credit policy in the middle of 1927 had been a mistake, it raised rates from 3.5% in February 1928 to 5% in July 1928. But just as the stock market began its second leg upward in the middle of 1928, the Fed fell silent and disappeared from view, brutally divided about how to react. Any further measures to bring the market to earth were bound to inflict collateral damage to the economy, especially on farmers. Moreover, capital had once again begun flowing in from abroad, attracted by the returns on Wall Street. Were the Fed to raise interest rates now, it might well pull in even more gold, possibly even forcing sterling off the gold standard. Strong was still grappling to the very end with these issues. He was willing to concede that it had been a mistake to delay tightening credit so long and early. 1928, thus letting the bull market build up such a head of steam. Nevertheless, in the last weeks before he died, he had begun arguing that the Fed should not tighten any further but step aside in the hope that the frenzy would burn itself out. Strong's successor at the New York Fed was George L. Harrison, a 42-year-old lawyer with impeccable establishment credentials. Born in San Francisco, the son of an Army colonel, Harrison had had a peripatetic childhood while his father was posted to various forts across the country. He had been lame from childhood as a result of a fall and hobbled around with a heavy walking stick. He had gone to Yale, where he had run with Right Crowd, and had become a member of Skull and Bones, the elite secret society for seniors that supposedly serves as an entree into the upper echelons of business and government. His Yale roommate and close friend was Robert Taft, the son of President William Taft, and they had gone on to Harvard Law School together. Graduating close to the top of his class, Harrison was offered a clerkship on the Supreme Court with Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, a position in which he would be followed by Harvey Bundy, father of the Bundy brothers, William and McGeorge and By. Alger Hiss, the senior State Department official later accused of being a Soviet spy. Harrison had joined the Federal Reserve Board as Assistant General Counsel in 1914, soon after it opened, and in 1920, had been persuaded by Strong to come to the New York Fed as his deputy. A scholarly-looking man with a big head of wavy hair, friendly blue eyes, and a warm and genial manner, He was a committed bachelor, lived in a small suite at the Yale Club, and liked to spend his evenings playing poker with his friends. Having been groomed for the job, he was the obvious choice to succeed Strong. He shared his mentor's international outlook, and as the deputy governor responsible for the day-to-day dealings with European central banks, he had developed close working relationships with both Norman and Moreau. Nevertheless, filling Strong's shoes was a daunting task. As Russell Leffingwell, the Morgan partner, put it, Harrison had the double disadvantage of being young and new, while as Strong's protege he had inherited all the antagonisms that poor Ben left behind him. Harrison also had a very different personality from his predecessors. Where Strong was forceful and aggressive, the affable and easygoing Harrison was cautious and diplomatic. Strong had a terrible temper and was impatient with incompetence in his subordinates. Harrison, by contrast, found it hard to fire anyone. There was never much doubt where Strong stood on an issue, and he did not shy from confrontation, while Harrison believed in keeping his cards close to his chest. Strong's death had left a political vacuum within the system as a whole. The chairman of the board, Roy Young, who had taken over from Daniel Crissinger in late 1927, was a florid-faced, glad-handing banker from Minnesota who loved to regale people with his stories. With Strong dead, Young very consciously set out to reclaim leadership, to reassert Washington's control over the decision-making process, and in his words, raise the prestige of the board within the system. A majority of the board in Washington, among them Young, Miller, and Hamlin, the same governors who had been so strongly in favor of raising interest rates to curb speculation as the bull market built up, had now changed their minds. Fearful that increasing the price of money at this stage would harm the economy without checking the orgy on Wall Street, they now began to press for direct action against speculators. By early 1929, the bubble was not simply a problem for the Fed, but for almost every European central bank as well. New York was sucking in capital from abroad at a time when Europe was still very dependent on American money. The weakest links were Germany and the other Central European countries. But the Bank of England was losing gold as well. While in early 1928, it held over $830 million in reserves, the highest since the war, by early 1929, these had fallen below $700 million and were still going down. In the old days, when his gold reserves came under strain, Norman's first reaction would have been to press his friend Strong to ease Fed policy. Now grimly aware that with Wall Street on a roll, no one would dance to that tune, he thought out a very different strategy. He arrived in New York on January 27th, armed with his new proposal. Meeting with Harrison at the New York Fed, Norman now surprised everyone by arguing for a sharp rise in U.S. rates, possibly by 1%, even by 2%, taking the discount rate to 7%. The Fed should try to break the spirit of speculation, prostrating the market by a forceful tightening of credit. Once a change in psychology had been achieved, interest rates could be then brought down again and capital flows to Europe would resume. For some reason, Norman thought the Fed could pierce the bubble with a surgical incision that would bring it back to earth without harming the economy. It was a completely absurd idea. Monetary policy does not work like a scalpel, but more like a sledgehammer. Norman could neither be sure how high rates would have to go to check the market boom, nor predict with any certainty what this would do to the U.S. economy. Nevertheless, such was his power that Harrison embraced the idea. He did, however, warn Norman that since Strong had died, things had changed within the Federal. The conflict between the board and the New York Fed had become even greater than in the past. There was now general agreement that the United States was faced with a stock market bubble, but the system was deeply divided about how to respond. While the reserve banks wanted to raise rates, it was now the board that was resisting, and it had become more aggressive about getting its way. Harrison himself had just emerged from a collision with the board over issues of jurisdiction, Chairman Young warning him that he and the other board members did not any longer intend to be a rubber stamp. Harrison urged Norman to visit Washington, which he had till now ignored, and begin building a relationship with the board if he wanted to continue to influence U.S. credit policy. On February 5th, Harrison, fortified by his discussions with Norman, himself went down to Washington and proposed exactly the Norman strategy to Young. He rejected the idea that his old chief, Strong, had been advocating in his last few months, that the Fed should passively sit by and let the situation go along until it corrects itself. Instead, he now pressed for sharp, incisive action, a rise in rates of 1%. He had come to the conclusion, as he would put in later, that it would be better to have the stock market fall out of the 10th story instead of the 20th later on. Once the speculative fever had been broken, rates could be brought down again. The next day, Norman also turned up in Washington, bearing the same message. Members of the board could not help but remark on the almost sinister influence that he seemed to exert over the New York Fed, originally upon Strong and now upon Harrison. One governor would later comment that Harrison lived and breathed for Norman. While Harrison and Norman were pressing for rate hikes, the board continued its campaign for direct action. On February 2nd, it issued a directive to all its member banks that they should not borrow from the Fed for the purpose of making speculative loans or for the purpose of maintaining speculative loans. For days later, it made the directive public. The Dow fell 20 points over the next 3 days, but quickly recovered and by the end of the week was back at the highs. The market's attitude was best summarized by an editorial in the Hearst newspapers. If buying and selling stocks is wrong, the government should close the stock exchange. If not, the Federal Reserve Board should mind its own business. Norman left for home in the middle of February, shaken by his trip. In the old days, during his visits to the United States, there had been an easy camaraderie and his friend Strong had always exercised a calming influence over him. This time he returned to Britain as anxious as when he had set out. It had been the hardest time in America that he had ever had, he reported to his colleagues. He had found the American central bankers paralyzed by indecision. There was no leader. Within the Federal Reserve System, they were at odds with one another, drifting and not knowing what to do. In a circular letter sent to several heads of European central banks, he wrote that he had set off in the hope of getting a clearer view of what was going on in the United States, only to return with an even deeper feeling of confusion and obscurity. Meanwhile, back in the United States, the struggle between the board and the New York Fed was intensifying. On February 11th, the directors of the New York Fed voted unanimously to raise rates by 1% to 6%. Harrison called Young in Washington to inform him of the decision, acknowledging the board's right to override it. Young asked for time to consider the initiative, but Harrison insisted on a definitive answer that day. After 3 hours of calls back and forth in which Young unsuccessfully tried to persuade Harrison not to force a showdown, he eventually called to say that the board had voted to disallow the hike. Over the next 3 months, the directors in New York voted 10 times to raise rates and each time were overridden by Washington. The Fed was now paralyzed by this standoff between its two principal arms. The board kept insisting that the right way to deflate the bubble was through direct action. Credit controls, particularly of brokers' loans. New York was equally insistent that such a policy could not work, that it was impossible to control the application of credit once it left the doors of the Federal Reserve. Meanwhile, the pace of speculation was accelerating. It did not help that the Fed seemed incapable of even exerting its control over leading bankers, let alone over the crowd psychology of investors. At the end of March, it was announced that total broker loans had increased to almost $7 billion, and the market swooned. The fear that some drastic action from the Fed to curtail the amount of credit going into the stock market was imminent drove the rate on brokers' loans to over 20%. Instead, Charlie Mitchell of National City Bank, himself a director of the New York Fed, defied the board by calling a press conference and announcing that his bank would pump an extra $25 million into brokers' loans to support the stock market. After that, what little credibility the Fed possessed was irretrievably lost. It is too easy to mock the Fed for entangling itself in a bureaucratic turf feud and fiddling while Rome was burning. Both parties to the debate were in fact right. The board was undoubtedly correct that with the demand for money on Wall Street so strong, call money averaging over 10%, sometimes spiking as high as 20%, and speculators counting on gains of 25% a year and more, a hike in the Fed's discount rate from 5% to 6% or even 7% at this stage of the game was going to have almost no effect. To be sure of pricking the bubble would have required raising interest rates higher, perhaps to 10 or 15%, which would have caused massive cutbacks in business investment and would have plunged the economy into depression. But the New York Fed also happened to be right. All the jawboning about reducing credit for speculators proved to be pointless. It did in fact succeed in curbing the amount of money going into brokers' loans from banks between early 1928, when the board first declared war on brokers' loans, and October 1929, banks cut their loans to brokers from $2.6 billion to $1.9 billion. Meanwhile, other sources of credit, U.S. corporations with excess cash, British stockbrokers, European bankers flush with liquidity, even some Oriental potentates, more than made up for the decline by increasing their funding of brokers' loans from $1.8 billion to $6.6 billion. It was these players, all of them outside the Fed's control, who were by far the most important factor supporting leveraged positions in the stock market. Even Adolf Miller, the most vocal opponent of speculation in general and brokers' loans in particular, could not resist the temptation to earn 12% on his own savings. In 1928, Fed officials discovered that he had invested $300,000 of his own money in the call market through a New York banker, personally helping to feed the very speculation that he so vociferously opposed at the board. One is led to the inescapable but unsatisfying conclusion that the bull market of 1929 was so violent and intense and driven by passions so strong that the Fed could do nothing about it. Every official had tried to talk it down. The president was against it, Congress too. Even the normally reticent Secretary of the Treasury had spoken out. But it was remarkable how difficult it was to kill it. All that the Fed could do, it seemed, was to step aside and let the frenzy burn itself out. By trying to stand up to the market and then failing, it simply made itself look as impotent as everybody else. Perhaps the most perverse consequence of the bubble was that by the strange mechanics of international money, it helped to tip Germany over the edge into recession. For 5 years, hordes of American bankers had descended on Berlin to press loans upon German companies and municipalities. However much Schacht had tried to wean his country from this dependence on foreign capital, there was little he was able to do about it. Over the 5 years between 1924 and 1928, Germany borrowed some $600 million a year, of which half went to reparations, the remainder to sustain the rebound in consumption after the years of austerity. In fact, Germany's appetite for foreign exchange was so great that even the deluge of long-term loans from U.S. bankers was not enough, and it was forced to supplement this with short-term borrowings in international markets closer to home. Out of the total of $3 billion for which German institutions signed up in those years, a little less than $2 billion came in the form of stable long-term loans. But more than $1 billion was hot money, short-term deposits attracted to German banks by high interest rates, 7% in Berlin compared to 5% in New York, and subject to being pulled at any time. In late 1928, as the U.S. stock market kept climbing and calm money rates on Wall Street skyrocketed, American bankers, mesmerized by the phenomenal returns at home, suddenly stopped coming to Berlin. It was the combination of the drying up of foreign credit due to high interest rates induced by the U.S. stock bubble and the residual lack of confidence among German businessmen following Schacht's ill-fated strike against the stock market in 1927 that drove Germany into recession in early 1929. Moreover, as long-term American loans stopped, Germany was forced to rely more and more on hot money, some raised from London, but much from by French banks, then flush with all the excess gold that had been sucked into their country. Germany therefore found itself slipping into recession just as its foreign position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. A British Treasury official, recalling how much money France had pumped into Russia before the war, could not help remarking with cynical detachment, "The French have always had a sure instinct for investing in bankrupt countries." The collapse in foreign loans and the recession could not have come at a worse time for Germany. Under the Dawes Plan schedule, Germany was to have fully recovered by now, and was due to ramp up its reparations payments in 1929 to the full $625 million a year, about 5% of its GDP. This would not have been an intolerable burden by historical standards, but Schacht, for that matter most of the German leadership, had always been resolute that with its new constitution still fragile, its body politic still divided, its people still bitter over the defeat, and its middle classes decimated by the ravages of the inflation years, Germany simply could not pay this amount. As 1929 and the scheduled rise in payments approached, Schacht was of two minds about what to do. He often spoke about simply waiting for the economic crash that so many financial experts were predicting. It was a common view in Britain, held, for example, by Frederick Leithross, the top Treasury official responsible for reparations, that the world was headed for a massive payments crisis in which several European countries would default on their debts, setting the stage for a general restructuring of all international commitments arising from the war. Europe could then wipe the slate clean of both reparations and war debts and start over again. Occasionally, Schacht even talked almost too glibly about provoking such an upheaval himself. The alternative was to reopen negotiations before the jury-rigged payments system broke down. During the Long Island Central Bankers meeting of 1927, Schacht had made enough of a stir about Germany's foreign debt problem as to convince Strong and Norman that something had to be done soon, to the point that Strong in turn pressed Agent General Seymour Parker Gilbert to strike a deal before the whole thing blew up in their faces. Gilbert, effectively Allied economic proconsul for Germany for the last 4 years, was even then all of 36 years old. A precocious genius, he had graduated from Rutgers at the age of 19, from Harvard Law School at 22, had become one of the 4 assistant secretaries at the U.S. Treasury at the age of 25, and been promoted to undersecretary, the second most powerful official in the department at the age of 28. In 1924, at the tender age of 32, he had been appointed Agent General for Reparations, responsible for managing Germany's payments, and most important, for deciding how much it could afford to transfer into dollars every year. In the hands of this tall, shy, boyish, sandy-haired young man from New Jersey lay the immediate fate of the world's third-largest economy. There was little doubt that they were very capable hands. Reserved, bookish, and taciturn, Gilbert was uncomfortable around people, speaking with a mixture of awkwardness and arrogance, mumbling the words so that one could hardly understand his English. But his intellectual power and capacity for work were legendary. At the Treasury, he had usually been at his desk till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week. Living in Berlin for 5 years, he did not socialize, never learned German, did nothing but work without interruption. According to the German finance minister, Heinrich Kohler, no theater, no concert, no other cultural events intruded into his life. That so young an American should have such enormous sway over the life of their country was greatly resented by most Germans. Government officials also suspected the staff in his office of being espionage agents sent to report on Germany's attempts to cheat on the limitations imposed on its armed forces by the Versailles Treaty. In February 1928, a right-wing group staged a mock coronation attended by 10,000 people in which Gilbert's effigy was crowned, the new German Kaiser who rules with a top hat for a crown and a coupon clipper for scepter. Schacht, always attuned to the locus of power, was one of the few German officials to befriend Gilbert. Apart from his power to determine transfer payments, Gilbert's most potent weapon was his annual report. Generally viewed as the best independent assessment of Germany's economic policy and overall situation, it was always eagerly awaited by Germany's creditors. Though successive ministers of finance may have resented being lectured for overspending by this absurdly young whippersnapper of an American, no German politician dared challenge him because of the influence he carried abroad. In his 1927 report released in December, Gilbert declared that the time had come for Germany to take control over her own economic destiny, on her own responsibility without foreign supervision and without transfer protection. Germany should be told once and for all exactly how much she owed and for how long. Moreover, the transfer protection clause embodied in the Dawes Plan, while useful in 1924 for restarting foreign lending, was now creating its own perverse incentives, what we now refer to as moral hazard. By providing an escape clause in the event of a payments crunch, the plan encouraged foreign bankers to be too cavalier in their lending and allowed Germany to be too lax about the consequences of accumulating so much debt, without the normal incentive to do things and carry through reforms that would clearly be in the country's own interests. Though Gilbert thus announced his intention of working himself out of one of the most powerful economic positions in the world, it did help that he had just received the highly lucrative offer to join JP Morgan and Co. There were many on the British side, and even among the Germans, who thought that it was still premature for a final reckoning. The bitterness between France and Germany had yet to subside. More time was needed until the German economy had truly revived before the amount of foreign payments it could sustain could definitively be settled. For a sharp rise in U.S. rates, possibly by 1%, even by 2%, taking the discount rate to 7%, the Fed should try to break the spirit of speculation, prostrating the market by a forceful tightening of credit. Once a change in psychology had been achieved, interest rates could be then brought down again and capital flows to Europe would resume. For some reason, Norman thought the Fed could pierce the bubble with a surgical incision that would bring it back to earth without harming the economy. It was a completely absurd idea. Monetary policy does not work like a scalpel, but more like a sledgehammer. Norman could neither be sure how high rates would have to go to check the market boom, nor predict with any certainty what this would do to the U.S. economy. Nevertheless, such was his power that Harrison embraced the idea. He did, however, warn Norman that since Strong had died, things had changed within the Federal. The conflict between the board and the New York Fed had become even greater than in the past. There was now general agreement that the United States was faced with a stock market bubble, but the system was deeply divided about how to respond. While the reserve banks wanted to raise rates, it was now the board that was resisting, and it had become more aggressive about getting its way. Harrison himself had just emerged from a collision with the board over issues of jurisdiction, Chairman Young warning him that he and the other board members did not any longer intend to be a rubber stamp. Harrison urged Norman to visit Washington, which he had till now ignored, and begin building a relationship with the board if he wanted to continue to influence U.S. credit policy. On February 5th, Harrison, fortified by his discussions with Norman, himself went down to Washington and proposed exactly the Norman strategy to Young. He rejected the idea that his old chief, Strong, had been advocating in his last few months, that the Fed should passively sit by and let the situation go along until it corrects itself. Instead, he now pressed for sharp, incisive action, a rise in rates of 1%. He had come to the conclusion, as he would put in later, that it would be better to have the stock market fall out of the 10th story instead of the 20th later on. Once the speculative fever had been broken, rates could be brought down again. The next day, Norman also turned up in Washington, bearing the same message. Members of the board could not help but remark on the almost sinister influence that he seemed to exert over the New York Fed, originally upon Strong and now upon Harrison. One governor would later comment that Harrison lived and breathed for Norman. While Harrison and Norman were pressing for rate hikes, the board continued its campaign for direct action. On February 2nd, it issued a directive to all its member banks that they should not borrow from the Fed for the purpose of making speculative loans or for the purpose of maintaining speculative loans. For days later, it made the directive public. The Dow fell 20 points over the next 3 days, but quickly recovered and by the end of the week was back at the highs. The market's attitude was best summarized by an editorial in the Hearst newspapers. If buying and selling stocks is wrong, the government should close the stock exchange. If not, the Federal Reserve Board should mind its own business. Norman left for home in the middle of February, shaken by his trip. In the old days, during his visits to the United States, there had been an easy camaraderie and his friend Strong had always exercised a calming influence over him. This time he returned to Britain as anxious as when he had set out. It had been the hardest time in America that he had ever had, he reported to his colleagues. He had found the American central bankers paralyzed by indecision. There was no leader. Within the Federal Reserve System, they were at odds with one another, drifting and not knowing what to do. In a circular letter sent to several heads of European central banks, he wrote that he had set off in the hope of getting a clearer view of what was going on in the United States, only to return with an even deeper feeling of confusion and obscurity. Meanwhile, back in the United States, the struggle between the board and the New York Fed was intensifying. On February 11th, the directors of the New York Fed voted unanimously to raise rates by 1% to 6%. Harrison called Young in Washington to inform him of the decision, acknowledging the board's right to override it. Young asked for time to consider the initiative, but Harrison insisted on a definitive answer that day. After 3 hours of calls back and forth in which Young unsuccessfully tried to persuade Harrison not to force a showdown, he eventually called to say that the board had voted to disallow the hike. Over the next 3 months, the directors in New York voted 10 times to raise rates, and each time were overridden by Washington. The Fed was now paralyzed by this standoff between its two principal arms. The board kept insisting that the right way to deflate the bubble was through direct action, credit controls, particularly of brokers' loans. New York was equally insistent that such a policy could not work, that it was impossible to control the application of credit once it left the doors of the Federal Reserve. Meanwhile, the pace of speculation was accelerating. It did not help that the Fed seemed incapable of even exerting its control over leading bankers, let alone over the crowd psychology of investors. At the end of March, it was announced that total broker loans had increased to almost $7 billion, and the market swooned. The fear that some drastic action from the Fed to curtail the amount of credit going into the stock market was imminent drove the rate on brokers' loans to over 20%. Instead, Charlie Mitchell of National City Bank, himself a director of the New York Fed, defied the board by calling a press conference and announcing that his bank would pump an extra $25 million into brokers' loans to support the stock market. After that, what little credibility the Fed possessed was irretrievably lost. It is too easy to mock the Fed for entangling itself in a bureaucratic turf feud and fiddling while Rome was burning. Both parties to the debate were in fact right. The board was undoubtedly correct that with the demand for money on Wall Street so strong, call money averaging over 10%, sometimes spiking as high as 20%, and speculators counting on gains of 25% a year and more, a hike in the Fed's discount rate from 5% to 6% or even 7% at this stage of the game was going to have almost no effect. To be sure of pricking the bubble would have required raising interest rates higher, perhaps to 10 or 15%, which would have caused massive cutbacks in business investment and would have plunged the economy into depression. But the New York Fed also happened to be right. All the jawboning about reducing credit for speculators proved to be pointless. It did in fact succeed in curbing the amount of money going into brokers' loans from banks. Between early 1928, when the board first declared war on brokers' loans, and October 1929, banks cut their loans to brokers from $2.6 billion to $1.9 billion. Meanwhile, other sources of credit, U.S. corporations with excess cash, British stockbrokers, European bankers flush with liquidity, even some Oriental potentates, more than made up for the decline by increasing their funding of brokers' loans from $1.8 billion to $6.6 billion. It was these players, all of them outside the Fed's control, who were by far the most important factor supporting leveraged positions in the stock market. Even Adolph Miller, the most vocal opponent of speculation in general and brokers' loans in particular, could not resist the temptation to earn 12% on his own savings. In 1928, Fed officials discovered that he had invested $300,000 of his own money in the call market through a New York banker, personally helping to feed the very speculation that he so vociferously opposed at the board. One is led to the inescapable but unsatisfying conclusion that the bull market of 1929 was so violent and intense and driven by passions so strong that the Fed could do nothing about it. Every official had tried to talk it down. The president was against it, Congress too. Even the normally reticent Secretary of the Treasury had spoken out. But it was remarkable how difficult it was to kill it. All that the Fed could do, it seemed, was to step aside and let the frenzy burn itself out. By trying to stand up to the market and then failing, it simply made itself look as impotent as everybody else. Perhaps the most perverse consequence of the bubble was that by the strange mechanics of international money, it helped to tip Germany over the edge into recession. For 5 years, Hordes of American bankers had descended on Berlin to press loans upon German companies and municipalities. However much Schacht had tried to wean his country from this dependence on foreign capital, there was little he was able to do about it. Over the 5 years between 1924 and 1928, Germany borrowed some $600 million a year, of which half went to reparations, the remainder to sustain the rebound in consumption after the years of austerity. In fact, Germany's appetite for foreign exchange was so great that even the deluge of long-term loans from U.S. bankers was not enough, and it was forced to supplement this with short-term borrowings in international markets closer to home. Out of the total of $3 billion for which German institutions signed up in those years, a little less than $2 billion came in the form of stable long-term loans. But more than $1 billion was hot money, short-term deposits attracted to German banks by high interest rates, 7% in Berlin compared to 5% in New York, and subject to being pulled at any time. In late 1928, as the U.S. stock market kept climbing and calm money rates on Wall Street skyrocketed, American bankers, mesmerized by the phenomenal returns at home, suddenly stopped coming to Berlin. It was the combination of the drying up of foreign credit due to high interest rates induced by the U.S. stock bubble and the residual lack of confidence among German businessmen following Schacht's ill-fated strike against the stock market in 1927 that drove Germany into recession in early 1929. Moreover, as long-term American loans stopped, Germany was forced to rely more and more on hot money, some raised from London, but much from by French banks, then flush with all the excess gold that had been sucked into their country. Germany therefore found itself slipping into recession just as its foreign position was becoming increasingly vulnerable. A British Treasury official, recalling how much money France had pumped into Russia before the war, could not help remarking with cynical detachment, "The French have always had a sure instinct for investing in bankrupt countries." The collapse in foreign loans and the recession could not have come at a worse time for Germany. Under the Dawes Plan schedule, Germany was to have fully recovered by now, and was due to ramp up its reparations payments in 1929 to the full $625 million a year, about 5% of its GDP. This would not have been an intolerable burden by historical standards, but Schacht, for that matter most of the German leadership, had always been resolute that with its new constitution still fragile, its body politic still divided, its people still bitter over the defeat, and its middle classes decimated by the ravages of the inflation years, Germany simply could not pay this amount. As 1929 and the scheduled rise in payments approached, Schacht was of two minds about what to do. He often spoke about simply waiting for the economic crash that so many financial experts were predicting. It was a common view in Britain, held, for example, by Frederick Leithross, the top Treasury official responsible for reparations, that the world was headed for a massive payments crisis in which several European countries would default on their debts, setting the stage for a general restructuring of all international commitments arising from the war. Europe could then wipe the slate clean of both reparations and war debts and start over again. Occasionally, Schacht even talked almost too glibly about provoking such an upheaval himself. The alternative was to reopen negotiations before the jury-rigged payment system broke down. During the Long Island Central Bankers meeting of 1927, Schacht had made enough of a stir about Germany's foreign debt problem as to convince Strong and Norman that something had to be done soon, to the point that Strong in turn pressed Agent General Seymour Parker Gilbert to strike a deal before the whole thing blew up in their faces. Gilbert, effectively Allied economic proconsul for Germany for the last 4 years, was even then all of 36 years old. A precocious genius, he had graduated from Rutgers at the age of 19, from Harvard Law School at 22, had become one of the 4 assistant secretaries at the U.S. Treasury at the age of 25, and been promoted to undersecretary, the second most powerful official in the department at the age of 28. In 1924, at the tender age of 32, he had been appointed Agent General for Reparations, responsible for managing Germany's payments, and most important, for deciding how much it could afford to transfer into dollars every year. In the hands of this tall, shy, boyish, sandy-haired young man from New Jersey lay the immediate fate of the world's third largest economy. There was little doubt that they were very capable hands, reserved, bookish, and taciturn, Gilbert was uncomfortable around people, speaking with a mixture of awkwardness and arrogance, mumbling the words so that one could hardly understand his English. But his intellectual power and capacity for work were legendary. At the Treasury, he had usually been at his desk till 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week. Living in Berlin for 5 years, he did not socialize, never learn a German, did nothing but work without interruption. According to the German finance minister, Heinrich Kohler, no theater, no concert, no other cultural events intruded into his life. That so young an American should have such enormous sway over the life of their country was greatly resented by most Germans. Government officials also suspected the staff in his office of being espionage agents sent to report on Germany's attempts to cheat on the limitations imposed on its armed forces by the Versailles Treaty. In February 1928, a right-wing group staged a mock coronation attended by 10,000 people in which Gilbert's effigy was crowned, the new German Kaiser who rules with a top hat for a crown and a coupon clipper for scepter. Schacht, always attuned to the locus of power, was one of the few German officials to befriend Gilbert. Apart from his power to determine transfer payments, Gilbert's most potent weapon was his annual report. Generally viewed as the best independent assessment of Germany's economic policy and overall situation, it was always eagerly awaited by Germany's creditors. Though successive ministers of finance may have resented being lectured for overspending by this absurdly young whippersnapper of an American, no German politician dared challenge him because of the influence he carried abroad. In his 1927 report released in December, Gilbert declared that the time had come for Germany to take control over her own economic destiny on her own responsibility without foreign supervision and without transfer protection. Germany should be told once and for all exactly how much she owed and for how long. Moreover, the transfer protection clause embodied in the Dawes Plan, while useful in 1924 for restarting foreign lending, was now creating its own perverse incentives, what we now refer to as moral hazard. By providing an escape clause in the event of a payments crunch, the plan encouraged foreign bankers to be too cavalier in their lending and allowed Germany to be too lax about the consequences of accumulating so much debt, without the normal incentive to do things and carry through reforms that would clearly be in the country's own interests. Though Gilbert thus announced his intention of working himself out of one of the most powerful economic positions in the world, it did help that he had just received the highly lucrative offer to join J.P. Morgan and Co. There were many on the British side, and even among the Germans, who thought that it was still premature for a final reckoning. The bitterness between France and Germany had yet to subside. More time was needed until the German economy had truly revived before the amount of foreign payments it could sustain could definitively be settled. By late 1928, however, Gilbert had been successful in persuading the Allies to convene a conference in Paris in February 1929 to do just that. He had even convinced the powers in Berlin that though the current situation, no new foreign loans coming in, large debts to nervous French depositors in German banks, and rising domestic unemployment, did not provide the ideal backdrop against which to reopen negotiations, it was best to try to strike a deal now while at least the rest of the world was booming. Gilbert and the German leadership, Schacht included, were operating, however, from two completely different assumptions about what such a deal might look like. During his campaign to get a new round of negotiations started, the Allies had very explicitly told Gilbert that any further concessions would have to be small. Receipts from Germany had to cover payments on war debts to the United States and provide France and Belgium something beyond this to cover some of the costs of reconstruction. The lowest figure that the Allies could concede was an aggregate payment of $500 million a year. In his enthusiasm to get the parties to the table, Gilbert convinced himself and told everyone on the Allied side that the Germans would be willing to accept such a settlement as the price for getting France out of the Rhineland and regaining economic sovereignty. Meanwhile, Schacht believed that American bankers had now committed so much money to Germany. They had provided some $1.5 billion of the $3 billion it had borrowed, that they represented an effective lobby for reduction and would bring enough political pressure on the creditor governments for Germany to swing a settlement of $250 million a year. Schacht, having by now broken with the German Democratic Party, DDP, which he had helped found, was beginning to flirt with the right-wing reactionaries of the DNVP, the German Nationalist People Party. At one point, he even bragged to his new friends that he could get reparations below $200 million a year. Gilbert tried his best to disabuse the Germans of such excessive optimism, and they in turn tried to convince him that Germany was dancing on a volcano and could not afford $500 million a year. But the two parties ended up talking past each other. Thus, as the delegations began to descend on Paris in February 1929 for yet one more summit devoted to reparations, none of the participants realized how wide the chasm of disagreement between the various sides remained. It came as an ill omen when, just as the conference convened, a massive cold front descended across Europe, bringing with it the coldest temperatures for almost a century. Temperatures in Berlin fell to their lowest level in 200 years. In Silesia, it was 49 degrees below zero, the coldest day since records had begun in 1690. Europe was icebound. Across the continent, trains were immobilized, ships lay frozen in the Baltic and on the Danube, and many rural communities, particularly in Eastern Europe, faced actual famine. The newspapers carried chilling reports evoking the Dark Ages, of packs of starving wolves attacking isolated villages in Albania and Romania, and of a whole band of gypsies found frozen to death in Poland. The German delegation, weighed down with 27 boxes of files, arrived by train from Berlin on February 8th. Paris had escaped the worst of the cold. The temperature was only 10 degrees below zero. Nevertheless, the city authorities had lined the streets with braziers. But for all the chill, in contrast to Central and Eastern Europe, the French capital was visibly booming. The local economy, fueled by soaring exports, high savings, and large capital inflows, was expanding at 9% a year, making it the fastest-growing major country. In the last 2 years, the French stock market had enjoyed the best performance in the world, beating even Wall Street's, having gone up 150% since the end of 1926, while the Dow had risen 100%. With the good times had come a renewed self-confidence, even arrogance, and this being Paris, scandals. As the delegates arrived, the city was still abuzz with l'affaire Hanau. Martha Hanau was a 42-year-old divorcee who in 1925 had started a stock-tip sheet, La Gazette du Franc. By 1928, she had a following of hundreds of thousands of investors. Taking advantage of the gullibility and cupidity of the small-town savers who were her clients, local priests, retired soldiers, school teachers, and shopkeepers, she promoted stocks that were often little more than paper companies. When her success brought her to the attention of the authorities, Hanau, nicknamed by the press La Grande Catherine de Finance, kept investigators at bay by bribing politicians. The Archbishop of Paris was one of her clients, but eventually her extravagance, she always traveled in a convoy of 2 limousines, in case one of them broke down, regularly splurged $100,000 on diamonds, and periodically spent the weekend at the Monte Carlo gaming tables, caught up with her. In December 1928, she was arrested and forced into bankruptcy, owing $25 million. Now in prison, she was awaiting trial. Threatening to name names. The Germans were put up at the Royal Monceau, a new luxury hotel near the Arc de Triomphe, and furnished with 4 new limousines by Mercedes-Benz for the duration. This was the first conference at which they felt themselves treated as equals rather than as the enemy. They were even invited to the opening lunch at the Banque de France on Saturday, February 9th, hosted by the head of the French delegation, Émile Moreau. Representing the United States were Owen Young and Jack Morgan, with Thomas Lamont as Morgan's alternate. From Britain came Sir Josiah Stamp, one of the original members of the Reparations Commission of 1921, and Lord Revelstoke, one of the 5 peers in the Barings family and chairman of the bank, the industrialist Alberto Pirelli, one of the richest men in Italy, and the banker Emile Franca, the richest man in Belgium, represented their countries. Also attending was a delegation from Japan. It was a reunion for many of the men who, like Young and Stamp, had been on the Dawes negotiating teams. Over a 6-course lunch, Waitress d'Ostend washed down with a 1921 Chablis, Homard à l'Américaine with a 1919 Paoli, Rôti de Venaison accompanied by an 1881 Chateau Rothschild, Faisans Lucullus with a 1921 Clos de Vougiat, Salade d'Asperge with a 1910 Chateau d'Yquem, a 1910 Grand Fine Champagne with desserts, and finally a bottle of the 1820 Cognac Napoleon over coffee. The delegates selected Owen Young, with his perfect diplomatic skills, as their chairman. On February 11th, the Young Conference, as it would come to be called was for the moment referred to as the Second Dawes Conference, opened in the Blue Room at the Hotel George V. During the previous decade, Paris had been the scene of so many international gatherings that every other grand hotel, the Crillon on the Place de la Concorde, the Bristol on the Rue Saint-Honoré, the Majestic on the Avenue Kleber, and the Astoria on the Champs-Élysées, carried in its faded corridors and meeting rooms the echoes of some gathering of statesmen that had ended in acrimony. It seemed only fitting, a sort of rite of passage, for the George V only recently opened for business to host this new meeting before it could claim its place in the ranks as a true Parisian hotel de luxe. On the second day, seated around the horseshoe table, Schacht made his opening offer, $250 million a year for the next 37 years. Moreau conveyed to Young that France would accept nothing less than $600 million a year for the full 62 years, and might even demand as much as $1 billion. Young was shocked at the huge gap between the main protagonists. Being the consummate financial diplomat and recognizing that a premature discussion of numbers on reparations would merely lead to an early breakdown in negotiations, he arranged for all the delegates to be tied up in subcommittees for the next 6 weeks talking around the subject, while he used the time in back-channel shuttle diplomacy between the Germans and the French. As the conference stretched into its 6th week, a sour and cynical mood began to pervade its halls. Lord Revelstoke complained in his diary that the sessions were lengthy, tiresome, and far from satisfactory. Schacht resumes his most negative attitude, is unhelpful to the last degree. One of the journalists present described Schacht, storming out of meetings with threats to abort the talks, as a vehement, intolerant man, excitable and dogmatic. The most tactless, the most aggressive, and the most irascible person I ever have seen in public life. He alienated all the other delegates with his tantrums and exhibitionism. Revelstoke thought that with his hatchet, Teuton face, and burly neck and badly fitting collar, he looked like a sea lion at the zoo. Moreau, by contrast, sat there obstinate and ill-tempered, his mouth shut, Revelstoke observed, like a steel trap when Schacht pleads poverty and inability to pay. As Moreau watched the Germans become more isolated, he tried to keep quiet and let them dig their own graves. But eventually, unable to restrain himself, he exploded and publicly accused Schacht of negotiating in bad faith. Jack Morgan, bored with the sort of details he generally left to underlings, and shaken by his one attempt to try to reason with Schacht, left for a cruise on his yacht around the Adriatic and the Aegean with the Archbishop of Canterbury, complaining that, if hell is anything like Paris and an international conference combined, it has many terrors and I shall try to avoid them. The German delegates found the atmosphere in Paris menacing. They were not being paranoid. The French secret police were tapping their phones. All communications with their government had to be conducted by courier or by cipher telegrams, with each of the 28 participants assigned a code name. The 3 senior representatives, Schacht included, took turns traveling back to Berlin by train every 2 weeks in order to brief the cabinet. Finally, in early April, Young felt ready to allow the Allies to unveil their proposal. Germany would have to make annual payments of $525 million for the first 37 years, and, in order to match exactly the Allied war debts to the United States, $400 million a year for the subsequent 21 years. The Allies made it clear that the only reason they were saddling 2 generations of Germans with reparations was that they themselves were in debt to the Americans for the same length of time. On hearing the Allied proposal, Schacht turned pale and, in a voice trembling in anger, declared the session terminated. By now he realized how totally he had miscalculated. The American bankers' power to pressure the Allies had foundered on the U.S. government's unwillingness to contemplate any further reduction in war debts. Without such an easing, the Allies would not reduce their claims on Germany. Schacht was now caught between letting the conference collapse, thus very likely provoking a financial crisis in Germany for which he would be blamed, or settling for the terms on offer, for which he feared he would be equally vilified. Schacht had always been a gambler. In a desperate effort to win more options, he decided to change the German offer radically. He had always believed that one of the greatest injustices of Versailles had been the seizure of Germany's colonies, an odd collection of territories that Germany, late to the scramble for empire, had accumulated, including most of Samoa, part of New Guinea, Togoland, German Southwest Africa, the Cameroons, and Tanganyika, which Schacht implausibly claimed had been worth $20 billion to Germany, an amount that overshadowed even the bill for reparations. He now argued that Germany would be unable to meet the victor's demands unless its former colonies were restored. Even more provocatively, he demanded that the Danzig Corridor, most contentious strip of land in all Europe, taken from Germany to give Poland access to the sea, should also be returned. In seeking to tack what amounted to a territorial revision of Versailles upon what was supposed to have been a purely financial negotiation, Schacht had gone out on a limb, and without the permission or even the knowledge of his own government. The détente between Germany and the Allies, so painstakingly achieved since the withdrawal from the Ruhr 5 years before, had rested on the principle that Germany would not seek to overturn the political or territorial clauses of the 1919 settlement. Here was Schacht in one stroke, trying to undermine the whole fragile basis of European peace. It has always been something of a mystery what Schacht was hoping to achieve. He did have a habit of shaking things up without quite knowing where it would all end. But he must have known that no one at the Young Conference had the authority to renegotiate crucial parts of the Treaty of Versailles, that the gambit was bound to end in failure. Some thought he was just grandstanding for domestic consumption to prepare for a political career on his return to Germany, others that he was just trying to provoke a crisis to give himself a smoke screen to avoid taking the blame for the poor deal for Germany. Schacht's proposal was initially received in stunned silence. Once the other delegates had had time to absorb his demands, and he had made them sound like an ultimatum, the table dissolved into an uproar, with cries of astonishment and outrage. Moreau was so furious that he pounded the table and, in a rage, flung his ink blotter across the room. With the conference now close to collapse, Pierre Quinet of the Banque de France told one of the Americans that evening that French depositors would withdraw $200 million from German banks by noon the next day. It was unclear whether this was intended as a threat or a prediction. In any case, Germany suddenly began to lose gold at an accelerating pace, $100 million over the next 10 days, forcing the Reichsbank to raise rates to 7.5%, despite Germany's being deep in recession, with 2 million unemployed. Seeing this as the first salvo in an economic war, Schacht accused the Banque de France of having secretly orchestrated the withdrawals to force his hand and threatened that if Germany's reserves continued to fall, he would have no option but to invoke the transfer clause of the Dawes Plan to default on all further reparations. At that moment, such a move would have set off a global financial. German banks, municipalities, and corporations owed money to everybody, $500 million to British banks, several hundred million to French banks, and some $1.5 billion to American lenders. Had it defaulted on reparations at that point, every financial institution with exposure to Germany would have tried to pull what money it could out of the country. Germany would have had to suspend payments on all its commercial loans, creating a domino effect across the globe. Half the London banks would have gone under. Britain, its reserves already depleted, would have been flung off the gold standard. The financial chaos would have been catastrophic. The Banque de France had in fact considered launching such a preemptive financial strike against Germany, but rejected the idea as too risky. Moreau did not want to be blamed for a world economic collapse. Some French banks undoubtedly did pull some deposits home, but this was mere commercial prudence in the light of the deteriorating turn of events. Meanwhile, in an effort to forestall a breakdown in world finances, Norman and George Harrison of the New York Fed had begun mobilizing money to support the Reichsbank. At this point, with a financial crisis looming, Lord Revelstoke saved the day by suddenly dropping dead. The consequent suspension of the proceedings forced the parties to catch their breath for a few days and step away from the brink. Schacht left with the German delegation for consultations in Berlin. There he found the cabinet up in arms. He had clearly overreached. The foreign minister, Stresemann, who had repeatedly tried to warn Schacht not to overstep his authority, feared that he might have jeopardized Germany's still very delicate political position. Other ministers were alarmed about the domestic economic ramifications. Not only had unemployment already reached 2 million, but a wave of strikes was now threatening to put another 1 million men out of work. Schacht's gamble threatened to plunge Germany into even deeper recession. Schacht fought back. He blamed Gilbert for having misled him. He even turned on his erstwhile patron Stresemann, whom he accused of having undercut him by caving in to the Allies behind his back even before the conference had started, and of now making him the scapegoat for the political fallout at home. While Schacht, even at this stage, would have been willing to go for broke and risk a global banking crisis, his government was not. Fearing that Germany would once again become a pariah nation, the cabinet disavowed his position, forced him to recant, and insisted that he return to Paris and resume negotiations. On the basis of the last Allied proposal, he reluctantly agreed, provided the cabinet gave him political cover by publicly accepting final responsibility for any settlement. Schacht had no intention of ending up as the fall guy for what nationalists were bound to see as a sellout. The German delegation returned to the table. In the middle of May, negotiations were again suspended for a few days, though this time it was so that Moreau could return to fight the mayoral elections in his tiny hamlet of St. Leomer. A few weeks later, a compromise was reached. Germany would pay a little under $500 million for the next 36 years and $375 million a year for the 22 after that to cover the Allies' debt to the United States. A new bank, the Bank of International Settlements, BIS, jointly owned by all the major central banks, would be set up to administer and, where possible, to commercialize, the modern term is securitize, these future payments, that is, to issue bonds against them. Any profits generated by the bank were to accrue to Germany to help defray the burden. All foreign control over German economic policy was to be removed. Gilbert could pack his bags and join Morgan's. Transfer protection clause was eliminated, although a small safety valve was retained whereby should Germany get into economic trouble, it could postpone 2/3 of its payments for 2 years. In the circumstances, this was truly the best deal that Schacht could get. As the delegates gathered for the signing ceremony in the meeting room of the George V, the curtains suddenly burst into flame. The photographer's lights had caused them to overheat. Schacht saw it as an omen. He had been humiliated in the negotiations and, on his return to Germany, was criticized from all sides, from the left, for having risked the future of Germany on a gamble that had gone badly wrong, and from the right, for having put his signature to a bill that would shackle the next 2 generations. Even his wife greeted him at the station with the words, "You ought never to have signed." And though he publicly supported the young plan, in private he painted a much darker picture of the future. The crisis may have been postponed for another 2 years, but it will arrive with the same certainty and with even greater severity. In the ensuing financial chaos, he foresaw that Germany will be cut off from all foreign capital for a long time, maybe 2 to 3 years. For all segments of the German people, this will mean managing without longer working hours, lower wages. An ominous prediction, accurate to the year. That other great pessimist on reparations, Maynard Keynes, shared Schacht's view of the new arrangements. Believing that Germany would find it difficult to keep borrowing its way out of its hole, Keynes responded to the new plan by proclaiming, "My prophecy would be that the young plan will not prove practicable for even a short period, and I should not be surprised to see some sort of crisis in 1930. Marriage had mellowed Keynes. Confounding all the clever predictions of his sophisticated friends, he and Lydia had settled into a blissfully happy union. He commuted between the London apartment in Gordon Square, where they lived during the week, his bachelor rooms in college at King's on the weekends, and their country house at Tilton in Kent during the holidays. Though less prolific with articles on current affairs, he had not completely retired from his position as the premier gadfly of economic orthodoxy. But for the last 4 years, he had been hard at work on a new book. After the economic consequences of the peace and a tract on monetary reform, both monographs devoted to the immediate and practical concerns of the chaotic post-war world, he was now struggling with a more ambitious work, a theoretical treatise on the interactions between the monetary sphere, the world of banks and other financial institutions, and the underlying real economy, the world of stores and factories and farms. He had begun this line of thought in the tract, but that had been built on a very simple picture, almost a cartoon, of the economy. In this new book, he was trying to paint a richer portrait of the paths along which money flowed in order to understand better the fundamental source of the instability he believed to be inherent in the credit system of modern capitalism. He also remained an active speculator, an exhausting and dangerous pastime in that turbulent decade. As the bursar of kings, he managed a pool of money for the college. He was chairman of the board of the National Mutual Insurance Company, and he had set up several investment companies with his friend, Oswald Falk, head of the London stockbroking firm of Buckmaster and Moore. In addition, he continued to manage his own money very actively, usually from the vantage point of his bed in the morning. Buying and selling on margin, he was able to leverage his position substantially, and his portfolio could be very volatile. He began 1923 with about $125,000, the profits of those first forays into the foreign exchange markets. During the next 5 years, he doubled his money, making most of it trading commodities and currencies, rather than stocks. Despite his reputation as a Cassandra, by early 1928, his view of the future, as reflected in his investment portfolio, was uncharacteristically sanguine. He avoided the U.S. market, but made substantial investments in the shares of British motor companies, particularly Austin and Leland. His largest bet, however, was a very substantial complex of long positions in commodities, especially rubber, but also corn, cotton, and tin, a strategy heavily influenced by his perception of Fed policy. He thought that the American Central Bank under Strong had done a remarkable job, a triumph, he called it. The Fed, while hiding behind the smokescreen of adhering to the gold standard, had managed very successfully to stabilize U.S. prices, and Keynes believed that with Strong at the helm, it could and would continue to do so. But as 1928 progressed, his portfolio began to unravel. He sustained substantial losses in April when rubber prices collapsed by 50% as the world cartel broke down, forcing him to liquidate large holdings at a loss to meet margin requirements. The Fed's tightening of early 1928 to cap the stock market took Keynes by surprise. After all, he argued, U.S. prices were stable, and there was nothing which can be called inflation yet in sight. In September 1928, with the Dow at 240, he circulated a short note among friends titled, "Is there inflation in the U.S.?" which predicted that stocks would not slump severely, that is, unless the market was discounting a business depression, which the Fed would do all in its power to avoid. His big error was a failure to take into account the deflationary forces that had begun to sweep the world. After Strong's death in October, and as the Fed initiated its campaign of words against the exuberance of the market, he began slowly to realize that the risk had now shifted on the side of business depression and a deflation. But by his own admission, even in early 1929, he still did not comprehend the impact that the scarcity of gold would have on central banks. He had thought that over time they would liberate themselves from the hold of the barbarous relic. He completely failed to foresee the sort of scramble for gold that emerged in 1929. "I was forgetting that gold is a fetish," he confessed. The price for being a speculator was that all these miscalculations wrought havoc on his net worth. By the middle of 1929, he had lost almost 3/4 of his money. The only saving grace was that in order to meet his margin payments, he was forced to liquidate much of his stock portfolio and entered the turmoil of 1929 only modestly invested in the market. The role of Cassandra was instead taken over by Montague Norman. Of all the various flashpoints ready to detonate in the world economy that fateful spring and summer, Germany teetering on the brink of default, the shortage of gold, falling commodity prices, the madness on the U.S. exchanges, a chronically weak sterling held hostage by the Banque de France, he found it hard to tell which was the most combustible. In April 1929, With the negotiations in Paris deadlocked, Norman wrote, "Picture to yourself that at one and the same time a committee is laboriously discussing the whole question of German reparations in Paris, that the rate of interest was yesterday 20% in New York, where the reserve system is not functioning and where the stock market is playing ducks and drakes with their own and other people's money, that 3 of the central banks in Europe have raised their rates within the last month, perhaps only as a beginning. The world, it seemed to him, was sleepwalking toward a precipice." Germany, now locked out of the American market, grabbed at any and every source of credit on which it could lay its hands. In May 1929, the Swiss banker Felix Sommery, nicknamed by his American colleagues the Raven of Zurich for his unremitting dark croakings of a crash to come, received a frantic call from the German finance minister, Rudolf Hilferding, desperate to borrow $20 million to pay public employees. Sommery flew to Paris to finalize the necessary arrangements with Schacht, reporting back to the president of the Swiss National Bank, "Almost all the great powers have been negotiating for months about how many billions a year should be paid until 1966, and thereafter until 1988, by a country that is not even in a position to pay its own civil servants' salaries the next day." Germany was so hard up that it even began loan negotiations with the mysterious Ivar Kreuger, one of that handful of shadowy figures, like Calouste Gulbenkian and Sir Basil Zaharoff, who hovered over the European financial scene in the interwar years, making fortunes in suspicious deals with governments. Kreuger himself was said to be worth several $100 million and maintained 6 or 7 residences, including his 3 summer mansions in Sweden, his permanent suite at the Carlton in London, apartments in Berlin, on Park Avenue in Manhattan, and on the Avenue Victor Emmanuel III in Paris, where he had installed a string of mistresses, ex-chorus girls, students, shop assistants, even the occasional streetwalker, on whom he lavished presents. Whereas Gulbenkian, nicknamed Mr. 5%, dealt in Middle East oil rights and Zaharoff in arms, Kreuger manufactured nothing grander or more threatening than plain little matches. Given the scale of his empire, however, he then controlled 3/4 of the world's match manufacturing. He could borrow money in New York on finer terms than most European governments. Exploiting this financial muscle, he floated bonds on Wall Street and used the proceeds to shore up the finances of the less creditworthy governments across the globe, exacting in return match monopolies in the countries to which he lent. He had concluded such deals with Poland, Peru, Greece, Ecuador, Hungary, Estonia, Yugoslavia, Romania, and Latvia. He had even provided $75 million to the French government during the stabilization of the franc in return for a quasi-monopoly in France. Now he offered the German government $145 million in return for a ban on all imports of cheap Russian matches. As interest rates rose in the United States and New York functioned as a magnet, drawing money from all corners of the globe, every country in Europe, except France, struggled to prevent its gold from escaping across the Atlantic. Interest rates, as Keynes put it, even in countries thousands of miles away from Wall Street, ratcheted upward, propelled by the scramble for gold. In February 1929, the Bank of England raised its rates a full percentage point to 5.5%, despite unemployment above 1.5 million. In March, Italy and the Netherlands followed suit. Germany was already deep in recession, but after the raid on its reserves during the Young Plan negotiations, had also been forced to hike its rates to 7.5%. Austria and Hungary more than matched the Reichsbank, taking their rates to over 8%. In July, Belgium joined the column. With the steady erosion in commodity prices, the effect of the rate hikes was to raise the real cost of money in many places to over 10%, bringing with it the first signs of worldwide economic slowdown. This had begun in 1928 in the big commodity producers, Australia, Canada, and Argentina. By early 1929, Germany and Central Europe were also in recession. The U.S. stock market, meanwhile, refused to pay attention to either the rising cost of money around the world or the first signs of slowdown abroad. In June, it broke out on the upside. As reports of outstanding corporate earnings poured in, the Dow kept going up. In June, it rose 34 points and another 16 in July. The character of the market had by now become almost completely speculative. As trading turned feverish, action increasingly concentrated in an ever narrower roster of companies and was no longer led by those that were making sustained large profits, the General Motors corporations of the world. Instead, it was frantically pursuing glamour stocks, Montgomery Ward, General Electric, and the most dazzling of them all, Radio Corporation of America. Thus, while the market averages continued to race up, reaching their peak in September, most individual stocks had hit their highs in late 1928 or at best in early 1929. Indeed, on September 3, 1929, the day the Dow topped out, only 19 of the 826 stocks on the New York Exchange attained all-time highs. Almost a third had fallen at least 20% from their highest points. It was during these months that most of the large stock traders sold their positions. Claims by speculators about what they did in 1929 and when they did it need to be taken with some grains of salt. People rarely tell the complete truth either about their amorous exploits or their stock portfolios, the latter being especially true for professional investors whose reputations hinge on appearing to be prescient about the market. In February, Owen Young, alarmed by the feverish level of stock prices and the Fed's war of words, sold his entire portfolio of $2.2 million, some of it held on margin. David Sarnoff, Young's vice president at RCA and a member of the U.S. delegation to the Paris conference, got out in June. John J. Raskob, the man who sincerely wanted everyone to be rich and was touting stocks as a long-term investment in the Ladies' Home Journal, had apparently liquidated most of his portfolio before his article appeared. Joe Kennedy, catching the last rally, sold in July 1929. Bernard Baruch claims, in his autobiography, to have had an epiphany on the Scottish moors in September of 1929, rushed home and dumped everything by the end of the month. Even Thomas Lamont, the inveterate optimist, sold substantial amounts of his portfolio during the spring and summer. Even the greatest cheerleader of them all, that most determined of bulls, Billy Durant, got rid of his positions. In April 1929, he had some friends arrange for him to meet secretly with the president. He slipped out of New York, careful not to inform even his secretary of his destination, took a train down to Washington, hopped anonymously into a taxi, and arrived at the White House at 9:30 in the evening, when he was ushered into the president's study. He told Hoover that unless the Fed eased up its assault against the stock market, there would be a financial catastrophe. It is not clear whether Durant understood that he was wasting his breath, that Hoover was fully behind the Fed's campaign. He does seem to have realized soon after the meeting that his warnings had gone nowhere. On April 17th, he set sail for Europe aboard the Aquitania, and a few weeks later, he and most of his crowd began liquidating their positions. But behind the scenes, the board of the Federal Reserve was finally ready to concede that its attempts at direct action were a failure. On August 8th, after the market had closed, the New York Fed announced that it was raising its discount rate from 5% to 6%. The next day, the Dow plunged 15 points in frantic trading, the largest daily decline in the index's history. The market suddenly realized, however, that speculators had been comfortably making large profits while paying much higher rates in the broker's loan market. Within a day, all the losses were recouped. Over the next 3 weeks, the Dow went up another 30 points. Among investors there reigned, as one commentator described it, the sort of panic which keeps people at roulette tables, the insidious propaganda against quitting a winner, the fear of being taunted by those who held on. It was symptomatic of the market's reach when on August 14th, the New York Stock Exchange firm of St. Phal & Company announced that it had opened direct ship-to-shore service aboard the transatlantic liner Isle de France, to be followed a few days later by M.J. Meehan & Co., opening a similar service on the Berengaria and the Leviathan. Even Europe was drawn into the frenzy. Scores of thousands of American shares are bought every day in London alone, and Paris, Berlin, Brussels, and Amsterdam are pouring money into New York as fast as the cable can carry it, complained Viscount Rothermere in one of his newspapers, the Sunday Pictorial. Wall Street has become a colossal suction pump, which is draining the world of capital, and the suction is fast producing a vacuum over here. That is why bank rates are rising throughout Europe. That is the reason of the steady withdrawal of gold from the Bank of England. That is the explanation of the frequent visits which the governor of the bank, Mr. Montague Norman, pays to New York and Washington. In July, Norman made his second trip of the year to the United States. He spent most of his weeks of holiday with his old friend Mrs. Marco at Bar Harbor in Maine, but did go to see Harrison in New York. He came back even more pessimistic than after his February trip. He was now convinced that some sort of stock market crash in the United States was inevitable. No one could be sure what might set it off or how bad it would be. The longer the bubble continued, the more unavoidable would be the breakdown. And though the Fed was finally beginning to act, it had left things very late and still remained a bitterly divided institution. Throughout the summer of 1929, Britain's reserves came under siege. By the end of July, the Bank of England had already lost $100 million of its $800 million of gold, and in August and September, it lost a further $45 million, mainly into the United States. There were also signs that the Banque de France had resumed converting its pounds. Since 1927, the flow of money into France had continued unabated, although now most of it was in the form of gold rather than sterling. By the middle of 1929, the Banque de France had accumulated $1.2 billion in gold and another $1.2 billion in foreign exchange, giving it an extraordinary hold on the world financial situation. During the 2 years since Norman and Moreau had first fallen out, the Banque de France, recognizing that it had the power to destabilize the world currency situation, had actually been very restrained in handling its sterling. But the Young Plan negotiations put a new strain on Anglo-French relations. Having made some concessions to Germany on reparations, the former allies fell out on how to divide the burden. In June 1929, Britain went to the polls. After 4 years of high unemployment under conservative rule, the Tories were voted out of office and a minority Labour government took power. Churchill was replaced at the Exchequer by Philip Snowdon, a long and bitter opponent of France and French policy on reparations. At a conference at The Hague in August 1929 to wrap up some of the details of the Young Plan, he entered into a particularly heated exchange with his French counterpart, Henri Charon, in the course of which he described the French finance minister's arguments as ridiculous and grotesque. The translation into French, ridicule et grotesque, has a much harsher connotation, implying bad faith and utter stupidity. As the economic historian Charles Kindleberger put it, the English expression could be used in the House of Commons. The French expression would not be allowed in the Chamber des Députés. Charon, a fat, excitable man, whose enormous girth had made him the constant victim of jokes and who was, consequently, unusually sensitive, took offense at Snowdon's remarks and sent his seconds to demand an apology. The French were only just weaning themselves off the practice of dueling. Though he was eventually induced to return to the negotiating table, relations between Britain and France were severely strained. At one meeting during the same negotiations, Pierre Quinet of the Banque de France is said to have threatened to convert France's holdings of sterling into gold unless the British conceded. Though the evidence is murky, this was not mere saber-rattling, and Britain's gold continued to come under attack. On August 19th, Time magazine ran a cover story on Norman, the Paladin of Gold, as it called him. The article described how within Europe, invisibly the battle of gold was on. In late August, as Britain's reserves hit a post-war low, Norman warned his fellow directors that unless something were to change, large parts of Europe, including Britain, would be driven off gold and that they should begin to prepare for the impending havoc. But first, another cataclysm was to blindside the world economy. 17. Purging the rottenness. 1929-30. If stupidity got us into this mess, then why can't it get us out? Will Rogers. There is an old stock trader's adage: nobody rings a bell at the top of the market. As Wall Street returned to work after Labor Day on Tuesday, September 3rd, few people thought that this might be the end of the bull market. The weekend had been unusually hot, and the journey home from the beach was marred by terrible traffic jams and long delays at train stations. Congestion on the New Jersey highways was so bad that thousands of people had parked their cars and finished the journey home to Manhattan by subway. As bankers assessed the market after the summer, they were assisted by a fresh new voice to add to the blithe new era optimism of the Wall Street Journal and the dark mutterings about portents, and misgivings from Alexander Dana, financial columnist of the New York Times. That week, the premiere issue of Business Week hit the newsstands. It sought to bring the successful Time magazine formula of snappy and vivid writing to the corporate world. From the very first issue, the editors expressed their skepticism about the bull market. For 5 years at least, they wrote, American business has been in the grips of an apocalyptic, holy rolling exaltation over the unparalleled prosperity of the new era upon which we, or it, or somebody has entered. It had carried the country into a cloudland of fantasy. As the fall begins, they warned, there is a tenseness in Wall Street, a general feeling that something is going to happen. During the present season, stock prices are generally out of line with safe earnings expectations, and the market is now almost wholly psychological. The market had become inured to such prognostications on the way up and continued to ignore them on the first day of trading. On September 3, 1929, the Dow traded up a single point to close at a record high of 381. For the next day and a half, it clung to that peak. At 2 o'clock on the afternoon of September 5, the newswires reported that the Massachusetts economist and statistician Roger Babson had announced at his annual National Business Conference in Wellesley, Massachusetts, I repeat what I said at this time last year and the year before that sooner or later a crash is coming. And it may be terrific. The Federal Reserve System has put banks in a strong position, but it has not changed human nature. Observing further that a detailed study of the market shows that the group of advancing stocks is continually becoming narrower and smaller, he predicted that the Dow would probably drop 60 to 80 points, 15 to 20%, and that factories will shut down, men will be thrown out of work. The vicious circle will get in full swing, and the result will be a serious business depression. That afternoon, the Dow fell 10 points, roughly 3%. Babson was a well-known market seer, the founder of the Babson Statistical Organization, the country's largest purveyor of investment analysis and business forecasts. Every month, the company mailed out reams of charts and tables, dissecting the behavior of individual stocks, the overall market, and the economy. Babson had built his forecasting method around two somewhat antithetical notions: that the ups and downs of the economy operate according to definite laws derivable from Newton's third law of motion, and that emotions were the most important factor in causing the business cycle. Babson had some other quirkier ideas. Having suffered a bout of tuberculosis as a youth, he believed in the benefits of fresh air and insisted on keeping all the windows in his office wide open. In winter, his secretaries, wrapped in woolen overcoats, sheepskin boots, and thick mittens, had to type by striking the keys with a little rubber hammer that Babson had himself expressly invented. He was a strict prohibitionist, believed that the gravity of Newtonian physics was a malevolent force, and had published a pamphlet entitled Gravity, Our Number One Enemy. 44 He had been predicting a market crash for the past 2 years, and until now had been completely ignored. After Babson's gloomy forecast, the New York Times sought a rejoinder from Irving Fisher, professor of economics at Yale and the most prominent economist. Originally a mathematician who had gone on to make major contributions to the theory of money and of interest rates, Fisher was quite as odd a bird as Babson, having also suffered from tuberculosis, although in his case at the age of 31, he had emerged from the sanatorium a committed vegetarian. He suffered from terrible insomnia and, to cope with it, had designed a bizarre electrical contraption that he hooked up to his bed and was convinced helped him to fall asleep. He was also a proponent of selective breeding and was secretary of the American Eugenics Society. He believed that mental illness originated from infections of the roots of the teeth and of the bowels and, like Babson, was a fervent advocate of prohibition. By 1929, he had even written 2 books on the economic benefits of prohibition. Again, like Babson, he was a wealthy man, having invented a machine for storing index cards, a precursor of the Rolodex, the patent of which he sold to Remington Rand in 1925 for several $1 million. By 1929, he was worth some $10 million, all of it invested in the stock market. Prefacing his remarks with the concession that none of us are infallible, Professor Fisher declared, "Stock prices are not too high, and Wall Street will not experience anything in the nature of a crash. A noted student of the market, he based his assessment on the assumption that the future would be much like the recent past, that profits would continue to grow at over 10% as they had done over the previous 5 years. It was an early example of the pitfalls of placing too much faith in the abilities of mathematicians, with their flawed models, to beat the market. Simple common-sense techniques for valuing equities such as those Babson relied on, for example, positing that prices should move in tandem with dividends, indicated that stocks were some 30 to 40% overvalued. Though the market initially fell sharply on the day of Babson's prediction, the next day, deciding that it preferred Fisher's sweet elixir to Babson's harsh medicine, it rebounded. Babson, the prophet of loss, as he was now nicknamed, was derided up and down Wall Street, mocked even by Businessweek for his Babson-mindedness. During the month of September, these two New England cranks, Babson and Fisher, battled for the soul of the market. Every time one was quoted, the newspapers obtained a rebuttal from the other. The official chronicler of business cycles in the United States, the National Bureau of Economic Research, a not-for-profit group founded in 1920, would declare, though many months later, that a recession had set in that August. But in September, no one was aware of it. There were the odd signs of economic slowdown, especially in some of the more interest rate-sensitive sectors. Automobile sales had peaked and construction had been down all year, but most short-term indicators, for example, steel production or railroad freight car loadings, remained exceptionally strong. By the middle of the month, the market was back at its highs and Babson's forecast of a crash had been thoroughly discredited. The broader indices even set new records. For example, the most widely used measure of the market, the New York Times Index of Common Stocks, reached its all-time peak on September 19th, though the Dow never did get quite back to 381. Even the usually bearish Alexander Dana Noyes of the New York Times was skeptical of the forecast of a market collapse. It is not perhaps surprising that the idea of an utterly disastrous and paralyzing crash should have found few believers, he wrote. After all, in contrast to previous episodes, the country now has the power and protective resources of the Federal Reserve, while the market was guarded against the convulsions of old-time panics by the country's accumulation of gold. Previous crashes had all been preceded by an extraneous shock of some sort, which broke the herd psychology. The crash of 1873 had been foreshadowed by the bankruptcy of J. Cook and Company. In 1893, it had been the failure of the National Cordage Company, while in 1907, it was the collapse of the Knickerbocker Trust Company. Noyes took comfort in the fact that no such event seemed remotely on hand. He spoke too soon. On Friday, September 19th, the empire of the British financier Clarence Haytree suddenly collapsed, leaving investors with close to $70 million in losses. Haytree, the son of a prosperous Jewish silk merchant, had attended St. Paul's School in London, immediately thereafter had taken over his father's business and, by the age of 25, was bankrupt. By 35, however, he was a rich man again, having recouped his fortune by speculating in oil stocks and promoting industrial conglomerates in the heady post-war merger boom. Throughout the 1920s, he had led a roller coaster career as an entrepreneur, with some spectacular successes and equally dramatic failures. By the latter part of the decade, he had a finger in almost every corner of the British economy. He made a fortune by building a retail conglomerate, the Drapery Trust, and then selling it to Debenhams, the department store. He engineered the merger of the London Bus Corporations into the London General Omnibus Company, ran a stockbroking firm specializing in municipal bonds, and was the head of an interlocking series of investment trusts that played the stock market. His latest ventures were the Photomaton Parent Company, which operated a countrywide chain of photographic booths, and the Associated Automatic Machine Corporation, which owned vending machines on railway platforms. A small, sallow, bird-like man with a close-cropped mustache, Haytree was so flamboyant it was said that he even had the bottoms of his shoes polished. He lived in a garishly ornate mansion in Stanhope Gate, off Park Lane, around whose rooftop swimming pool he held lavish parties. He ran the requisite string of racehorses, entertained at his country house in Sussex, and owned the largest yacht in British waters, with a crew of 40. Needless to say, he did not endear himself to traditional British society by this vulgarly extravagant Hollywood lifestyle. The city financial establishment kept a wary distance. Mr. Hatry is very clever, and one or two of the people we know who have had business relations with him have always told us that they have nothing against him, wrote Morgan Grenfell to its corresponding partners J. P. Morgan & Co. In 1929, with grand plans to rationalize the British steel industry, he acquired a major manufacturer, United Steel Limited, for $40 million in what would today be called a leveraged buyout. In June, his bankers withdrew their financing at the last moment. He spent the next few weeks scrambling for cash, even approaching Montague Norman for Bank of England help. Needless to say, Norman, who would have found a man like Hatry highly distasteful, refused, telling him that he had paid too much for United Steel. Having borrowed as much as he could against all of his companies, Hatry eventually resorted to petty fraud, forging $1 million worth of municipal bonds to post as collateral against additional loans. Early in September, as rumors circulated that he was massively overextended, his company's shares plunged, and his bankers called in their loans. Recognizing that the game was up, Hatry went under in true British fashion. On September 18th, he called upon his accountant, Sir Gilbert Garney, and told him of the forgery. After hearing him out, Sir Gilbert telephoned his old friend Sir Archibald Bodkin, the director of public prosecutions, to say that he had a group of city men who wished to come in to confess to fraud of a stupendous magnitude. Sir Archibald, after hearing that the sum involved was as high as $120 million, equivalent as a percentage of the British economy to the Enron imbroglio of 2001 in the United States, arranged for them to turn themselves in at his office at 10 o'clock the next morning. Hatry duly arrived the following day, confessed to his crimes, and was remanded in custody. When New York opened on Friday, September 20th, the market faltered, losing 8 points to close at 362. The following week, the Bank of England, fearing that sterling might be imperiled by Hatry's collapse, raised interest rates to 7.5%, and the market tumbled a further 17 points. Because the many British investors who had lost money with Hatry were forced to liquidate their U.S. stock positions and began pulling their money out of the New York brokers' loan market, the Dow came under mounting pressure, falling another 20 points over the week of September 30th to 325. In the space of 2 weeks, it had given up the gains of the previous 2 months. However, so far the market crack, while vicious, was not out of the ordinary. Indeed, in the week of October 7th, it surprised everyone by rallying 27 points. The Dow thus began the week of October 14th at around 350, a little less than 10% below its all-time highs. On Tuesday, October 15th, economist and market pundit Irving Fisher, in a speech that would go down in history for its spectacularly bad timing, threw his normal caution to the winds with the declaration, "Stocks have reached what looks like a permanently high plateau." Among the reasons he would later cite for this optimistic forecast were the increased prosperity from less unstable money, new mergers, new scientific management, new inventions, and finally, Fisher being Fisher, he could not resist adding, on account of the benefits of prohibition. The market began to sag once again, dropping 20 points the next week and another 18 points in the first 3 days of the week after. It was by now back to 305, having lost about 20% of its value since the September peak. So far, however, there had been no real reason to panic. Another victim of bad timing was Thomas Lamont of J. P. Morgan & Co. On Wednesday, October 23rd, quite out of the blue, a sudden avalanche of sell orders, the origin of which was a complete mystery, knocked the market down by 20 points in the last 2 hours of trading. The next day, soon to be known as Black Thursday, saw the first true panic. The market opened steady with little change in prices, but at about 11 a.m., it was blindsided by a flood of large sell orders from all around the country, rattling out of such diverse places as Boston, Bridgeport, Memphis, Tulsa, and Fresno. Prices of major stocks started gapping lower. During the next hour, the major indices fell 20%, while the bellwether of speculation, RCA, plunged more than 35%. Adding further to the panic, communications across the country were disrupted by storms, and telephone lines were so clogged that many thousands of investors could not get through to their brokers. Rumors of the turmoil spread quickly through the city, and by noon, a crowd of 10,000 sightseers, attracted by the reek of calamity, had gathered at the corner of Broad and Wall, just opposite the stock exchange. Police Commissioner Grover Whalen dispatched an extra 600 policemen, including a mounted detail, to keep order and rope off the crowd from the entrance to the stock exchange. A gaggle of newspaper photographers and film cameramen collected on the steps of the Sub-Treasury building to document the scene. A little after noon, the barons of Wall Street, Charles Mitchell of National City Bank, Albert Wiggin of Chase, William Potter of Guaranty Trust, Seward Prosser of Bankers Trust, and George Baker of First National, were seen pushing their way through the crowd into the front door of J.P. Morgan & Co. and held an impromptu press conference in Morgan's marble lobby. Looking grave and gesturing idly with his pince-nez as he spoke, he began by announcing, "There has been a little distress selling on the stock exchange." Though he was only trying to steady the market's nerves, this was a remark that would go down in history as a classic, forever mocked as an embodiment of Wall Street's capacity for self-delusion and obfuscation. Air holes caused by a technical condition had developed in the market, asserted Lamont. The situation, he assured his listeners, was susceptible of betterment. What he did not announce was that the 6 bankers had agreed to contribute to a pool that would provide a cushion of buying power to support stock prices. At 1:30 p.m., Richard Whitney, president of the stock exchange, brother of Morgan partner George Whitney and himself stockbroker for the company, strode confidently onto the crowded floor of the exchange and placed an order for 10,000 shares of U.S. Steel at 205, 5 points above the price of its last sale. He then went from one post to the other, sprinkling similarly huge orders for blue chips, at a total cost of between $20 and $30 million. To the accompaniment of a chorus of cheers and whistles from the floor, the market rallied dramatically and by the end of the day was off a mere 6 points. Those stocks had taken comfort from the rescue operation. Even as the market was rallying that afternoon, Lamont was closeted with the governors of the exchange to warn them that the bankers' support was limited. There is no man or group of men who can buy all the stocks that the American public can sell. While the private bankers were throwing the market this life buoy, the central bank, the Federal Reserve, was paralyzed by dissension. To try to ease conditions that morning, the directors of the New York Fed had voted to cut its lending rate from 6% to 5.5%, only to have the decision vetoed from Washington by the Federal Reserve Board. The latter spent the day closeted in meetings at its offices in the Treasury Building, next door to the White House. At 3 p.m., Secretary of the Treasury Andrew Mellon joined the conference, which broke up at 5 p.m. with no official announcement. A senior Treasury official did speak, however, to reporters off the record, expressing the view that the market had broken under the stress of undue speculation, and that the harm done, after all, only constituted paper losses, which would not prove disastrous to business and the prosperity of the country. The newspapers reported next day that heroic action on the part of the bankers had successfully halted the panic. The Wall Street Journal carried the headline, "Bankers Halt Stock Debacle, 2-Hour Selling Deluge Stopped After Conference at Morgan's Office, $1 billion for Support." Though the amount committed by the Morgan-led consortium was nowhere near that amount, the market was buoyed by the apparent success of the organized support and stabilized over the next 2 days, though trading remained heavy. Rumors circulated that the bankers felt sufficiently confident to begin disposing of the stocks they had acquired on Thursday at a small profit. But late on Saturday, the market began to fall again. The second hurricane of liquidation roared in on Monday, October 28th, Black Monday. It came from every direction: demoralized individual investors, pool operators liquidating, Europeans throwing in the towel, speculators forced to sell by margin calls, banks dumping collateral. Investors, who had originally bought stocks only because they saw prices rising, now sold them because they saw prices falling. By the end of the day, 9 million shares had changed hands and the Dow was down 40 points, roughly 14%, the largest percentage fall in a single day in the market's history. $14 billion wiped off the value of U.S. stocks. Reporters, remembering all the various times in history that the U.S. banking system had been saved from the Morgan offices, were camped out in front of 23 Wall Street. At 1:10 p.m., Mitchell of the National City Bank was seen entering the building. The market immediately rallied. But there was no sign of the other bankers or any evidence of any further organized support. It would later turn out that Mitchell was personally overextended and, desperate for cash, had gone in to negotiate a private loan for himself. The press was so fascinated by the very conspicuous comings and goings of bankers to and from number 23 that they failed to recognize that the true locus of power no longer lay with Morgan but had shifted 3 blocks north to the offices of the New York Federal Reserve at 33 Liberty Street. The real hero of the day was not one of those bankers shuttling in and out of Morgan's offices, but George Harrison of the New York Federal. Stock market crashes during the 19th and early 20th century had invariably been associated with banking crises. The market and the banking system were too interconnected. Because the big New York City banks held their reserves in the form of call loans to stockbrokers, a collapse in stocks inevitably raised concerns about the safety of one bank or the other, often leading to a run on the system, which in turn led to a withdrawal of liquidity from the market, which in turn drove the market down further. The Fed had been created in part to break that nexus, and Harrison was determined to prevent the market turmoil from widening into a full-scale financial crisis. He spent the whole day in close contact with the heads of the city's major banks. The country's money center banks were confronted with a potentially life-threatening hit. Many of the largest traders on Wall Street, especially the pool operators, held gigantic leveraged positions in the stock market that had been financed by brokers' loans, in some cases as much as $50 million, some of which had come from banks. The danger was that as the market fell, brokers, frantic to recoup their loans, would be forced to dump the stocks they held as collateral, creating further declines in the market and intensifying the vicious cycle of selling. Rebuffed the previous Thursday by the Federal Reserve Board, Harrison now took matters into his own hands. That night, Wall Street bankers were invited to a dinner in honor of Winston Churchill at the Fifth Avenue home of Bernard Baruch. Despite the day's events, the general consensus among the financiers was that stocks were now undervalued. Mitchell even managed to raise a laugh when in his toast to the British visitor, he addressed the company as friends and former millionaires. Down on Wall Street, the lights in the skyscrapers glowed far into the early hours as exhausted clerks and bookkeepers tried to tally their records after a day of unprecedented trading. Meanwhile, at the Fed's offices on Liberty Street, Harrison and his staff were developing a plan to inject large amounts of cash into the banking system by buying government securities. Fortunately, there was no time to consult the board in Washington. He barely managed to reach 2 of his own directors, and then only at 3 a.m., to secure their approval. Early the next morning, even before the market had opened, the New York Fed injected $50 million. That day, which came somewhat unoriginally to be christened Black Tuesday, saw no let-up in selling. The crowd of 10,000 that again gathered that morning stood in hushed awe, fully aware that they were participating in the making of history, and that they were unlikely ever again to witness such scenes. The New York Times man on the spot described Wall Street that morning as a street of vanished hopes, of curiously silent apprehension, and of a paralyzed hypnosis. Churchill chose that day to visit the stock exchange and was invited inside to witness the scene. Though he was heavily invested in the market and lost over $50,000, most of his savings, in the collapse, he seems to have responded to his change in fortunes quite philosophically. No one who has gazed on such a scene could doubt that this financial disaster, huge as it is, cruel as it is to thousands, is only a passing episode. Commissioner Whalen himself kept a close eye on the market, and the minute he saw prices sagging, had dispatched an extra squad of policemen downtown. The financial district looked like a city under siege. The bankers' consortium gathered twice that day. Lamont struck a noticeably less confident note at his next press conference. Their objective was not to support prices, he told the reporters, but to maintain an orderly market. Toward the end of the day, after over 16 million shares had changed hands and the Dow had fallen more than 80 points. It had now lost 180 points, or close to 50% of its value in less than 6 weeks. It seemed as if the selling had begun to burn itself out. In the last 15 minutes of trading, the market made a vigorous rally of 40 points. During the day, the New York Fed had injected a further $65 million. The board, especially Roy Young, was greatly irritated when it found out later that day about Harrison's show of independence and initiative. His failure to get Washington's approval first was a clear defiance of established protocol. In response to Young's rebuke, Harrison shot back that there had never been such an emergency, that the world was on fire, and that his actions were done and can't be undone. The board tried to pass a regulation prohibiting the New York Fed from making any further independent transfusions of cash, but questions arose about whether it had the legal authority to do so. During the next few days, there was considerable legal wrangling over the precise jurisdictions of the board, and the New York Federal Harrison eventually proposed that they postpone the bureaucratic argument over powers and procedures until the crisis was over, agreeing in the meantime not to act unilaterally provided the board gave him the authority to buy as much as $200 million more in government securities, an arrangement which allowed him to draw on the whole Federal Reserve System rather than the resources of the New York Fed alone. That evening, a somewhat larger group of bankers once again gathered in the library of Jack Morgan's house at Madison Avenue and 35th Street, scene of his father's legendary rescue of the New York banking system in 1907. Among them was George Harrison. With stocks now in free fall, all those who had pumped money into the broker's loan market, the corporations with excess cash, foreigners drawn by high rates of interest, small banks around the country, were rushing for the exits. In the days since Black Thursday, over $2 billion, about 1/4 of all brokers' loans, had or was about to be pulled out. This was creating massive additional selling and a scramble for cash that risked toppling the entire financial structure of brokers and banks on Wall Street. In order to forestall this financial fire stampede, with everyone heading for the doors at the same time, some of the bankers proposed to close down the stock exchange, as had been done at the outbreak of war in 1914. The meeting went on till 2 a.m. Harrison was adamant. The stock exchange should stay open at all costs, he told the gathering. Closing the stock market would not solve the problem, only postpone it and, by preventing transactions, might possibly prolong it and force even more bankruptcies. He proposed instead that the New York banks take over a good portion of brokers' loans from those trying to pull out of the market. By thus stepping into the breach, they would head off panic selling and a complete meltdown. "I am ready to provide all the reserve funds that may be needed," he reassured the bankers. Over the next few days, as the Fed did just that, New York City banks took over $1 billion in brokers' loan portfolios. It was an operation that did not receive the publicity of the Morgan Consortium, but there is little doubt that by acting quickly and without hesitation, Harrison prevented not only an even worse stock collapse, but most certainly forestalled a banking crisis. Though the crash of October 1929 was by one count the 11th panic to grip the stock market since the Black Friday of 1869, and was by almost any measure the most severe, it was the first to occur without a major bank or business failure. The market traded up for the last couple of days of October. It then fell back again, revisiting the lows of Black Tuesday on November 13th. By the last weeks of November, the Dow had settled at around 240, a 40% retreat over the 8 weeks since late September. The bubble that had begun in early 1928 had lasted little more than a year and a half. By all indications, the effect of the October crash had merely been to squeeze out all the froth and return the stock market closer to its fair value. In the weeks that followed the Great Crash, the dazed financial press struggled to make sense of what had happened. Despite the magnitude of the losses, $50 billion wiped off the value of stocks, equivalent to about 50% of GNP, and the ferocity of the decline, many papers were surprisingly sanguine, calling it the prosperity panic. The New York Evening World even argued that the panic had only occurred because underlying conditions had been so good that speculators had an excuse for going clean crazy, creating a bubble and thus setting the stage for it to burst. The New York Sun made the case that the crash would have a minimal impact on the economy, that Main Street could be decoupled from Wall Street. No Iowa farmer will tear up his mail order blank because Sears Roebuck stock slumped. No Manhattan housewife took the kettle off the stove because consolidated gas went down to 100. Nobody put his car up for the winter because General Motors sold 40 points below the year's high. Indeed, Businessweek, which had been one of the most vocal critics of the speculation on the way up, went one step further, insisting that the economy would be in even better shape now that the distracting bubble had burst. For 6 years, American business has been diverting a substantial part of its attention, its energies, and its resources on the speculative game. Now that irrelevant, alien, and hazardous adventure is over, business has come home again, back to its job, providentially unscathed, sound in wind and limb, financially stronger than ever before. The consensus, however, was that the crash would cause a transitory and mild business recession, particularly in luxury goods. B.A.C. Forbes, founder of Forbes magazine, thought that, just as the stock market profits stimulated the buying of all kinds of comforts and luxuries, so will the stock market losses inevitably have an opposite effect. The immediate impact on the United States, in fact, proved to be much greater than anyone expected. Industrial production fell 5% in October and another 5% in November. Unemployment, which during the summer of 1929 had hovered at around 1.5 million, 3% of the workforce, shot up to close to 3 million by the spring of 1930. The country had become so emotionally invested in the vagaries of Wall Street that the psychological impact of the collapse turned out to be profound, particularly in consumer demand for expensive goods, the automobiles, radios, refrigerators, and other new products that had been at the heart of the boom. Car registrations across the country plummeted by 25%, and radio sales in New York were said to have fallen by half. The editor of The Economist, Francis Hurst, who had fallen ill on a trip to the United States and was convalescing in Atlantic City at year's end, captured the mood. Rich people who have not sold their stocks feel much poorer. The first result, therefore, has been a heavy decline in luxury buying of all sorts, and also a large amount of selling of such things as motor cars and fur coats, which can now be bought secondhand at surprisingly low prices. The favored health resorts have suffered enormously. A very great number of servants, including butlers and chauffeurs, have been dismissed. Immediately after the crash, Hoover, who liked nothing better than emergencies, threw himself into action. He was one of the hardest-working presidents in the history of the office, at his desk by 8:30 a.m. and still there into the early hours of the next morning. Within a month, his administration had pushed through an expansion in public works construction and submitted a proposal to Congress to cut the income tax rate by a flat 1%. The federal government, however, was then tiny. Total expenditures amounted to $2.50 billion, only 2.5% of GDP, and the effect of the fiscal measures was to inject barely a few $100 million, less than 0.5% of GDP, into the economy. Hoover had, therefore, to content himself with playing the part of chief economic cheerleader. Unfortunately, it was a role for which he was poorly suited. Shy, insecure, and stiff, he was ill at ease with people and surrounded himself with yes-men. He was also constitutionally gloomy, according to William Allen White, a congenital pessimist who always saw the doleful side of any situation. Unable to inspire confidence or optimism, he resorted, according to The Nation magazine, to trying to conjure up the genie of prosperity by invocations that things were about to get better. On December 14, 1929, barely 6 weeks after the crash, he declared that the volume of shopping indicated that country was back to normal. On March 7, 1930, he predicted that the worst effects would be over during the next 60 days. 60 days later, he announced, "We have passed the worst." To some degree, he was caught in a dilemma that all political leaders face when they pronounce upon the economic situation. What they have to say about the economy affects its outcome, an analog to Heisenberg's principle. As a consequence, they have little choice but to restrict themselves to making fatuously positive statements which should never be taken seriously as forecasts. The task of trying to talk the economy up was complicated by the fact that it did not go down in a straight line. At several points along the way, it seemed to stabilize. After falling in the last few months of 1929, it found a footing in the early months of 1930. The stock market even rallied back above 290, a rebound of 20%. And the Harvard Economic Society, which was one of the few outfits to have predicted the recession, now argued that the worst had passed. Clutching at whatever straws he could find, Hoover seized upon these brief interludes of good news, not realizing they were head fakes. In June 1930, when a delegation from the National Catholic Welfare Council came to see him to request an expansion in public works programs, he announced, "Gentlemen, you have come 60 days too late. The Depression is over." That very month, the economy began another down leg. Eventually, when the facts refused to obey Hoover's forecasts, he started to make them up. He frequently claimed in press conferences that employment was on the rise when clearly it was not. The Census Bureau and the Labor Department, which were responsible for data on unemployment, found themselves under constant pressure to fudge their numbers. One expert quit in disgust over attempts by the administration to fix the figures. Finally, even the chief of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was forced into retirement when he publicly disagreed with the administration's official statements on unemployment. In contrast to Hoover, Treasury Secretary Mellon refused even to make a show of joining the cheerleading. His view was that speculators who had lost money deserved it and should pay for their reckless behavior. The U.S. economy was fundamentally sound and would rebound of its own accord. In the meantime, he argued that the best policy was to liquidate labor, liquidate stocks, liquidate the farmers, liquidate real estate. It will purge the rottenness out of the system. People will work harder, live a more moral life. Values will be adjusted, and enterprising people will pick up the wrecks from less competent people. One group who seemed to have taken Mellon's advice on liquidation to heart. In 1930, desperately in need of foreign exchange, the Soviet government secretly decided to put its most treasured artworks up for sale to its capitalist enemies. For Mellon, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to purchase a unique collection of art at throwaway prices, and he did not let it pass. Following a series of clandestine negotiations through art dealers in Berlin, London, and New York, Mellon arranged to purchase a total of 20 pieces. Each was a cloak and dagger operation. The money was wired to a dealer in Berlin, who placed it in a blocked account and paid out 10% to the Russians. Meanwhile, the pictures were surreptitiously removed from the Hermitage in St. Petersburg, the surrounding paintings repositioned to disguise the disappearance. They were then handed over at a secret rendezvous and shipped to Berlin for transport to the United States. In this way, during 1930 and into the early months of 1931, the Secretary of the Treasury spent almost $7 million of his money buying up half of the Hermitage's greatest paintings. Among the paintings he bought were the Madonna of the House of Alba by Raphael, the Venus with the Mirror by Titian, the Adoration of the Magi by Botticelli, and the Turk by Rembrandt, as well as several works by Van Eyck, Van Dyck, and Frans Hals. It was probably the greatest single art purchase of the century. Leaving mundane matters of economic policy to his deputy, Ogden Mills, Mellon became consumed by the whole transaction. On one occasion in September 1930, he was so engrossed in a discussion with one of his art dealers that he kept a group of bankers waiting for 2 hours. With the federal government unable and unwilling to act, or in Mellon's case, perhaps otherwise occupied, the task of managing the declining economy fell almost entirely on the federal. Between November 1929 and June 1930, the Fed eased monetary policy dramatically. It injected close to $500 million in cash into the banking system and cut rates from 6% to 2.5%, mostly the work of Harrison in New York. The board in Washington only grudgingly registered the full force of what had happened. Not only did Harrison have to deal with its constant delaying tactics, but he also faced outright resistance from the majority of his fellow governors of the regional reserve banks, 7 out of the 12 of them, from Boston, Philadelphia, Chicago, Kansas City, Minneapolis, Dallas, and San Francisco, opposed his attempts at a vigorous easing. Most governors feared that artificial attempts to stimulate the economy by injecting liquidity into the banking system would not jumpstart business activity, But just touch off another bout of speculation. Too much cheap credit had created the original bubble in the first place. Now that it had been pricked and stock prices were falling to more reasonable levels, why short-circuit the process, they asked, by making credit too cheap once again? As one argued, further easing would only result in a replay of the 1927 experiment, now quite generally admitted to have been disastrous. The recession was a direct consequence of the past overspeculation, during which money had been thrown down absurd and uneconomic avenues. The only way to return to a healthy economy was to allow it to suffer for a while, a form of penance for the excesses of the last few years. Because the notion of an active monetary policy to combat the business cycle was so novel and the knowledge of how the economy worked so primitive, debates among the various factions within the Fed became highly confused and at times even incomprehensible. In September 1930, Governor Norris, an otherwise highly competent and respected banker, found himself arguing at a Fed meeting that by easing interest rates, they had their policy backward. "We have been putting out credit in a period of depression when it was not wanted and could not be used, and will have to withdraw credit when it is wanted and can be used." He failed to recognize that the logic of his premise would have led him to the oddly perverse recommendation that the Fed should contract credit in a depression so that it might supply lots of it during a boom. Without a common vocabulary for expressing ideas, Fed officials resorted to analogies. One of the governors likened any attempt by the Fed to revive the economy to a band desperately trying to keep the music going at a marathon dance. On another occasion, he compared it to a physician's trying to bring a dead patient back to life through the use of artificial respiration or injections of adrenaline. In the early summer, the Fed stopped easing. It proved to be a mistake. For just as it went on hold, the economy embarked on a second down leg, industrial production falling by almost 10% between June and October. There is some debate about Harrison's reasons. Some argue that he thought he had done enough. Having staved off catastrophe by pumping a large amount of money into the system and cutting rates to an unprecedented low level, he believed that he had been as aggressive as he could. Others argue that he was operating with what might be called a faulty speedometer for gauging monetary policy. The usual indicators that he relied upon suggested that conditions were very easy. Short-term rates were truly low and banks flush with excess cash. The problem was that some of these measures were now giving off the wrong signals. For example, when banks overflowed with surplus cash, this was generally an index. In a more stable and settled economic environment, the Fed had pushed more than enough reserves into the system to restart it. In 1930, however, in the wake of the crash, banks had begun carrying larger cash balances as a precaution against further disasters, and excess bank reserves were more a symptom of how gun-shy banks had become and less how easy the Fed had been. September 1930, Roy Young resigned as chairman of the Federal Reserve Board to become the head of the Boston Fed, a position that not only paid 2.5 times as much, $30,000 as compared to $12,000, but also carried some executive authority. Finding replacements on the board had never been easy. In the middle of a growing depression, it was doubly hard. Luckily, Hoover had exactly the right candidate and promptly phoned his old friend, the noted banker and government financier Eugene Meyer, to offer him the job, saying, "I won't take no for an answer," and hung up without even waiting for a reply. He did not have to. He knew his man. Few people were more enthusiastic or better prepared to take on the task of running the Federal Reserve than Meyer, a complete contrast to the second-rate figures who had so far inhabited the board. A successful financier, he had accumulated a large fortune by the age of 35, had run not one but two government-backed financial institutions, and unlike most bankers, believed very strongly in activist government policy and a more expansionary Fed policy to reverse the slide in the economy and halt deflation. Meyer had been born in California, the son of Mark Meyer, a self-made man who had become a partner in the investment house of Lazard Frères. After graduating from Yale in 1895, he, too, went to work at Lazard's, but quit in 1901, embarking on his own as a Wall Street speculator. He cleaned up during the 1907 panic, and by 1916 had amassed a fortune of $40 to $50 million. He came to Washington in 1917 as a dollar-a-year man working for Woodrow Wilson, and had stayed on, becoming director of the War Finance Corporation. and then head of the Federal Farm Loan Board. A larger-than-life figure, he commuted between a grand house on Crescent Place off 16th Street, full of Cézannes and Monets and Ming vases, a 700-acre estate in Mount Kisco in New York, a 600-acre cattle farm in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and a plantation in Virginia. His wife, Agnes, a difficult, egocentric woman who put him through a rocky and unhappy marriage, ran the most fashionable salon in Washington, where poets, painters, and musicians might mingle with politicians and bankers. 45. Myers was not an uncontroversial nomination. Huey Long, the populist governor of Louisiana, declared he was nothing but an ordinary tin-pot bucket shop operator up in Wall Street, not even a legitimate banker. His confirmation hearings proved to be difficult. Senator Brookhart of Iowa came out against him, calling him a Judas Iscariot, one who has worked the Shylock game for the interests of big business. For all his wealth, he had had to struggle with anti-Semitism throughout his career. If there was anyone who seemed capable of reversing the paralysis of the Fed, it was Meyer. Yet, even he was soon overwhelmed. He found a board racked by petty intrigues and feuds. Adolph Miller was at war with Charles James. Some of the old guard, such as Hamlin, resented Meyer and thought that he was too closely identified with the president. The system of decision-making and authority within the Fed, complex as it had become even more Byzantine. During Strong's time, decisions about how much to inject into the banking system through open market purchases of government securities had been taken by the 5-member Open Market Investment Committee, OMIC, comprising the governors of the Federal Reserve Banks of Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Chicago, and Cleveland. Strong, therefore, had to persuade only 2 others to get a majority vote his way. In January 1930, policy decisions for open market operations were shifted to a new 12-man Open Market Policy Conference, OPMC, consisting of all the governors of the reserve banks. Each of these, of course, had to refer to his own 9-member board of directors. The old 5-member committee, OMIC, renamed the Executive Committee of the OPMC, retained responsibility for execution. Now 3 separate groups were jockeying for power. One body, the OPMC, could initiate policy but could not execute. Another, the board, had to approve policy decisions but could not initiate them. And a third, the executive committee of the OPMC, implemented decisions within certain discretionary limits. At each stage, policy could be vetoed or stymied. As a consequence, even though the 2 most prominent members of the Fed, Harrison and Meyer, both believed that it should be more aggressive, they were defeated by the system. The Great Crash was greeted in Europe with a combination of schadenfreude and relief. According to the New York Times, Black Thursday's panicky selling left London City in a comfortable position, saying, "I told you so." Contacted by the New York Evening Post that same day, Maynard Keynes commented that, "We in Great Britain can't help heaving a big sigh of relief at what seems like the removal of an incubus which has been lying heavily on the business life of the whole world outside America." The Wall Street collapse was, according to one French authority, like the bursting of an abscess. The hope was that all the European capital that had been sucked into Wall Street would return home, alleviating the pressure on European gold reserves and allowing such countries as Britain and Germany to ease credit and restart their economies. Much to his delight, Émile Moreau had not had to miss the fall hunting season in St. Leomer that year. By the last week of October 1929, he and Jalmerschacht were at the Black Forest Spa of Baden-Baden, attending an international bankers' conference to finalize the Young Plan and draw up the bylaws of the newly created Bank for International Settlements. Schacht learned of the events on Wall Street when he happened to notice the American delegation looking especially glum on the morning of October 29th, and could hardly contain his glee when he discovered the reason. To a visiting Swiss banker, he announced that he hoped that the coming chaos would finally put an end to reparations. But of all the central bankers in Europe, Montague Norman was the most relieved. The crash had arrived just in time to rescue sterling. Convinced that it had been the rise in British interest rates on September 26 that finally burst the bubble, he started claiming credit for the collapse. So relaxed was he about the events on Wall Street, that on the morning of October 29th, Black Tuesday, while the financial world was falling apart, he kept his usual appointment for a sitting with artist Augustus John, who had been commissioned by the Bank of England to paint his portrait. During the last week of October and the first weeks of November, George Harrison kept him in touch with developments on Wall Street by cable and transatlantic telephone, his voice drifting in and out under the usual atmospherics. On October 31st, Harrison called to announce cheerfully that the market had pretty much completed its fall. The bubble had been pricked without a single bank failure. For the first few months, things went according to plan. European stock markets dropped in sympathy with Wall Street, but not having gone up so much, they fell much less precipitously. While the US market slid almost 40%, Britain's went down 16%, Germany's 14%, and France's only 11%. Though the size of the British stock market was comparable as a percentage of GDP to that in the United States, the average British person preferred to bet on sports and left the stock market to the city bigwigs, while in France and Germany the size of the stock markets was tiny. Thus, the crash did not exert the same hold on the psychology of European consumers and investors, and the effect on their economies was correspondingly less traumatic. Moreover, as credit conditions eased in the United States, foreign lending revived. Money suddenly became more freely available. Central banks across Europe no longer having to defend their gold reserves against the pull of New York, were able to follow the Federal Reserve in cutting interest rates. By June 1930, with U.S. rates at their post-war low of 2.5%, the Bank of England was down to 3.5%, the Reichsbank to 4.5%, and the Banque de France to 2.5%. Just as the threat of having to fight off an attack on sterling receded, Norman found himself harassed from another, and completely unexpected, quarter. In November 1929, a few weeks after the crash, the new British Labour government responded to criticisms about the endemically poor performance of the British economy by appointing a select committee under an eminent judge, Lord Macmillan, to investigate the workings of the British banking system. Half of its 14 members were bankers, the remainder, an assortment of economists, journalists, industrialists, among them 3 of the staunchest critics of the gold standard: Maynard Keynes, Reginald McKenna, and Ernest Bevin of the Transport and General Workers Union, the country's most formidable trade union leader. In setting up this committee, the allegedly radical government had made it clear that the issue of whether Britain should remain on the gold standard should be kept off the table. Even Keynes, the unremitting critic of the mechanism and the strains it had imposed on the British economy, was ready to concede that it was a fait accompli and that departing from gold at this stage would be just too disruptive. Nevertheless, the Bank of England, and especially Norman, approached the committee with great suspicion. Within the city, it had always been said that the motto of the Bank of England was "Never explain, never apologize." That he and the bank were now to be subject to the spotlight of public scrutiny filled him with dread. The committee began its hearings on November 28th. Norman was to appear as one of the first witnesses on December 5th. As the date approached, his nervous ailments reappeared, and 2 days before he was due to testify, he predictably collapsed. His doctors recommended a short leave of absence, and Norman duly departed for the next 2 months on an extended cruise around the Mediterranean, ending up in Egypt. In place of Norman, the deputy governor, Sir Ernest Harvey, appeared. Even without its chief, the bank found its habits of secrecy just too ingrained to abandon lightly. Consider this exchange between Keynes and Harvey. Keynes, arising from Professor Gregory's questions, "Is it a practice of the Bank of England never to explain what its policy is?" Harvey, "Well, I think it has been our practice to leave our actions to explain our policy." Keynes, "Or the reasons for its policy?" Harvey, "It is a dangerous thing to start to give reasons." Keynes, "Or to defend itself against criticism?" As regards criticism, I am afraid, though the committee may not all agree, we do not admit there is need for defense. To defend ourselves is somewhat akin to a lady starting to defend her virtue. Norman finally returned in England in February 1930 and agreed to provide evidence to the Select Committee. He was not a good witness. Witty and articulate in private, he became sullen and defensive in public settings, replying to the questions, which in deference to his position were never aggressive, in curt sentences and sometimes even in monosyllables. Unaccustomed to having To articulate his thought processes or justify himself, he said things that he did not mean or could not possibly believe, insisting, at one point, that there was no connection between the bank's credit policies and the level of unemployment. He appeared to be callous and indifferent to the plight of the unemployed, reinforcing the stereotype of bankers among the socialists of the new government and the voting public who were getting their first glimpse of this man. Confronted with Keynes's coldly precise questions, Norman seemed to be dull and slow, retreating behind platitudes. Finally asked by the chairman what the reasons were for a particular policy decision, he initially said nothing but simply tapped the side of his nose 3 times. When pressed, he replied, "Reasons, Mr. Chairman? I don't have reasons. I have instincts." The chairman patiently tried to probe further. "We understand that, of course, Mr. Governor. Nevertheless, you must have had some reasons." "Well, if I had, I have forgotten them." Keynes would later describe Norman as looking like an artist, sitting with his cloak round him hunched up, saying, "I can't remember," thus evading all questions. Norman testified for only 2 days. The bank's senior staff realized that he was doing more harm than good, and the remainder of the testimony was passed back to the deputy governor. But the damage to Norman's standing had been done. In the aftermath, one banker confided to his colleagues that the governor grows more and more temperamental, freakish, and paradoxical. 18. Magneto Trouble. 1930–31. To what extremes won't you compel our hearts, you accursed lust for gold? Virgil, the Aeneid. In December 1930, Maynard Keynes published an article titled The Great Slump of 1930, in which he described the world as living in the shadow of one of the greatest economic catastrophes of modern history. During the previous year, industrial production had fallen 30% in the United States, 25% in Germany, and 20% in Britain. Over 5 million men were looking for work in the United States, another 4.5 million in Germany, and 2 million in Britain. Commodity prices across the world had collapsed, coffee, cotton, rubber, and wheat prices having fallen by more than 50% since the stock market crash. 3 of the largest primary producing countries, Brazil, Argentina, and Australia, had left the gold standard and let their currencies devalue. In the industrial world, wholesale prices had fallen by 15% and consumer prices by 7%. Despite all this bad news, at this stage Keynes was uncharacteristically sanguine. "We have involved ourselves in a colossal muddle, having blundered in the control of a delicate machine, the working of which we do not understand," he wrote. Comparing the economy to a stalled car, he declared it was a simple matter of some magneto trouble. A magneto was a device then commonly in use for creating an electric spark in the ignition system of automobiles, trouble that could be easily cured by resolute action by the central banks to start the machine again. There were in fact reasonable grounds for optimism. The downturn that had hit the United States in 1930 in the wake of the stock market crash had indeed been deep, but the U.S. economy had faced a similarly sharp decline in prices and production in 1921 and had bounced back. There had been as yet no major financial disaster or bankruptcy. Keynes did recognize that it was hard for any single central bank to act alone. To jumpstart the economy, a central bank had to have enough gold, the underlying raw material for credit creation under the gold standard. The international monetary system was now operating, however, in a very perverse way. Because of investor fear, capital in search of security was flowing into those countries with already large gold reserves, such as the United States and France, and out of countries with only modest reserves, such as Britain and Germany. As it had been during the 1920s, the United States was major haven for gold flows. Far more damaging than the effect of the protectionist Smoot-Hawley Act was the collapse in capital flows. After a brief revival early in 1930, U.S. foreign investment into Europe suddenly dried to a trickle. American bankers became risk-averse and cautious and, claiming that it was hard to find credit-worthy borrowers, pulled in their horns. With American capital bottled up at home and U.S. demand for European goods shrinking, a result of the weak U.S. economy and of higher import tariffs imposed in June 1930 by the Smoot-Hawley Act, Europe could only pay for its imports and service its debts in gold. During 1930, a total of $300 million in bullion was shipped across the Atlantic into the vaults of the Federal Reserve System. Even more disruptive to international stability, however, was the flow of gold into France, the one country in Europe that had somehow remained immune from the world economic storm. Émile Mouret's strategy of keeping the franc pegged at a low rate had meant that French goods remained attractively priced. As a result, the economy held up very well in 1929 and 1930, and capital, in search of safety, started flooding into France, a total of $500 million of gold during 1930. It was one of the startling ironies of that whole period that France, viewed by bankers in the years after the war as irresponsible and suspect, had now become the world's financial safe haven. By the end of 1930, the Banque de France, in addition to the $1 billion it held in sterling and dollar deposits, had accumulated a gold reserve mountain of over $2 billion, 3 times that of the Bank of England. French officials, who only a few years before had been quick to blame their woes on the work of international currency speculators, now began touting the superior wisdom of these self-same investors for the votes of confidence they had cast on French economic management. While everywhere else in the global economy consumers and businesses were cutting back and slashing their budgets, in France, money remained easily available and people continued to spend. French commentators were calling their country l'Île heureuse. In the summer of 1930, Paris was still full of tourists, and business at Au Printemps, the famed Parisian department store, was booming. The contrast with its neighbors could not have been greater. While in Germany 4.5 million men were on the dole and in Britain 2 million, in France only 190,000 men were collecting unemployment benefits. And while prices across the rest of the world were dropping like stones, in France they continued to rise. Quite without knowing what it was doing, France had backed into the position of the strongest economy in Europe. After a decade of suffering and inferiority complex created by the combination of the war, fear of Germany, and the franc's fall, it responded to its unexpected good fortune was tuned with an outburst of self-congratulation. According to the Prime Minister, André Tardieu, France, having successfully navigated the economic storm, was admired by the whole for its harmonious economic structure, the natural prudence of the French people, their ability to adapt, their modernity, and their courage. Tardieu, with his bejeweled pince-nez and his gold cigarette holder, his boulevarde taste in silk hats and fancy waistcoats, his fondness for raffish company, his involvement before the age of 35 in at least 2 financial scandals, embodiment of all that the British despised about French politicians. Glittering new embodiment of Gallic self-confidence, could now lecture the world about prudence and indulge in his nation's habit of attributing its successes to the innate and inestimable advantages of French civilization, profoundly irritated France's neighbors. British commentators, unable to understand why commodity prices kept falling, why, despite the massive cuts in interest rates, production in their own country kept dropping and unemployment rising, blamed the operation of the gold standard as the primary cause of world depression, especially the role played by the Federal Reserve and the Banque de France. By the end of the year, the United States and France, between them, held 60% of the world's gold, and neither was doing anything to recirculate it. The French came in especially for blame for starving the world of liquidity by short-circuiting the gold standard mechanism. Paul Einzig, author of the influential Lombard Street column for the Financial News, wrote that it was the French gold hoarding policy which brought about the slump in commodity prices, which in turn was the main cause of the economic depression, that it is the unwillingness of France to cooperate with other nations which has aggravated the depression into a violent crisis. Similarly, the prominent Swedish economist, Gustav Cassel, the primary exponent of the view that world deflation in commodity prices reflected insufficient circulation of gold, argued, the Banque de France has consistently and unnecessarily acquired enormous amounts of gold without troubling in the least about the consequences that such a procedure is bound to have on the rest of the world, and therefore on the world. Economic position. By the end of 1930, the Banque de France had begun to understand that this accumulation of gold was harming the rest of the world by starving it of reserves. It was especially damaging because of the idiosyncrasies of the French banking system. In most countries, banks work to make every dollar of gold support a multiple of that amount in currency and credit. The French banking system, however, was unusually inefficient in putting its bullion to use. As a result, the newly arrived $500 million of gold was translated into less than $250 million in circulating currency. French officials claimed that there was little they could do about this buildup, that the high demand for gold in France was a consequence of the rural character of the country or the innate thriftiness and risk aversion of its citizenry. In fact, it was clear that during 1930, the Banque under Émile Moreau had been very consciously and deliberately offsetting. The technical term was sterilizing, the natural tendency of an influx of gold to expand the currency, lest it lead to inflation. With prices around the world collapsing, this may sound strange, but it was a symptom of how badly scarred he and other French officials had been by the currency crises of 1924 and 1926. Unknown to most people, much of the gold that had supposedly flown into France was actually sitting in London. Bullion was so heavy, a 17-inch cube weighs about a ton, that instead of shipping crates of it across hundreds of miles from one country to another and paying high insurance costs, central banks had taken to earmarking the metal, that is, keeping it in the same vault but simply re-registering its ownership. Thus, the decline in Britain's gold reserves and their accumulation in France and the United States was accomplished by a group of men descending into the vaults of the Bank of England, loading some bars of bullion onto a low wooden truck with small rubber tires, trundling them 30 feet across the room to the other wall, and offloading them, though not before attaching some white name tags indicating that the gold now belonged to the Banque de France, or the Federal Reserve Bank. 47. That the world was being subject to a progressively tightening squeeze on credit just because there happened to be too much gold on one side of the vault and not enough on the other, provoked Lord d'Auvergne, Britain's ambassador to Germany after the war and now an elder statesman economist, to exclaim, "This depression is the stupidest and most gratuitous in history." As the French hoard kept piling up during the summer and fall of 1930, and with it tensions between Britain and France, the French went through the motions of proposing remedies. The return of French gold policy to the forefront of economic debate was too much for Norman. He happy to deal with the Americans, but having had his fingers burned by his experience with Moreau in 1927, he absolutely refused to have anything to do with French officialdom. He wisely left it up to the British Treasury to try to negotiate with their counterparts in the Ministry of Finance. These conversations led nowhere. Indeed, they brought out the worst in the characters of both countries. The British insisted upon patronizing lectures on the primitive nature and deficiencies of the French banking system, without any sense that they themselves would have found such advice from abroad intrusive and insulting. It soon became clear that France was motivated not so much by economic arguments, but by strategic calculations. French officials tried to use their financial muscle to extract political concessions, money to them not being its own reward. Even the French military high command became involved. General Riquin, a senior advisor to Minister of Defense André Maginot, wrote to General Vagon, chief of the General Staff, urging that France lean on England while the pound is at our mercy. We can make her understand that if she wants our help as a lender, other questions must first be settled. In September 1930, it was suddenly announced that Moreau was resigning. This had been rumored in Paris for months, but it still came as a great shock in British banking circles. Initially, the talk was that he was being forced out by British pressure and that his departure might foreshadow a change in French policy. Having presided over the recovery of the franc, he had just been decorated as Grand Officier de la Légion d'Honneur and decided himself that it would be a good time to go. He was simply following the age-old practice in France whereby senior civil servants, unusually poorly paid by international standards, moved to the private sector to build up a nest egg. He had accepted the position of vice president of the Banque de Paris et Pays-Bas, the most prominent of the private banques d'affaires, a distinctively French type of banking house that combines security underwriting with direct investments in industry. Indeed, he had already moved out of the official apartment assigned to him as governor, which despite its sumptuous trimmings, was lit by kerosene lamps, had especially antiquated heating, and smelled of a miser's snuggery, into a magnificent hotel particulier, a large townhouse on the Rue de Constantine opposite Les Invalides. He was succeeded by his deputy, Clement Moret, like Moreau, a graduate in law, who had then gone on to Sciences Po, and also onto the Ministry of Finance. Moret, however, was not part of the elite Inspectorate de Finances. Instead, the self-effacing Moret had spent 25 years clambering up the Ministry of Finance hierarchy. Plucked from obscurity by Poincaré, who described him as abnormally honest, Moret had become a director general within the ministry and in 1928 had been assigned to the Banque as deputy governor. He was of a different generation, at the age of 45 the youngest man to be appointed governor, and in contrast to Moreau, who had been blunt to the point of rudeness, Moret was courteous and thoughtful. But though there was a change in style at the Banque, there was to be no change in the substance of policy. Indeed, Moret thought of himself, even more than had Moreau, as a civil servant and the Banque de France as essentially an arm of the state. He did propose that if the goal was to redirect gold reserves from France to Britain, the British government should borrow directly in France. Of course, lacking any assurance that the pound would remain stable, such a loan would have to be denominated in francs. For Norman, who thought that it was contrary to the prestige of London even to appear to ask favors from the French, this would have been the ultimate humiliation. And so, as a combination of British pride and heavy-handedness locked horns with French selfishness and arrogance, the French gold mountain kept growing. Norman instead latched onto a grandiose plan that, it was claimed, would provide a blood transfusion to cure the depression. An international bank, a sort of forerunner of the World Bank, was to be set up and headquartered in a neutral country, Switzerland or the Netherlands, with capital of $250 million. It would be able to borrow another $750 million primarily in gold-rich France and America, which would be channeled to governments and businesses around the world in need of capital. Norman rolled it out at the February 1931 monthly meeting in Basel of the BIS, which had become a sort of club for central bankers. They would gather there on a Sunday night, have an informal and private dinner together, and spend the next day in meetings. Even before the wining and dining was over, for the monthly meetings at Basel would become a byword for good food, it was clear that the plan would go nowhere. Neither the French nor the Americans were willing to hand over large amounts of money to an internationally run organization likely to be dominated by Englishmen. The following month Norman sailed for the United States, which he had not visited since the summer of 1929. It was obvious that in the intervening 2 years the American press had greatly missed him. From the very start, following the suddenly announced mission of what the New York Times called England's elusive master banker and man of mystery, vaguely hinting that some great initiative to solve the world depression was in the offing, they would not leave Norman alone. From his departure aboard the Berengaria on March 21st, he was followed everywhere on his secret mission and his movements. His meetings at the New York Fed, attended by even the Secretary of State, Henry Stimson, his trip to Washington, his visit to the White House, lunch with Secretary of the Treasury Mellon, were all examined in minute detail. He put on a wonderful performance, hamming it up for the crowd of reporters that pursued him. Looking more like an orchestra leader than a banker of such eminence, he wished them better luck next time, when they tried to extract the purpose of his visit. When they begged him for some tidbit of insight into the world financial situation, he teased them by gravely announcing that he thought the recent departure of King Alfonso of Spain into exile would have no effect on international finance. But for all the frenetic schedule of meetings, even his most devoted followers among the press had the suspicion that there was much less there than met the eye. Even before Norman had arrived in the United States, J.P. Morgan and Co. Norman tried to convince his American hosts of the very gloomy situation of Europe. The only hope for Britain now was a savage reduction in wages. In Eastern and Central Europe, the position was even more desperate. Russia was the very greatest of dangers, he told Stimson. Germany and Eastern Europe were not receiving enough help from the capitalist system to stand the expense of remaining capitalist. And all the time while they wobbled and wavered, Russia was beckoning to them to come over to her system. The specter of communism, which would persuade a later generation of Americans to pour vast amounts of money into Europe, did not have the same potency in 1931. The United States was in a depression of its own, had over the previous 17 years already committed some $15 billion to Europe, including war loans, and was eager to avoid any further entanglements across the Atlantic. Norman returned empty-handed. In May, when Thomas Lamont was passing through London, Norman complained to him that the U.S. was blind and taking no steps to save the world and the gold standard. It was becoming apparent to most commentators that the continued flow of gold into France would eventually create a breakdown in the mechanism of international payments. As usual, Keynes put it the most graphically: almost throughout the world, gold has been withdrawn from circulation. It no longer passes from hand to hand, and the touch of the metal has been taken from men's greedy palms. The little household gods, who dwelt in purses and stockings and tin boxes, have been swallowed by a single golden image in each country, which lives underground and is not seen. Gold is out of sight, gone back into the soil. But when the gods are no longer seen in a yellow panoply walking the earth, we begin to rationalize them, and it is not long before there is nothing left. The bullion reserves that backed the credit systems of the world, buried as they were in underground vaults, or in the case of the Banque de France, underwater, because its vaults lay below a subterranean aquifer, were invisible to the public eye. They had acquired an almost metaphysical existence. Keynes thought that perhaps gold, its usefulness now outlived, might become less important. He compared the situation to the transition in government from absolute to constitutional monarchy. He would eventually be proved right, but not before a wrenching upheaval. In early 1931, a similar insidious process of paralysis also began to affect the U.S. banking system. It originated in the most unlikely of places, the Bronx, one of the outer boroughs of New York City, with the strangely named Bank of United States, BUS, which despite its official-sounding title bore no relationship to the U.S. government but traced its very modest roots to the garment industry on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. On the morning of December 10, 1930, a small merchant from the Morrisania section of the Bronx went to his local branch of the Bank of United States on the corner of Freeman Street and Southern Boulevard and asked that the bank buy back his modest holdings of its stock. This was not as strange a request as it sounds. In the middle of 1929, the bank had set out to support the value of its shares by selling them to its own depositors. As an inducement, investors were given informal assurances that they could sell the stock back to the bank at the original purchase price, around $200 a share. If this sounds too good to be true, it was. But in the middle of 1929, people were willing to believe anything. By the fall of 1930, after the collapse on Wall Street and amid mounting concerns about the economic situation of New York, shares were trading at around $40. Officials at the Bronx branch tried to convince the exigent depositor that he should hold on to his stock, that even at current prices it remained an excellent investment. No doubt irritated at this obvious attempt to renege on a clear promise, he stormed out and began reporting that the bank was in trouble. By the afternoon, a small horde of depositors had begun lining up outside the branch's tiny neoclassical limestone building to withdraw their savings before closing time. Until now, despite the depression, there had been no bank runs in New York, and soon a crowd of 20,000 curious bystanders had gathered to watch. As the anxious depositors became restless, a squad of mounted police had to be sent in to control them, and several customers were arrested. And when the mob became frantic, the police charged the crowd with their horses. The Bank of United States had 57 branches across the 4 larger boroughs of New York, and over 400,000 individual depositors, more than any other bank in the country. Rumors of the trouble quickly swept the city, and similar scenes were enacted that afternoon at many other branches, with armored trucks being called in to deliver extra cash. The bank had been founded in 1913 by Joseph S. Marcus, a Russian Jewish immigrant who had come to the United States in 1879, and having begun as a garment worker on Canal Street, had made good as a manufacturer of clothing and then as a local banker. The first branch of his bank, located on the corner of Orchard and Delancey Street, catered to the neighborhood's mostly Jewish garment workers and merchants. As a result of Marcus's reputation among the Lower East Side traders for honesty and fair dealing, the bank had done well, although it was undoubtedly helped by the name, which gave many of its Yiddish-speaking clients the impression that it was somehow backed by the full faith and credit of the national government. By the time the older Marcus died in 1927, the bank had grown into an institution with $100 million in assets, a head office at 320 Fifth Avenue, and 7 branches across the city. But its officers and its clientele remained predominantly Jewish, and it was snidely nicknamed the Pants Pressers Bank. When Joseph Marcus died, the bank was taken over by his son Bernard Marcus, a brilliant but flamboyant businessman with a taste for conspicuous consumption far removed from his father's modest ways. When, for instance, Bernard went to Europe, he traveled with 30 pieces of luggage and always insisted on occupying the grandest suite on board ship. Over the next 2 years, he expanded his base through a series of mergers so that by 1929 it had grown to $250 million in assets. Marcus resorted to a series of practices considered shady, even by the lax standards of the time. The bank lent some $16 million, a third of its capital, to officers of the company and their relatives to allow them to buy its stock. To finance its headlong growth, the bank more than doubled in size in 2 years. Marcus issued large slabs of equity, which he committed to buy back at the original price of $200. When the price began to fall in the spring and summer of 1929, many investors held Marcus to his guarantees. In order to take up all the stock coming on the market, he created a series of affiliate companies, in today's parlance, off-balance sheet special-purpose vehicles, that repurchased the equity with money borrowed from the bank itself. Marcus was in effect using depositors' money to support the shares of his bank. In its lending policy, the bank made a big bet on the value of New York City real estate. Half its loan portfolio, double that of comparable firms, went into real estate finance, though again the true exposure was hidden by channeling money through affiliate companies. When the crash hit, the bank was committed to 2 big projects on Central Park West, $5 million for the Beresford, a 20-story building at 82nd Street with over 170 apartments, and another $4 million for the San Remo on 74th with 120. Though it was rumored that Marcus himself owned these 2 developments, his interest in them was disguised through dummy corporations, and every single penny for their construction came from the bank. Thus, by the middle of 1930, while the official books gave the impression of a bank that had $250 million in deposits, $300 million in good quality assets, and $50 million in equity, the operational reality behind these numbers was quite different. The true value of assets was worth no more than $220 million. All its equity had been wiped out, and the bank was $30 million in the hole. In the fall of 1930, as rumors that the bus might be in trouble circulated through the higher financial circles of New York, the Fed tried to engineer a merger with some of the other Jewish majority-owned banks in the city, the Manufacturers Trust, the Public National Bank, and the International Trust Company. The deal would have required the resignations of Marcus and his cronies who had presided over its mismanagement. But suspicion of Marcus within the financial community was so great that no one could bring themselves to trust the accounts, and the deal fell through at the last minute. On the evening after the run began on December 10th, all of the familiar Wall Street barons, George Harrison of the New York Fed, Thomas Lamont of J.P. Morgan, Albert Wiggin of Chase, Charles Mitchell of National City, and another half-dozen of the city's top bankers, gathered on the 12th floor of the New York Fed to try to put together a rescue package. By 8:30 that evening, they were close to striking a deal, and Harrison had even begun preparing his press statement. To save the bank, they would collectively have to be willing to pump in $30 million. At the last moment, however, several key bankers balked. These men had all been reared on Walter Bagehot's 19th-century classic Lombard Street, which described how the Bank of England, then the financial center of the world, handled financial crises and panics. Bagehot argued that during normal times a central bank should follow the gold standard rulebook, allowing credit to expand and contract in line with bullion reserves. But in a financial crisis, it should throw away the rulebook and lend freely, boldly, and so that the public may feel you mean to go on. As he put it, a panic is a species of neuralgia, and according to the rules of science, you must not starve it. In other words, a central bank had to be willing to inject as much money as was necessary to satisfy the public demand for cash and safe assets. But Bagehot did inject one caveat. Though he argued that in a panic the central bank should lend without hesitation or question, it should do so only to banks facing a temporary squeeze on liquidity and never to those actually insolvent. The problem this time was that the bus was not just temporarily short of funds, it was insolvent and could not hope to cover its obligations. There was another element involved in the decision not to bail out the Bank of United States, though it was unspoken. Marcus was a Jew and, moreover, a Jew of the wrong sort. There had always been a divide between the WASP houses and the Jewish houses on Wall Street. But firms such as Kuhn Loeb, Lehman Brothers, and J.W. Seligman represented our crowd, the German Jewish elite, and for all the anti-Semitic bigotries of old dinosaurs like Jack Morgan. These firms were held in very high regard and viewed as reputable and very prestigious institutions. But the Wall Street patricians gathering on the evening of December 10th would have found it hard to hide their distaste for bailing out a Jew like Marcus, an ex-garment manufacturer from the Lower East Side who was running a bank that, according to Thomas Lamont's son, Tommy, was patronized largely by foreigners and Jews. Russell Leffingwell, the Morgan partner, described it as a bank with a large clientele among our Jewish population of small merchants and persons of small means and small education, from whom all the management were drawn. When Joseph Broderick, the New York State Superintendent of Banks, learned of the decision, he insisted on coming to address the meeting. After being pointedly kept waiting until 1 a.m., he was finally admitted. He would testify later that, "I told them that the Bank of United States occupied a rather unique position in New York City, that in point of people served it was probably the largest bank in the city, and that its closing might affect a large number of smaller banks, and that I was afraid that it would be the spark that would ignite the whole city." Broderick reminded the grandees that only 2 or 3 weeks before, they had rescued 2 of the largest private bankers in the city. One of them was Kidder Peabody, an investment bank run by Boston Brahmins, founded in 1865, which as a result of the crash and of subsequent withdrawals of deposits by, among others, the government of Italy, had to be bailed out in 1930 with $15 million from J.P. Morgan and Chase. Though the meeting continued into the early hours of the morning, he was unable to persuade the few recalcitrants to change their mind. The Fed, believing that it could throw a ring fence around the bus and prevent its troubles from spreading, decided to close the bank's doors the next morning. "I warned them that they were making the most colossal mistake in the banking history of New York," Broderick would later testify at a trial. Marcus and one of his lieutenants were tried, convicted, and sentenced to 3 years imprisonment. Broderick was separately indicted for alleged negligence in not closing the bank earlier. The case ended in a mistrial. After a second trial, he was acquitted. Dramatic as it was, the failure of the Bank of United States was in fact not that unusual. The United States had historically always suffered from an unstable banking system, the consequence of having no central bank compounded by an astoundingly fragmented banking structure. The creation of the Fed in 1913 had more or less solved the first problem, but did nothing to change the organization of banking in the country. During the 1920s, the United States was still populated with some 25,000 banks, many of them so tiny, undiversified, and dependent on the economic conditions of their localities that every year roughly 500 went under. In the first 9 months of 1930, as a result of the deepening hard times, 700 had closed their doors. That October, 2 months before the bus crisis, the terrible drought across the Midwest and South led to the collapse of the Tennessee investment bank, Caldwell and Company, which controlled the largest chain of banks in the South, leaving a string of failures in its wake, 120 in all across Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, and North Carolina. After closing the bus, the Fed did successfully manage to avoid a chain reaction among local banks. December 1930 and January 1931 saw a brief spike in bank runs in New York and Pennsylvania, but the sense of panic quickly died down. However, the failure of the bus did mark a profound change in public sentiment toward banks. Shaken by such a high-profile failure, depositors started becoming more cautious about where they placed their money. Unable to tell whether a bank was sound or not, they began pulling their cash indiscriminately out of all banks, good and bad. At first, it was a mere ripple. In the months after the twin failures, a total of $450 million left the banking system, less than 1% of total deposits. Because of the way banking works, however, such withdrawals had a negative multiplier effect. In an effort to maintain a prudent balance between their own liquidity and their loan portfolios, banks had to call in $3 or $4 of loans for each dollar in cash withdrawn. Moreover, as their loans were called, borrowers in turn withdrew their deposits from other banks. The effect was to spread the scramble for liquidity right across the system. In this climate, all banks felt the need to protect themselves by building up cash reserves and thus called in even more loans. By the middle of 1931, bank credit had shrunk by almost $5 billion, equivalent to 10% of outstanding loans and investments. After a lull during the spring, in May 1931, the bank runs resumed. A real estate bubble in the Chicago suburbs collapsed, and 30 Chicago banks with $60 million in deposits were swept away. Over the summer, the virus spread to Toledo. Every large bank but one was shut down, the remaining one being saved only when, at the last minute, trucks from the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland drew up at its doors laden with $11 million in crisp new currency notes. 70% of the city's deposits were frozen, retail business came to a standstill, and even the Inverness Golf Club, scene of the most recent U.S. Open, was closed. Within the Fed, officials were fully aware of the strains on the financial system, the hoarding of currency, the growing problem of bank failures, the reluctance of banks to lend, prices falling at a rate of 20% per annum. Somehow they were unable to put all these pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together. At the Federal Reserve Board, Meyer pressed for a more aggressive policy, and even Adolph Miller, who with his natural contrarian streak seemed to end up so often in the minority, joined him. But the board was legally powerless to initiate action. Meanwhile, the governors of the various Federal Reserve banks, who could have taken the initiative, refused to act. A large number of the banks in trouble, particularly the small ones, were not members of the Federal Reserve System. Only half of the 25,000 banks in the country had joined the system, although they accounted for about 3/4 of all deposits. The regional bank governors did not feel any responsibility for these non-member banks, despite their impact on the nation's overall supply of credit. The real issue for the governors was that many of the banks closing their doors, by one estimate close to half, had sustained such large losses on their loans that they were, like the bus, insolvent. Determined to follow Bagehot's rule of only lending to sound institutions and believing that propping up failing banks would be throwing good money after bad, the regional governors made it a principle to let them go under. They failed to recognize that by doing so they were undermining public confidence in banks as a repository of savings and were causing the U.S. credit system to freeze up. Strangely enough, in the first quarter of 1931, as the world banking system was having to cope on one side with the hoarding of currency by a frightened American public and on the other by the piling up of gold bullion at the Fed and the Banque de France, the economy went through one of its little rebounds, both in the United States and across Europe. If the banking system can be compared, as it often is, to the plumbing of the world's economy, then the double drain of cash was like two invisible leaks. Their effects were not immediate and would only become apparent gradually. It was during the spring of 1931, after Norman had returned from the United States, that he wrote his infamous letter to Moret, foreseeing the wreck of the capitalist system throughout the civilized world within a year and asking that his prediction be filed for future reference. He could sense that the world's credit supply was beginning to dry up, but he and his fellow central bankers had been unable to agree among themselves on what to do. Norman found himself increasingly without influence and powerless to act. The letter, a poor substitute for action, was undoubtedly shrugged off within the Banque de France as only old Montague Norman going on about the end of Western civilization for the umpteenth time. 1931. Money has no motherland. Financiers are without patriotism and without decency. Their sole object is gain. Napoleon Bonaparte. In the spring of 1931, the one major country most weighed down by a sense of collective despair and individual hopelessness was Germany. The official figures indicated that 4.7 million people, close to 25% of the workforce, double that in the United States, were without jobs. And this did not include another 2 million forced into part-time work. Pawnshops multiplied, as did astrologers, numerologists, and other charlatans. Even before Hoovervilles had become common in cities across America, shantytowns of tents and packing cases had sprung up in the parks and forests around Berlin. These camps, displaying the German gift for organization, soon had their own mayors, town councils, and community kitchens where women cooked turnips. But then Germany, burdened by the twin problems of foreign debt and reparations, had been in a constant state of feverish turmoil ever since the middle of 1929. No sooner had the Young Plan been signed in Paris in July of that year than the campaign to repudiate it had gone into high gear. A national committee led by Dr. Alfred Hugenberg, chairman of the right-wing German Nationalist Party, third largest in the Reichstag, where it held 73 seats out of a total of 491, was formed to organize a referendum on the plan. Known as the German Randolph Hearst, Hugenberg, a former chairman of the famed arms manufacturer Krupps, had branched out into the news business after the war and now controlled some of the country's largest papers, including Der Tag, the biggest movie production company, and the largest independent telegraph agency. Norman and Schacht, 1935. Among those whom Hugenberg enlisted was Adolf Hitler, then still regarded as something of a joke, a minor figure from a fringe far-right group with an embarrassing past as the leader of the 1923 beer cellar putsch. In the previous year's national elections, the Nazis had won a bare 2.6% of the vote and only 12 seats in the Reichstag. They did, however, add their own distinctive brand of venom to the referendum campaign, arguing that the Young Plan would submit Germany to 3 generations of forced labor. They branded it a Jewish machination and a product of the Jewish spirit. The referendum, which would have required the government to renegotiate the repeal of the hated war guilt clause, suspend all payments on reparations, and to make it a crime for any official to enter into any further agreement thereon, received 4,135,000 votes, a sign of the growing popular disenchantment with the policy of fulfillment. No one provided a better weather vane for the shifting political winds than Hjalmar Schacht. The Young Plan negotiations left him disappointed and bitter. In the late 1920s, he and his old protector Gustav Stresemann had allowed Germany to borrow vast amounts of money from U.S. banks in the hope of forcing American involvement in the reparations question. Their strategy of binding the German Republic to American money had, however, not paid off. In Schacht's view, the American bankers had failed to deliver. He and Stresemann had clearly exaggerated the power and influence of Wall Street to impose a resolution of the reparations issue. In October 1929, 3 weeks before the Wall Street crash, Stresemann died suddenly of a stroke at only 51, a victim of stress and overwork. After the grim letdown of the Young Plan negotiations and Stresemann's death, Schacht lost any remaining faith in the American solution. He was now in a quandary. Disillusioned with the Americans, he was more willing to explore alternatives, including the unilateral repudiation being advanced by the nationalist right. But it was hard for him to jettison the Young Plan at this stage. After all, the document bore his signature, without looking like a shameless opportunist. In November, during negotiations at The Hague, the German government agreed to modest adjustments to the Young Plan terms. In return, the Allies agreed to advance the date for withdrawing their remaining troops from the Rhineland, and reached a settlement on the status of German citizens in lands previously part of East Prussia but ceded to Poland at Versailles. The effect of all these modifications was to add some 4 to 5% to the Young Plan payments, amounting to about $25 million a year. The economic significance was trivial. Nevertheless, it provided Schacht with just the excuse he needed to break with the government. Moreover, as the German unemployment rolls kept rising, the cost of unemployment benefits mounted with them and the budget deficit kept increasing. The government, a grand coalition of all democratic parties, led by the socialist Hermann Meiler, proposed to finance itself by more borrowing abroad. For Schacht, who had been on a campaign against excessive foreign debt since 1927, This was one more sign that a coalition that included the socialists was incapable of governing Germany. Having failed to control either its spending or borrowing abroad during the good times, it was now repeating the mistake as times turned bad. He feared that Germany was heading for national bankruptcy. On December 5th, he dropped his bombshell on Berlin. Without warning, he issued a public statement in which he accused the government in inflammatory language of twisting the Young Plan and failing to take the necessary steps to control its own finances, declaring that it would be self-deception for the German people to believe that the nation could pay a pfennig more than it had agreed to in Paris. He publicly repudiated the plan's latest revisions. A few weeks later, he sabotaged the government's attempt to raise a loan in New York through the American investment house of Dillon Read. Such an open declaration of war on the government by the head of the central bank in the middle of an economic crisis threatened to plunge the country into chaos. The government was barely able to survive financially, and then only by tapping the loan from the munificent Ivar Kreuger. The following weeks were a time of terrible stress for Schacht. While the ultimate severity of the coming depression could not yet be foreseen, he could tell that after the Wall Street crash, Germany was headed for a catastrophe and wished to avoid being buried by the coming disaster. And yet, if he resigned now, he would be giving up the most powerful economic position in Germany and stalking off into the political wilderness with no apparent way back. Having already alienated the right wing by signing the Young Plan, he was now falling out with the left and center by challenging the coalition's financial policy. The tension of having to juggle all these competing considerations, some opportunistic, others heartfelt, began to tell. He seemed at times to be close to a breakdown. One foreign banker, meeting him in January 1930, described his paranoia as he ranted about how he was about to be crucified by a gang of corrupt politicians. His old friend Parker Gilbert, increasingly baffled at such erratic behavior, could only say that he thought Schacht had gone crazy. The final and dramatic denouement occurred at an intergovernmental conference on the Young Plan that opened at The Hague in early January. Shaken by the demagoguery of the German nationalist right and by Schacht's repudiation of the plan, the French revived the issue of what to do should Germany cease payment by introducing a new clause that in the event that Germany was held by the International Court at The Hague to have willfully defaulted on its obligations, the creditor powers would recover full liberty of action, as envisaged by the Treaty of Versailles, a proposal that evoked memories of the occupation of the Ruhr in 1923, of French soldiers marching back into Germany. Schacht had promised the government that though he had broken with it, he would do nothing to embarrass Germany in an international forum. Once more his impulsiveness got the better of him. The new sanctions clause was a slap in Germany's face, representing a radical change in the spirit of the Young Plan. Though the Reichsbank was powerless to prevent the revised plan from going into effect, in order to register his protest on the highest moral grounds, Schacht announced that it would refuse to subscribe a pfennig to the new bank for international settlements, declaring melodramatically that he would stick to his position until he died. The German delegation, led by the new foreign minister Julius Kirchhoff, was furious. At a stormy closed-door meeting, Schacht was accused of fomenting mutiny before the enemy, of grandstanding on an issue of no material importance, of using the issue as a political gambit aimed at rebuilding his credibility with the right. A rumor was circulating in Berlin that Schacht was contemplating a run for the presidency when von Hindenburg, who was pushing 85, retired in early 1932. It was, said the Times of London, an example of the sort of flamboyant political moves which are expected of him. The left-leaning Die Welt accused him of being the head not only of a state within the state, but of a state above the state. The next day, however, he found himself outmaneuvered when the German delegation kept its nerve and proposed that if the Reichsbank refused to sign, the government would find a consortium of other German banks to subscribe the capital. Schacht's tendency to overplay his hand now undid him. He negotiated a face-saving formula under which the government would pass a law requiring the Reichsbank to subscribe, thus allowing him to declare that while he still thought the Young Plan an immoral agreement, he was obliged as a good citizen to obey the German law or else emigrate. Nevertheless, his histrionics at The Hague had put him in an untenable position. Back in Berlin, on March 7th, he announced his resignation. "I will now become a country squire and raise pigs," he declared at a turbulent press conference where he lost his temper more than once at the journalists who questioned his motives for resigning a little too closely. One correspondent asked bewilderedly, "Dr. Schacht, is there any particular point to your resignation?" "My act has nothing to do with politics," replied an agitated Schacht. "It is merely the moral act of a self-respecting man." The Vossische Zeitung, the German national paper of record, equivalent to the Times or Le Monde, expressed the general sense of puzzlement in Berlin when it asked, "What is the actual reason for his resignation?" Nobody knows. Nevertheless, alert as ever to his own self-interest, Schacht did negotiate an attractive severance arrangement, waiving his annual pension for a lump sum of $250,000. Schacht left office believing that the socialist-dominated coalition would lead Germany to financial disaster, precipitated by what he judged to be an inescapable foreign debt crisis. At this stage, he still viewed Germany's problems through the prism of the 1920s. For him, the central issue was that the country had profligately saddled itself with far too much foreign debt. The solution, he thought, was to curb government expenditure and avoid borrowing abroad. His recommendations were still very orthodox, designed to prevent an exchange crisis rather than to address the growing problem of unemployment. 3 weeks later, the government with which he had broken split over the unemployment question and fell, the socialists wanting to finance an expansion in unemployment benefits by more foreign borrowing, the center parties to cut the budget deficit. A new center-right coalition, excluding the socialists, took office and was led by a new chancellor, Heinrich Brüning, a dour Catholic, former army officer, and staunch monarchist. Unable to get anything through a divided parliament, Brüning was forced to rule by decree, moving Germany in a more authoritarian direction by his reliance on the constitution's provisions for emergency powers. Defeated in the Reichstag, he had von Hindenburg dissolve it and hold new elections in September 1930, 2 years early. The results came as an ugly shock. In a campaign dominated by the deteriorating economy, Hitler appealed across class lines, promising to reunite the nation, rebuild its prosperity, restore its position in the world, and purge the country of profiteers. He put a lid on some of his more extreme anti-Jewish rhetoric. Speaking at giant open-air rallies, many in sports, stadiums lit by arrays of blazing torches, he mesmerized the tens of thousands who attended these events with his oratory. Meanwhile, in the streets, his jack-booted paramilitary thugs, armed with truncheons and knuckle-dusters, clashed violently with communists and socialists. The Nazis won 6.4 million votes and vaulted into second place in the Reichstag with 107 seats. The election panicked the financial markets. An estimated $380 million, about half of Germany's reserves, bolted. To halt the flight, the Reichsbank was forced to raise its rates, so that while in New York and Paris these stood at 2%, and in London at 3%, in Germany they went up to 5%. With prices falling at a rate of 7% per year, it meant that the effective cost of money had risen to 12%, gravely exacerbating the economic weakness. As the economy lost ground, unemployment climbed, and the budget deficit widened. Brüning focused on balancing the budget. Unemployment benefits were restricted. Salaries of all high federal and state officials, including the president's, were slashed by 20%. Wages of lower-level officials were cut 6%. Income taxes were raised, taxes on beer and tobacco increased, and new levies imposed on warehouses and mineral water. All of these measures made the depression worse. Germany was unusual in the degree of deflation that the government imposed on the economy. In the United States, the Hoover administration had cut taxes and allowed the budget to go from a surplus of $1 billion in 1929 to a deficit of $2 billion in 1931, 4% of GDP. Britain ran a deficit of $600 million in 1931, 2.5% of GDP. By contrast, in Germany, even though revenues fell as activity faltered, expenditures were cut even more, and the deficit was actually reduced from an already modest $200 million to $100 million, less than 1% of GDP. Brüning, who was now being called the Hunger Chancellor, would later claim that his austerity measures had been designed to prove to foreigners that Germany could no longer pay reparations a reprise of the old perverse hair shirt policy attempted in the early 1920s to inflict so much damage on Germany's economy that her creditors would be forced to reduce their demands. Historians have debated whether the government had any alternative. Borrowing abroad was not an option. By the middle of 1930, foreign lending throughout the world had collapsed. Moreover, Germany had borrowed so much during the boom years, living by the standards of the time so high on the hog, that when bad times finally arrived and it really needed the money, it had exhausted its credit lines and loans were no longer available. The problem was made much worse by one of the unintended consequences of the Young Plan. Under the Dawes Plan before it, private commercial lenders had priority over reparations at a time of crisis. In effect, Germany's public creditors, principally the governments of France, Belgium, and Britain, had to stand last in line. The Young Plan's elimination of this transfer protection, which incidentally Schacht had tried to resist, put an end to the guarantee. In the event of a payments crisis, private lenders did not automatically move to the front of the line but had to wait their turn with the big governments. Not surprisingly, private foreign lending to Germany collapsed. No longer able to borrow abroad, Germany could only have avoided the Brüning austerity package if the government had borrowed from the Reichsbank, in other words, financed its budget deficit by printing money. But memories of the hyperinflation of the early 1920s were too fresh. Moreover, the Dawes and Young plans severely limited the Reichsbank's ability to buy government debt. The only way Germany could have followed such a policy was to cut loose from gold, and almost no one was ready for so drastic a move. Out of office, Schacht was careful not to criticize Brüning's domestic policies, perhaps in the hope that he might return to power as part of a conservative nationalist government. At the time, he did not realize how lucky he was. The new government adopted many of the austerity policies that he himself was advocating, with catastrophic results. But he was able to watch from the sidelines while the German economy fell apart, remaining free from any blame. He could not, however, keep silent about reparations. The idea that the way to escape them was to inflict a terrible recession on Germany was to him completely absurd. Though he spent the first few months of his retirement at his estate at Gulen, he quickly became frustrated at his confinement. In the summer of 1930, he embarked on a worldwide speaking tour, beginning in Bucharest and thence to Bern, Copenhagen, and Stockholm. In September, he departed for 2 months to the United States. He made something of a splash in America. With his pince-nez and his distinctive hair en brosse, the Iron Man of Germany, as Time magazine labeled him, was immediately identifiable. He was certainly more familiar to the average reader of the London Times or the New York Times than any of the last few German chancellors. He traveled to over 20 cities, giving almost 50 talks to audiences of college students and professors, bankers, and business associations, at private clubs, and in public meetings. Mostly he spoke about reparations, seeking to make his audiences understand German bitterness over the issue. You must not think that if you treat people for 10 years as the German people have been treated, they will continue to smile. Germany, with its GDP of $16 billion, exports of $3 billion, and an overhang of private foreign debt now amounting to $6 billion, simply could not afford to pay $500 million a year to France and Britain. In Cincinnati, he declared, "Reparations are the real cause of the worldwide economic depression." Everywhere he went, he was asked about the recent elections and Hitler. "If the German people are going to starve, there are going to be many more Hitlers," he would reply. Back in Europe, when a Swedish journalist asked him, "What would you do if you were to become chancellor tomorrow?" Schacht replied with no hesitation, "I would stop making payments of reparations that very day." In January 1931, he took his first tragic steps down the Faustian path. In December 1930, he had been introduced to Hermann Göring. Until then, despite his dealings with the nationalist leader Hugenberg, he had had very little contact with the Nazis, whom he would later claim to have dismissed as a fringe group of rabble-mongers. Nevertheless, Schacht's wife was well known to hero-worship Hitler and was a devoted supporter of the party. In her diary, Bella Frum, the diplomatic columnist of the Vossische Zeitung, recounts how she encountered the Schachts in February 1930 at the silver wedding reception of a prominent Berlin banker. Frau Schacht wore an expensive swastika of rubies and diamonds on her ample bosom, and from recorded the rumor that Schacht himself was not above using the swastika as his insignia whenever he thinks it will suit his purpose. That night he even told her, "Why not give the National Socialists a break? They seem pretty smart to me." The conversation during his evening with Göring focused on the economic situation, the rise in unemployment figures, the timidity of German foreign policy, and Schacht took to this pleasant, urbane man. On January 5th, Göring invited Schacht, along with Fritz Thyssen, chairman of the giant United Steelworks, to meet Hitler at his modest apartment in a middle-class neighborhood of Berlin. Göring did not yet have access to the government money that would allow him to become the corrupt voluptuary of later years. The Nazi leader arrived after dinner dressed in the yellow and brown uniform of his paramilitary forces. Joseph Goebbels also showed up. Schacht admitted to being impressed. Hitler was surprisingly modest and unpretentious, especially for the leader of the second largest party in the country. During the next 2 hours, Hitler, in spite of a hoarse, somewhat broken and not infrequently croaking voice, dominated the discussion, doing 95% of the talking, about the restoration of Germany's position in the world, about the need to get the 6.5 million unemployed back to work, and how this could only be done by state intervention. Hitler was articulate, speaking without any propagandist pathos, but obviously a born agitator. It was a fateful encounter for the fascinated banker. Arnold Toynbee, in his magisterial review of the year's events on behalf of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, would later compare the events of the summer of 1931 to the summer of 1914. Both began with relatively minor events far from the hub of the world that nevertheless set in train a cascade that plunged out of all control and brought down an entire world order. In 1914, it was the assassination of the Austrian heir presumptive, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, at Sarajevo. In 1931, it was the failure of the Kreditanstalt, the oldest and largest bank in Austria. On Friday, May 8th, the Kreditanstalt, based in Vienna and founded in 1855 by the Rothschilds, with total assets of $250 million and 50% of the Austrian bank deposits, informed the government that it had been forced to book a loss of $20 million in its 1930 accounts, wiping out most of its equity. Not only was it Austria's biggest bank, it was the most reputable. Its board, presided over by Baron Louis de Rothschild of the Vienna branch of the family, included representatives of the Bank of England, the Guarantee Trust Company of New York, and M. Warburg and Company of Hamburg. After a frantic weekend of secret meetings, the government made the problem public on Monday, May 11th, at the same time announcing a rescue package of $15 million, which it would borrow through the BIS. Austria was a small country, about a tenth the size of Germany, with a population of fewer than 7 million and a GDP of $1.50 billion. Nevertheless, the news burst like a bombshell upon the City of London and the Bank of England. By an odd coincidence, Schacht was staying with Norman at Thorpe Lodge when the story broke. Harry Seatman, one of the governor's principal senior advisors, knowing something of the scope of the tangled mess that lay behind the headlines, announced, "This, I think, is it, and it may well bring down the whole house of cards in which we have been living." Like many German banks, the Kreditanstalt made direct investments in industry, similar to those of a modern private equity firm. It was, however, especially vulnerable not only because it borrowed short-term money to finance what were long-term, highly illiquid investments, but also because it had an unusually large amount of foreign borrowing on its books, some $75 million out of a total deposit base of $250 million. It had grown over the last decade by absorbing a series of failing small banks and, in 1929, had been further persuaded by the Austrian National Bank to take over the Boden-Kreditanstalt, its next largest rival, whose losses turned out to be gigantic. In order to compensate Kreditanstalt for saving the Austrian banking system by taking on the burden of such a large bankrupt institution, the Austrian Central Bank had been funneling money secretly to it through London banks, a fact of which the Bank of England was well aware. The announcement of the rescue package failed to stabilize the situation, perhaps because more people knew how deep the problems went than the government realized. When Kreditanstalt was finally wound up 2 years later, the accumulated losses amounted to $150 million. Over the next 4 days, a run developed, not only on the Credit Anstalt but on all Austrian banks, which lost some $50 million in deposits, about 10% of the total. In an attempt to shore up its banking system, the Austrian National Bank followed Bagehat's principle and lent freely, injecting an extra $50 million, which caused an overnight jump of 20% in the national money supply. Norman had a soft spot for Austria. After the war, he had provided it with the first loan to stabilize its currency. For his services to the country, he had been awarded the Gross Goldene Ehrenzeichen, Grand Decoration of Honor in Gold, from the Austrian ambassador to the court of St. James, Baron George von Uendi zu Frankenstein. For the next several days, having now discovered the remarkable advantages of international telephone calls, he was constantly on the line to Harrison in New York and Luther in Berlin. Fearing that a monetary breakdown in Austria would spread to neighboring countries, he was determined to mount an international rescue effort. None of the central bankers had faced an international financial crisis before. They therefore had to make things up as they went along. In so doing, they made two mistakes. Given the scale of the problem, they came up with far too little money. And believing that it was necessary to put together as international a consortium as possible, they did not act quickly enough. For all the frantic telephone calls, it took them 3 weeks to drum up the money, and then only came up with $15 million. By the time the loans had been agreed to, the promised money had already been used up, and the run on Austrian banks had become a run on the Austrian currency. The National Bank lost $40 million of its $110 million of gold reserves. Faced now with both a banking system under threat and a currency under siege, it now pleaded for another $20 million. The crisis was made immeasurably more complicated by the politics of the situation. In March 1930, Germany and Austria had announced that they would form a customs union. Germany's neighbors, in particular the French and the Czechs, remembering that the 19th century Zollverein, the historic customs union among the states of the German Confederation, had been a prelude to German unification, and fearing that this might be the first step to Anschluss, union between Austria and Germany, had been agitating to block the French government now saw its opportunity. Indeed, it helped to create it by secretly encouraging French banks to pull money out of Austria. By June 16th, the situation was becoming more desperate by the hour. The cabinet, fearing the breakdown of law and order in Vienna, was on the verge of imposing a bank holiday. Austria was still waiting anxiously for the second loan when it received word that France had offered to provide it, but only if Austria would abandon the customs union. As if in an ultimatum, the Austrian government was given 3 hours to respond. With its back to the wall, Austria might have accepted. In London, however, Norman was outraged at this blatant abuse of French monetary power in such a delicate financial situation, and cabled that the Bank of England would provide the loan on its own. But if he thought he had succeeded in pricking the panic in its bud, he was mistaken. On June 5th, at 2:30 in the afternoon, Thomas Lamont put a call through to President Hoover. As soon as the Austrian crisis had broken, Germany had also begun to lose gold reserves. The contagion was not so much because Germany had a large amount of capital tied up in Austria. Rather, it was largely a matter of psychology. The world, which had never drawn much of a distinction between the banking situation in Berlin and that in Vienna, jumped to the conclusion that if the main Austrian bank was in such serious trouble, it was very possible that a German bank might soon follow. As money started escaping Germany, rumors circulated that Berlin might soon request a suspension of reparations. Lamont feared that to cope with the political turmoil and flight of capital that would ensue, Germany might impose exchange controls with American institutions. Holding about $1 billion in short-term credits to Germany, such a move could threaten the solvency of more than one U.S. bank. Saying that he was about to make a suggestion that the president would more than likely throw out of the window, Lamont proposed that Hoover unilaterally declare a holiday on all payments on war debt and reparations. No European country could advance the idea, for it would immediately call into question its own credit, signaling to its creditors, as he put it, that the jig is up. Only the United States was in a position to take the lead. Hoover was initially unconvinced. "I will think about the matter," he told Lamont, "but politically it is quite impossible. Sitting in New York as you do, You have no idea what the sentiment of the country at large is on these intergovernmental debts. Congress sees France piling up lots of gold, increasing armaments. Lamont tried to convince Hoover that it would actually help him politically. There were a lot of people whispering about the 1932 convention, he warned, and such a dramatic move would quiet doubts about the beleaguered president's leadership. He signed off with the casual authority that went with being a senior partner at J.P. Morgan & Co. In response to Lamont's call, that same afternoon Hoover summoned his trio of senior advisors, Secretary of State Henry Stimson, Secretary of the Treasury Andrew Mellon, and Mellon's Undersecretary, Ogden Mills, to work out a moratorium along Lamont's lines. Mellon declared his unqualified disapproval of such a move, but left on vacation the very next day for Europe. Stimson, however, was enthusiastic. A true American aristocrat, born into a wealthy New York family, a graduate of Phillips Academy in Andover, Yale and Harvard Law School, a member of Skull and Bones, and a partner in the White Shoe Manhattan law firm of Root and Clark, Stimson was the first of that breed of Wall Street wise men. He brought to the State Department a Victorian sense of propriety. He and his wife, for example, refused to receive divorced people in their home, and a strongly anti-isolationist international perspective. So committed was he to promoting goodwill among nations that when, in 1929, he discovered that the State Department's Black Chamber had been routinely breaking the coded communications between foreign embassies and their home governments, he immediately closed down the practice, arguing later that gentlemen do not read each other's mail. Relying on his fellow bonesman and internationalist, George Harrison of the New York Fed, to feed him advice on world finance, he had ever since taking office been an advocate of forgiving war debts. On the very day that Hoover was proposing a moratorium to his cabinet colleagues, Chancellor Bruning had launched his own initiative. On June 5th, he unveiled a new package of austerity moves that included a further lowering of civil servant salaries, a cut in unemployment assistance, and new taxes. In order to sweeten the pill, Bruning accompanied the measures with a manifesto. Sensational and provocative in tone, the German proclamation announced that the limit of privations that we can impose on the nation have been reached. The economic assumptions on which the Young Plan had been based had proved to be wrong, and thus Germany had to be relieved of the intolerable reparation obligations and tributary payments to which it was subject. That very weekend, Bruning was in London on a long-planned visit to the British Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald. The German delegation was spending the weekend at the Prime Minister's official country house, Chequers, in the Kent countryside, where Norman joined the party on Sunday, June 7th. After a leisurely lunch for 19, which included such guests as John Galsworthy and George Bernard Shaw, both authors very popular in Germany, the officials withdrew to discuss financial issues. Bruning described the terrible situation in Germany. That year, when the Reichswehr needed 6,000 new recruits, 80,000 men applied, half of them undernourished. People were in despair. The social fabric was unraveling. The menace of Nazi and communist agitation was growing by the day. While Bruning was holding forth, several frantic telegrams arrived from the British ambassador in Washington, who had just heard from Stimson, who was infuriated by the manifesto's confrontational tone. On no account, warned the Secretary of State, should the Germans take any unilateral action, which could only trigger a massive flight of short-term funds out of Germany that would rob Hoover's planned moratorium, which was still a secret, of much of its benefit. The telegrams threw the British into shock. It was the first they had even heard of the manifesto, which had not even been published in the British newspapers. Their guests had omitted mentioning it, for it was a document designed for internal consumption and Bruning had no real plans to renegotiate reparations at least until the fall. Any German move to suspend reparations now would be disastrous, Norman told the shaken table. Any more surprises like this to European confidence, and we will soon be conducting a post-mortem on the corpse of Europe, he declared. It was now a race. Could Hoover gather enough support for his initiative before Germany ran out of gold? In Washington, the temperature reached 102 as the teams at Treasury and State toiled 18-hour days to work out the details in offices that had no air conditioning. They were besieged by New York bankers who came crying down and said they were busted, according to Stimson's economic advisor, Ogden Mills, acting as head of the Treasury in Mellon's absence, shuttled back and forth through the underground passage that linked the Treasury building to the White House to brief the president. Hoover himself was racked by doubts. The constant press criticism and the cynical jokes about his unpopularity had taken their toll. When H.G. Wells visited the White House later that fall, he found a sickly, overworked, and overwhelmed man. A siege mentality had taken over at the executive mansion. The president's gloom was so oppressive that Stimson complained that meeting with him in his room was like sitting in a bath of ink. Meanwhile, during the first 3 weeks of June, Germany lost some $350 million, over half its gold reserves. In London, Norman spent the time cajoling British bankers not to pull their money out of Germany as currency and banking crises spilled across Europe into Hungary, Romania, Poland, and Spain. On Saturday, June 20th, Hoover's plan was publicly announced. The United States would forego 1 year's principal and interest of $245 million on the war debts due from Britain, France, Italy, and some of the smaller European powers, provided and only provided that the Allies themselves suspend $385 million in reparations due from Germany. The effect was electric. The following Monday, the German stock market jumped 25% in a single day. Hoover had tried to consult everyone possible in the lead-up to his announcement. He was said to have already enlisted the support of 21 senators before publicly revealing the plan. Senator Arthur Vandenberg of Michigan, off junketing in Canada, was connected by phone to the president from a Toronto drugstore. Several senators and representatives had even been invited to spend the night at the White House. The Secretary of State got up one morning at 5:30 a.m. to put a call through to Prime Minister MacDonald. The administration had consulted everyone, that is, except the French. In the most astoundingly inept piece of diplomacy of his whole presidency, the one party Hoover neglected to prepare not only happened to be Germany's largest creditor, but was at the moment the dominant financial power in Europe. The French government reacted with astonishment and then fury. The U.S. ambassador, Walter Edge, was due to spend the afternoon with the rest of the diplomatic corps at the Longchamps races as a guest of the President of the Republic. He had spent his 2 years trying to dispel the suspicion within French government circles that we, the Americans, and the British had been plotting against France. France had the world's largest standing army. With the second highest gold reserves in the world after the United States, it was financially the strongest country in Europe. Its economy had weathered the global depression better than almost any other. And yet, complained the men who ran France, the Anglo-Saxons still treated it as a mere second-rate power. In the president's box at the races, Edge was peppered with questions by a phalanx of steaming French politicians. It was fine for the United States to forgive its debtors, but how could the United States unilaterally suspend Germany's debts to France without even bothering to consult France herself? She was being treated as a stepchild. Pierre Laval, the prime minister, former socialist now turned nationalist, demanded to know what guarantee the United States could provide that payments would resume after a year. Another minister launched into a highly colorful and sarcastic diatribe. France was being asked to pay the bill for the reconciliation feast in honor of the prodigal Reich, while Wall Street and the City of London rejoiced over the killing of the fatted calf. The foreign minister, Aristide Briand, called an Edge the next day to subject him to a tirade, singling out the Bank of England as the mainspring of the whole plot. He cited Norman's visit to the United States a few weeks earlier as inescapable confirmation of an Anglo-Saxon banker's conspiracy. The following Monday, the French press universally condemned any notion of a moratorium. The Journal de Debats, the organ of French industry, said in a fume that the more one reflects, the more one is stupefied by the initiative of Mr. Hoover. In Washington, the president decided that Mellon, then in Britain to attend his son Paul's graduation ceremony from King's College, Cambridge, and to receive an honorary degree himself, his 15th, should be dispatched to Paris to bring the French around. For all that a world financial crisis was raging, Mellon had arrived in London and very deliberately avoided contacting any UK Treasury or Bank of England officials, believing that his vacation time was sacrosanct. When Norman tried to get in touch with him through his secretary in Washington, He was fobbed off with the excuse that Mellon was on a private visit and incommunicado. Finally, Norman got hold of young Mellon at Cambridge and tracked his father down at Claridge's. After some persuading, Mellon reluctantly agreed to suspend his impending holiday at Cap Ferrat and go to Paris. He arrived on June 25th to be greeted at the Gare du Nord by Robert Liaquat of the Banque de France. When asked, "Are you glad to be in Paris, Mr. Mellon?" the Secretary of the Treasury replied non-committally with a barely perceptible smile, "M. Liaquat, we are here." Obviously unhappy, he kept reminding reporters that he had come to Europe planning on a pleasure trip in the Riviera with his daughter, Elsa, and her husband, the young diplomat David Bruce. For the next couple of weeks, Mellon engaged in a protracted bout of negotiation. Every day he would dutifully troop off with Ambassador Edge to the ancient and musty building that housed the Ministry of the Interior and was also home to the French secret police. Mellon, who generally preferred a club sandwich at his desk, had to sit through the 8-course meals, each with its own wine, that were a customary part of French diplomacy. The French team, who negotiated by day and had to sit through all-night sessions in the National Assembly, was led by Prime Minister Laval. He was a protégé of Tardieu, who had been compelled to resign in December after becoming caught up in yet another banking scandal. At 46, Laval was the youngest premier in the history of the Third Republic. Born of peasant stock in the south of France, with his dark skin, straight black hair, and scraggly mustache, he looked dopey in appearance, like an overworked headwaiter on his day off. He liked to wear dingy white bow ties and a straw boater. Mellon tried to convince the French that in return for giving up about $200 million a year in reparations, they would avoid having to pay $115 million in war debts, at a net cost to them of only $85 million a year. The Americans, on the other hand, would be conceding a total of $260 million a year. Laval was implacable. For 2 weeks the negotiations dragged on. The 76-year-old Mellon had to work both Washington and Paris hours. Statesmen had just discovered the advantages of the telephone. Every evening and sometimes 2 or 3 times a day Mellon would place a call to the White House from the U.S. ambassador's residence. The French phone system was being revamped and there were only 2 phones working. One in the concierge's room in the basement and the other in the bedroom of the ambassador's wife. The soft-spoken Mellon could often barely be heard. Tempers began to fray. Growing more irritated by the day, Hoover vented against the French and accused Mellon of being soft on France. Meanwhile, Germany's gold reserves continued to hemorrhage. Central bankers provided a loan of $100 million on June 24th. Within 10 days, it was gone. Berlin was being bled to death, while the French and the Americans were busy arguing, complained Norman on what had become one of his regular calls to Harrison in New York. The British Prime Minister put it more pungently in his diary. France has been playing its usual small-minded and selfish game over the Hoover proposal. To do a good thing for its own sake is not in line with France's official nature. So Germany cracks while France bargains. The negotiations were finally concluded on July 7th, the Americans conceding that Germany would only suspend payments on a portion of its reparations. The French, however, agreeing to lend the remaining reparations they did receive straight back to Germany. Both sides could claim victory. "Now, Monsieur Mellon, you can take up your interrupted vacation," said the French Prime Minister sarcastically. The Secretary of the Treasury promptly set off for the Riviera. It was too late. On June 17th, the Norddeutsche Wuchemerei, der Nordwohl, a large German wool combine, declared bankruptcy, revealing losses amounting to $50 million, which it had managed to conceal by transferring its inventory at bloated prices to its Dutch subsidiary. The Nordwohl had not lost all this money in the production of blankets and comforters. It seems that its management had speculated on a rise in wool prices by building up its inventories and buying in the forward market, a bet that had gone badly wrong. On July 5th, a Basel newspaper stated that an unnamed German bank was in trouble. As Berlin swirled with rumors, on July 6th, the day before the negotiations on the moratorium were concluded, the Danube Bank, Schacht's old employer, the third largest in Germany, issued a denial that it was having difficulties. A bank cannot survive without confidence. When it is forced to deny rumors that it is in trouble, it is by definition in serious trouble. 2 days later, the head of the Danube Bank, Jacob Goldschmidt, Schacht's old colleague and nemesis, informed the Reichsbank that his bank could not meet its liabilities. Schacht's successor at the Reichsbank was Hans Luther, who as Minister of Finance in 1923 at the height of the hyperinflation had originally and reluctantly appointed Schacht currency commissioner. Luther, though not a member of the Reichstag and a politician without party, had been chancellor for 18 months in 1925, but had been humiliatingly forced out when his government had instructed German consulates and diplomatic offices to fly, in addition to the Republican flag, black, red, and gold, the flag of the Merchant Marine, which looked suspiciously like the band Imperial flag, black, white, and red. He was not a good choice for the Reichsbank. Though a competent administrator, he had made his reputation as a stolid municipal official and simply lacked what it took to run a central bank, especially the understanding of the psychological dimension to the crisis and the importance of restoring confidence. On July 8th, Luther called Norman. The Reichsbank was in a desperate situation. It had lost a huge slice of its gold reserves. If it tried to bail out the Danube Bank, it would fall below the minimum reserve threshold it was required to maintain by law, which, in the current environment, was bound to provoke a run on its currency. It therefore faced a terrible dilemma: support its currency and let the Danube Bank fail, or try to support its domestic banking system and watch what reserves it had left fly out of the country. It was one of those situations in which there are no good options, only the choice between a bad outcome and a disastrous one. Luther's only solution was to borrow abroad. He needed $1 billion, he told Norman. On July 9th, Luther, his round face deep lined with anxiety, boarded a private plane in Berlin, the first such resort by a desperate central banker. In Amsterdam, he met with the governor of the Dutch Central Bank for 2 hours, then took off for Britain. He was received at Croydon Aerodrome by Norman and the British Foreign Secretary, Arthur Henderson. The party drove up to London, where Luther briefly met with the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Philip Snowden. Norman was due in Basel for the monthly board meeting of the BIS, and Luther decided to accompany him on the boat train as far as Calais. It was on that journey, as Luther described the deteriorating situation in Germany, that it finally dawned on Norman that the game was up. The German economic position was now irretrievable. As a central banker, all he could do was provide a temporary loan to buy a little more time. Germany was now in deep water and sinking. The numbers would not add up. It had a GDP now of $13 billion that was shrinking by the month, reparation debts of $9 billion, and foreign private obligations of $6 billion, $3.5 billion of it short-term that could be pulled at any moment. Over the last year, $500 million in capital had fled the country. Barely $250 million in gold reserves remained. Harrison and Norman had been pushing Luther to restrict credit yet more rigorously in order to curb the outflow of capital. But with the banking system on the verge of collapse, he had run out of room. His only hope, Norman told him, lay in a long-term loan from France, the one European nation with sufficient gold reserves to bail out Germany. But he warned that French money would only come with draconian political conditions. Luther and Norman separated at Calais, Norman to go on to Basel, Luther to Paris. Luther was received at the Gare du Nord by Governor Moret of the Banque de France. On Friday, July 10th, he lunched at the bank with the regents, the two most powerful of whom, François de Wendel and Baron Edmund de Rothschild, both resolutely anti-German, turned down the idea of a credit from the bank and told Luther that his only hope was a loan from the government. That afternoon and into the evening, the Reichsbank president shuttled back and forth from ministry to ministry, missing one train after another for Berlin. The French government informed him that it might be prepared to lend as much as $300 million, provided that Germany abandon the customs union with Austria, suspend the construction of 2 new pocket battleships, raise interest rates sharply to halt the flight of capital abroad, and orient itself definitely towards a policy of democracy and pacifism by banning public demonstrations by nationalist organizations. Merely president of the Reichsbank, Luther did not have the authority to agree to these terms. On Saturday, July 11th, he boarded an airplane at Le Bourget for Berlin. Not since those days of July 1914 when the World War was brewing have potent rumors been so thick, wrote Time magazine of that weekend. The German cabinet convened at 8 p.m. and debated into the early hours of the morning. Every major German newspaper fulminated against French political blackmail and warned that this would only increase the bitterness of the German people toward France. Rumors circulated that President Hindenburg would resign if the government knuckled under. An even more startling rumor came over the wires. The cabinet was considering nationalizing all private industry, banks, shipping, and trade. That Sunday, the German cabinet announced that it was rejecting the French offer. The French cabinet, which had dispersed for the long Bastille Day weekend, Laval to his country cottage, Foreign Minister Briand fishing on his farm at Cotterell, Finance Minister Flandin at the beach in Brittany, was summoned back to Paris. They heard an impassioned plea for reconsideration from the German ambassador, Dr. Leopold von Husch. Did they really want to provoke a revolution in Germany? Though Laval agreed that they had come to a decisive point in world history, he was unwilling to offer anything new. 49 Paul Einzig captured the view of many in Europe at that point when he later wrote, "On the ruins of the wealth, prosperity, and stability of other nations, France has succeeded in establishing her much-desired politico-financial hegemony over Europe." The American ambassador in Berlin, Frederick Sackett, cabled to Washington that unless Germany received $300 million immediately, it would declare national bankruptcy and default on the $3 billion it owed American banks and investors. George Harrison convened an emergency meeting at the New York Fed with Under-Secretary Mills and the two most knowledgeable men on Germany, Owen Young and Parker Gilbert. They concluded it would be throwing good money after bad, when the United States had already contributed $300 million by its moratorium on war debts. Another long cabinet meeting in Berlin ensued that evening. To the surprise of most attending, Schacht was invited and seated next to the Chancellor. By a strange quirk of fate, the English and American editions of his book The End of Reparations were to be published in London and New York the very next day. The book was a long assault on reparations. The policy, as Schacht described it, of bleeding Germany white and destroying Germany's credit. One excerpt in particular was heavily quoted in British and American newspapers. Never has the incapacity of the economic leaders of the capitalist world so glaringly demonstrated as today. A capitalism which cannot feed the workers of the world has no right to exist. The guilt of the capitalist system lies in its alliance with the violent policies of imperialism and militarism. The ruling classes of the world today have as completely failed in political leadership as in economic. Such criticism from the head of one of the world's most powerful capitalist organizations was somewhat unusual, commented the New York Times. Speaking with his usual self-assurance, Schacht urged the cabinet to suspend payments to the foreign creditors of Danube Bank, forcing them to bear the consequences of their foolhardy and unsound lending practices. The government, believing that this would completely destroy any hope of a rescue from abroad, decided not to take his advice. The cabinet meeting finished at 2 a.m. Later that morning, Luther boarded yet another plane, this time for Basel, to make one last desperate plea to the central bankers gathered at the BIS. After being closeted in conference for 12 hours, they emerged to announce that no new credits would be forthcoming. At 11:20 p.m. Basel time, Harrison got through to Norman. The Englishman sounded tired, disgruntled, and discouraged. The problem was just too big for the central banks, he reported. The only solution was for the whole structure of war debts and reparations that had weighed down the world for the last dozen years to be swept away. On the morning of Monday, July 13th, as Luther was setting off for Basel, the Danube Bank had failed to open. On the locked doors of all its branches was posted a government decree guaranteeing its deposits. At a press conference, Jacob Goldschmidt revealed that the bank had lost 40%, some $240 million, in deposits over the last 3 months, about half of which were to foreigners. He blamed the run on wild rumors fueled by anti-Semitic agitation in the Nationalist. The Reichsbank, hoping that the impact might be contained, kept the rest of the banking system open that day. By lunchtime, branches of every bank in the country were besieged. The leading banks restricted withdrawals to no more than 10% of a depositor's balance. In the Berlin suburbs, savings banks were so overwhelmed that they closed under heavy police guard. In Hamburg, sporadic riots were blamed on communist agitators. That evening, President Hindenburg proclaimed a two-day bank holiday. The authorities hoped that a short breathing space would allow people to come to their senses. In the event, banks throughout Germany remained closed, except for the most essential business of paying wages and taxes, for another 2 weeks, during which commercial life in the country was brought to a virtual standstill. All the banks in Hungary were closed for 3 days. In Vienna, another of the large banks shut its doors. In Danzig and Riga, in Poland, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia, banks were suspended. German tourists across Europe, even in fashionable sophisticated cure resorts like Marienbad and Karlsbad, were stranded when no hotels or shops would accept their marks. The German government issued one decree after another. Despite the massive unemployment, interest rates were hiked to 15% just to keep money in the country. All payments on Germany's short-term foreign debt were suspended. All foreign exchange had to be turned over to the Reichsbank, and all movements of money out of Germany were tightly regulated, the practical equivalent to going off gold. For the second time in less than 8 years, Germany faced economic disaster. Despite the chaos, the country remained surprisingly peaceful, save for a few small riots in Leipzig and Dresden, Dusseldorf and Koblenz. There was an atmosphere of resigned passivity born of a weary submission to the inevitable, wrote the New York Times, the consequence of a decade of economic turmoil. The British ambassador, returning after a few weeks' absence, noted that he was much struck by the emptiness of the streets and the unnatural silence hanging over the city, and particularly by an atmosphere of extreme tension similar in many respects to that which I observed in Berlin in the critical days immediately preceding the war. An almost oriental lethargy and fatalism. In such circumstances, he continued, Dr. Schacht's financial reputation has revived and he has reappeared on the stage. There are small but widening circles which feel that Dr. Schacht, if only he could overcome his unpopularity abroad, and especially in the USA and with social democrats at home, might yet be the man to save Germany. The government did try to induce Schacht to return to power, offering him the position of the banking czar with responsibility for sorting out the whole mess caused by the meltdown. Fearing he was being offered a poisoned chalice, he refused and returned to his country estate to wait upon events. The collapse of the German banking system in the summer of 1931 sent the economy lurching downward once again. Over the next 6 months, production fell by another 20%. By early 1932, the industrial production index reached 60% of its 1928 level. Nearly 6 million men, a third of the labor force, were without work. In October 1931, the parties of the right collectively staged a rally in the little mountain spa of Bad Harzburg, one of the few places where the wearing of brown shirt Nazi uniforms had not been banned. It was a reunion of everyone who was, or had ever been against democracy in Germany. The town was festooned with banners in the old imperial colors. Aged generals and admirals from the previous war turned out, as did 2 of the sons of the ex-Kaiser, the Princes Eitel Friedrich and August Wilhelm, rubbing shoulders with an assorted collection of industrialists, politicians, and 5,000 goose-stepping paramilitary militia and stormtroopers from various factions. The event was kicked off by an invocation for divine guidance by a Lutheran pastor and a Catholic priest. The star of the occasion was Hitler, who hogged the spotlight with his impromptu speeches. An equally big stir occurred, however, when Schacht, in his first public appearance as an associate of the Nazis, ascended the stage to speak. He accused the government of misleading the country on the amount of foreign debts and gold reserves. As to the economic policies of the opposition, he was obscurely vague, saying only that the program to be executed by a national government rests on a very few fundamental ideas identical to those of Frederick the Great after the 7 Years' War. The speech provoked outrage in the Reichstag and within the government. For the ex-president of the Reichsbank to declare publicly that the country was bankrupt, though this was essentially true, was viewed as an act of vindictive irresponsibility and betrayal that could only add to the economic turmoil. That most of the foreign debt had been amassed on Schacht's watch only added to the anger. There were even calls in Parliament and in the press for his prosecution on a charge of high treason. Schacht had long since broken with the left. He had now estranged himself from the democratic center. His only home was with the Nazis. And though the struggle against reparations was now essentially over, the fight for the future of Germany was still to enter its last act. 1931-33. Lo, thy dread empire chaos is restored. Light dies before thy uncreating word. Thy hand, great anarch, lets the curtain fall, and universal darkness buries all. Alexander Pope, the Dunciad. On July 14th, Norman returned from Basel to find the crisis now spreading to Britain. That evening, Robert Kindersley, a director of the Bank of England and head of the London arm of the great investment house of Lazards, asked to see him in private and told him that Lazards itself was in serious trouble. Ironically enough, it had little to do with the crisis ravaging Central and Eastern Europe. In the mid-20s, a rogue trader in the Brussels branch of the bank had made a wild bet on the collapse of the French franc and lost $30 million, almost double the bank's capital. He had managed to cover up the loss for years with the connivance of several members of the Brussels office by issuing IOUs on behalf of Lazards to its counterparts. The extent of the problem had only recently come to light when these obligations were finally presented. When confronted with the evidence, the trader in question, a Czech, confessed, then suddenly pulled out a gun in the office and shot himself, fearing that the failure of a merchant bank of Lazard's standing would set off a panic in the city. The Bank of England agreed to bail it out. The following week, two other British merchant banks, Kleinworts and Schroders, informed Norman that they, too, were in trouble. Unable to prop up everyone, the bank arranged for them to be rescued by loans from the commercial banks. Meanwhile, on the heels of the closure of banks in Germany, a blizzard swept through the world's financial system. A bank holiday was imposed in Hungary. Major financial institutions failed in Romania, Latvia, and Poland. Cairo and Alexandria. A run began on the German-owned Deutsche Orient Bank, and police had to be called in to protect the management. Istanbul saw runs on the local branches of the Deutsche Bank, and the Bankturk pour le Commerce et l'Industrie was closed. The world economic crisis had already engulfed large tracts of South America. Bolivia had defaulted in January and Peru in March. In the last 2 weeks of July, the contagion extended to other Latin countries. On July 16th, the government of Chile suspended payments on its foreign debt. 5 days later, it fell, and the head of the central bank took over as premier. He lasted barely 3 days. Over the next 24 hours, 3 different premiers were sworn in, until, fed up with the turmoil, the military took over. On July 25th, the Mexican government announced that gold was no longer legal tender, and that instead it was shifting to silver. The currency dropped 36%, and after days of confusion, a leading bank, the Crédito Español de Mexico, was forced to close its doors. As the world financial system ground to halt, the city of London, with tentacles that stretched into every corner of the globe, found itself especially vulnerable. On July 13th, as the German crisis reached its denouement, the Macmillan Committee on the Workings of the British Banking System issued its report. Considering all that was going on in Europe, the press paid little attention to it. Nevertheless, hidden in the report was a set of figures that shook the city. During London's heyday as a financial center, British industry and British banking had complemented each other. The large export surpluses generated by what was then the workshop of the world had provided the funds to finance Britain's long-term global investments and underpinned London's status as banker to the world. After the war and the return to the gold standard, Britain's manufacturing capacity had stagnated. Throughout the 1920s, however, London, determined to maintain its primacy in global finance, continued to lend $500 million a year to foreign governments and companies. But because Britain was unable to generate the same export surpluses as before the war, the city had to finance its long-term loans by relying more and more on short-term deposits. While everyone was dimly aware of this growing mismatch between liabilities and assets, no one had any idea of its magnitude. The Macmillan report now revealed that the city's short-term liabilities to foreigners came close to $2 billion. This was viewed as a shocking number even Though it eventually turned out to be a gross underestimate, the true figure was closer to $3 billion. Furthermore, after the imposition of German exchange controls, a good percentage of the loans made with these deposits were now frozen. British banks had an estimated $500 million tied up in Germany and several hundred million more in Central Europe and Latin America. Suddenly, confronted with the previously unthinkable prospect that London houses, weighed down by bad loans, might fail to meet their obligations, investors around the world started withdrawing funds from the city. In the last 2 weeks of July, the Bank of England lost $250 million, almost half its gold reserves. It reacted by raising interest rates modestly from 2.5% to 4.25% in the hopes of inducing capital not to desert sterling. Norman resisted further hikes, fearing that they would only create more unemployment and by intensifying the domestic depression, might even reinforce the speculative attack on the pound. Since he did not know what else to do, he acted as if the crisis were a temporary bout of nerves and arranged to borrow $250 million from the New York Fed and from the Banque de France to tide the Bank of England through. Norman had now been dealing with one emergency after another for 10 weeks, and the steady drip of the unseen pressure was beginning to tell on his fragile constitution. He was easily distraught, changed his mind frequently, and at times seemed paralyzed by indecision, bouts of nervous dyspepsia, as one of his fellow directors described it. As the prospect of a break from gold loomed, he would portray the consequences in apocalyptic terms. An evaporation of confidence in money such as had occurred during the German hyperinflation, a collapse in currency values, spiraling prices, food shortages, strikes, rationing, and riots. So exaggerated and gloomy was the portrait he painted that Russell Leffingwell, a partner in the House of Morgan, where he was usually treated with enormous deference, finally complained, "Can't he be persuaded to quit his panicky talk?" Finally, on Wednesday, July 29th, Norman left work early, noting meticulously in his diary, "Feeling queer." That evening he collapsed and was confined to his house under doctor's orders to take a complete rest. His colleagues at the bank, fearing that his erratic moods and impaired judgment would only complicate their efforts to deal with the impending crisis, urged him to go abroad to recuperate. Jack Morgan, possibly prompted by one of the bank directors, even generously offered his yacht, the Corsair IV, with its crew of 50. Instead, on August 15th, Norman set sail for Canada aboard the Duchess of York. On July 31st, as Parliament rose for its summer recess and politicians and bankers left London for the country, yet another official committee, the May Committee, submitted its report. As the depression in Britain had deepened, the budget had slipped into deficit and was running around $600 million, 2.5% of GDP, a modest gap in the circumstances. The May Committee, formed to consider economy measures, exaggerated the size and significance of the deficit out of a combination, in the words of historian A.J.P. Taylor, of prejudice, ignorance, and panic, which, in the middle of a run on sterling, created only even more alarm. The May Committee proposed that the government seek to reverse the budgetary slide by cutting its expenditures by $500 million, including a 20% reduction in unemployment benefits, and raise an extra $100 million from higher taxes. In the light of what we now know about the way the economy works, it was completely absurd for the committee to propose that the solution to Britain's economic problems, with 2.5 million men out of work, production down by 20%, and prices falling at a rate of 7% a year, was to cut unemployment benefits and raise taxes. But at the time, the prevailing orthodoxy held that budget deficits were always bad, even in a depression. Maynard Keynes called the May Report the most foolish document I have ever had the misfortune to read. The committee's recommendations split the cabinet. The majority, led by the Prime Minister, Ramsay MacDonald, and the Chancellor, Philip Snowdon, though all fervent and committed socialists, were wedded to the belief that the budget must be balanced, no matter that Britain was in depression. Meanwhile, the $250 million loan from the New York Fed and the Banque de France had already been used up. The Bank of England had now paid out a total of $500 million in gold, and still the drain continued. Bank officials, taken aback by the immensity of the outflow but convinced that raising interest rates was not the answer, could only propose more borrowing, this time not by the bank itself, whose credit lines were running out, but by the government. At the beginning of August, the government requested that the bank put out informal feelers to ascertain the conditions that American bankers might attach to such a loan. The New York Fed, itself precluded by statute from lending directly to foreign governments, passed the inquiry on to J.P. Morgan and Co. Bankers confronted with a country in need of money almost instinctively reach for budget cuts, preferably achieved by slashing public expenditure, as the right solution for almost any problem. During the following couple of weeks, as the conditions were being hammered out, the government, the Bank of England, and the House of Morgan threw up an intricate smokescreen around their discussions. Morgan certainly did not want its fingerprints on any evidence that it had imposed political conditions on a sovereign British government. Nor did the Labour Prime Minister want it known, not even within his own cabinet, that he had sought the permission of foreign bankers before acting. The Chancellor put together a package of measures cutting $350 million in expenditures, including a 10% reduction in the dole, and raising taxes by $300 million, and submitted it, through back channels at the Bank of England, for Morgan's consideration. By the weekend of August 22nd, as gold losses mounted, a sense of crisis pervaded London. The king suddenly and mysteriously cut short his 3-week holiday at Balmoral to return to Buckingham Palace. The cabinet remained in session over the weekend, the first time since the war. For all the Prime Minister's efforts at keeping the negotiations under wrap, the whole country, it seemed, awaited the telegram from New York signaling Morgan's approval. "It certainly is a tragically comical situation," wrote Beatrice Webb, wife of Sidney Webb, one of the recalcitrant minority in the cabinet against the budget cuts, "that the financiers who have landed the British people in this gigantic muddle should decide who should bear the burden, the dictatorship of the capitalist with a vengeance." On Saturday, August 22nd, the Morgan partners assembled at the house of F.D. Bardo in Glen Cove, Long Island, and after a long weekend of debate, gave the budget their blessing on Sunday afternoon. A telegram signaling their approval, its language suitably camouflaged to hide any hint that the budget had been submitted to the American bankers for vetting, was dispatched to Sir Ernest Harvey, Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, anxiously waiting at his city office. It arrived at 8:45 p.m. London time. He rushed it over personally to 10 Downing Street, outside which a large crowd had gathered as it always did at a time of national emergency. The street was littered with cigarette boxes, burned matches, paper bags, and newspapers. It was a balmy summer evening and the cabinet members were in the garden, nervously pacing around. When Harvey arrived, the Prime Minister snatched the telegram from his hands and rushed toward the cabinet room. Minutes later, the sound of angry voices emerged. To Harvey it seemed that pandemonium had broken loose. Despite the promise of Morgan money, the cabinet remained split over the cuts in unemployment benefits, and that evening the Prime Minister went to Buckingham Palace to tender his government's resignation. 2 days later, the Daily Herald, official organ of the Labour Party, believing erroneously that the telegram had come from the Fed and not from Morgan, carried a photograph of George Harrison on its front page under the headline, "Banker's Ramp," a ramp being a fraudulent move by financiers to manipulate the market. Within Britain, it remained an article of faith among left-wingers that the Labour government had been deliberately undermined by American fat cat bankers opposed to socialism. Within 3 days, a new national government, a coalition of fragments of Labour and the Liberals with the United Conservative Party, assumed office led by MacDonald and introduced much the same budget package that had split the previous ministry. In addition to cutting the dole by 10%, at the King's insistence his civil list, the provision by the state for his expenses, a total of $2.25 million a year, was also reduced by 10%. Other members of the royal family copied his example, the Prince of Wales even returning $50,000 of his income of $300,000 from the Duchy of Cornwall. No one knows whether the next time George V and his friend Jack Morgan went out shooting, the topic of the loan and the King's economies ever came up in conversation. On August 28th, the British government received a $200 million loan from a consortium of American banks led by Morgan's and a further $200 million from a group of French banks. It was gone within 3 weeks. The budget cuts did no good, largely because they were beside the point. A reporter for the British left-wing magazine New Statesman and Nation tried to describe the issue in the simplest of terms, as follows. What the city did in fact was to borrow from the French at 3% in order to lend to the Germans at 6% or 8%. Then came the crash in Vienna. The Bank of England lent money. Next the crash in Berlin, and again the Bank of England lent money. The French thereupon had a vision. They saw the various banks, Austrian, German, and English, tied together like alpine climbers above the abyss. 2 of them had tumbled over. Might they not drag the third with them? Acting on this vision, they started a run on the Bank of England. In plain words, they called in their deposits. The dole has nothing to do with it. In other words, Britain's problem was not its budget deficit, but rather that it had clung to the role of banker to the world without any longer having the money or the resources to do so, and at a time when most of the world was a damn poor risk. It was by now increasingly obvious to most observers that Britain would have to cut loose from gold. Back from America on July 18th, Maynard Keynes, in a private letter, warned the Prime Minister, "It is now clearly certain that we shall go off the existing parity at no distant date. When doubts as to the prosperity of a currency, such as now exist about sterling, have come into existence, the game's up." In a series of magazine articles, he argued that the deflationary budget cuts would only make the situation worse, describing them in a meeting with parliamentarians as the most wrong and foolish things which Parliament has deliberately perpetrated in my lifetime. Even though he made an effort to be restrained in his public criticism of the Bank of England, recognizing that it would only add to the currency's problems, on August 10th, Harry Seaman invited him to the bank to persuade him to tone down his writings. In fact, by now even such bankmen as Seaman were losing faith. According to one visiting New York Fed official, bank officers admit quite frankly that the way out is for England and most of the other European countries to go off the gold standard temporarily, leave France and the United States high and dry, and then return to gold at a lower level. The UK Treasury became the last bastion of the diehards. When a journalist even raised the question at a press conference there of whether Britain could or should remain on a gold standard that had become unworkable, required Britain to borrow gigantic amounts of money to sustain it, and was imposing intolerable sacrifices on the great mass of people, Sir Warren Fisher, head of the Civil Service and permanent secretary to the Treasury, rose to his feet, his eyes flashing, his face flushed with passion, and berated the journalists as if he had caught them exchanging obscenities. "Gentlemen, I hope no one will repeat such sentiments outside this room," he scolded. "I am sure all those of you who know the British people will agree with me that to make such a suggestion is an affront to the national honor, and would be felt as an attack on their personal honor by every man and woman in the country. It is quite unthinkable." Meanwhile, the flight from sterling continued unabated. Among the new government's economy measures were pay cuts for all public employees, including the military. Within the Navy, a flat shilling a day was taken from the pay of all ranks from admirals to ordinary seamen. Not surprisingly, this provoked enormous resentment among the lower decks at the unfairness of the differential burdens so imposed. On September 14th, a group of sailors of the Atlantic Fleet at Invergordon refused to muster and put to sea. It was a minor incident of no great significance, but was reported in the foreign press as a mutiny, conjuring up the image that Britain was on the verge of revolution and that last bastion of empire, the Royal Navy, was falling apart. By now the bank was losing $25 million of gold a day. Ministers kept leaking the figures on reserves to their cronies on the backbench, who promptly passed them along to city speculators. On Thursday, September 17th, the losses rose to over $80 million, and similarly the following day. Since the crisis had begun, the bank had watched $1 billion fly out of the window. On Saturday, September 19th, the British government made a last desperate plea to the Hoover administration for help. An emotional Stimson, a great Anglophile, called the British ambassador to the White House to explain that every possible avenue for helping Britain had been explored, including further reductions in war debt, but that the United States was helpless. That weekend, the Prime Minister, after meeting with the officials of the Bank of England, took the decision to suspend gold payments. A telegram was dispatched to Norman, then in mid-Atlantic aboard the HMS Duchess of Bedford, on his way home from Canada but still 2 days from shore. He had not taken his codebook, and the radio message had to be sent on an open line. There is a wonderful but apocryphal story that to disguise the message, the deputy governor wrote, "Old lady goes off on Monday." Puzzled by this cryptic note, Norman assumed that it referred to his mother's plans to go on holiday and thought nothing further of it. The real story is almost as good. The cable in fact read, "Sorry, we have to go off tomorrow and cannot wait to see you before doing so." Norman assumed that it meant Harvey was going to be away on the day of his return to Britain. He only discovered the truth when he landed at Liverpool on Wednesday, September 23rd. After meeting with the Prime Minister, he departed for a long weekend in the country to get over the shock. As his friend Baldwin put it indelicately, going off the gold standard was for him as though a daughter should lose her virginity. But, for all his anger, it is hard to see what he would or could have done differently had he been around. The initial public reaction that week was one of alarm and astonishment. Few people understood what it meant. Most newspapers lamented it as the end of an epoch. Only the Daily Express, organ of that clear-sighted financial adventurer Lord Beaverbrook, called it a victory for common sense. Nothing more heartening has happened in years. We are rid of the gold standard, rid of it for good and all, and the end of the gold standard is the beginning of real recovery in trade. The Sunday Chronicle of September 20th carried a profile of Montague Norman by Winston Churchill, as part of a commission series on contemporary figures. Since leaving office in June 1929, Churchill had quarreled with his conservative colleagues over Indian self-rule and, now isolated and out of favor, felt free to express his disillusionment with the gold standard orthodoxy openly. The problem was not so much the standard itself, he argued, but the way it had been allowed to operate. It was the hoarding of gold by the United States and France, and the resulting shortage in the rest of the world that had brought on the Depression. He had begun to sound almost like Keynes. In a speech to Parliament the week before, he had described how gold is dug up out of a hole in Africa and put down in another hole that is even more inaccessible in Europe and America. That weekend, Churchill had the star of the gold rush, Charlie Chaplin, as a guest at Chartwell, his country house in Kent. They had met in Hollywood when Churchill was visiting the United States in October 1929 at the time of the crash. Over dinner, Chaplin opened the conversation by saying, "You made a great mistake when you went back to the gold standard at the wrong parity of exchange in 1925. Churchill was somewhat taken aback. As the film star proceeded to hold forth at length about the subject with a great deal of knowledge, Churchill, who hated to be reminded of past mistakes, sank into a morose silence, a mood broken only when the comedian picked up 2 rolls of bread, put 2 forks in them, and did the famous dance from the movie. The next day, Monday, September 21st, the first day off gold, by an odd quirk of fate, Churchill lunched with Maynard Keynes, now an ally and friend. Churchill spent much of the time protesting that he had never been in favor of returning to gold in 1925 and been overridden by Norman and the rest of the city. For Keynes, it was a day of celebration and not regret. He could hardly contain his glee, chuckling like a boy who has just exploded a firework under someone he doesn't like. "There are few Englishmen who do not rejoice at the breaking of the gold fetters," he wrote in an article later that week. "We feel that. We have at last a free hand to do what is sensible. I believe that the great events of the last week will open a new chapter in the world's monetary history." But among bankers, especially European bankers, the British departure from gold was seen as an utterly dishonorable step, a tragic act of abdication that inflicted heavy losses on all those who had trusted the word of the Bank of England. Within a few days, the pound had fallen by almost 25% in the foreign exchange markets from $4.86 to $3.75. By December, it was a little below $3.50, a drop of 30%. Altogether, 25 countries followed Britain off gold during the next few months, not only the nations of the empire and its satellites Canada, India, Malaya, Palestine, and Egypt, but also the Scandinavians, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Finland, and finally those European countries with close commercial ties to Britain, Ireland, Austria, and Portugal. Though the papers kept telling him that it was the end of an era, for the average Englishman, after a few days of stunned confusion, it was as if nothing had happened. There were no bank runs, no food shortages, no rush to the stores, no hoarding of goods. Indeed, while wholesale prices in the rest of the world would continue to fall, dropping 10% over the next year, in Britain deflation came to an end. Prices over the next year even rose a modest 2%. The one group who received a big shock was the small number of British people traveling abroad. Time magazine recounted how one man in an old Etonian tie was sufficiently incensed at being offered only $3 for his pounds in New York. "Hold up," he called it, that he stormed off muttering, "A pound is still a pound in England. I shall carry my pounds home with me." The recriminations began almost immediately. Snowden, in his speech to the Commons on September 20th, blamed the debacle on the gold policies of the United States and France. Though Americans came in for their fair share, the greatest vituperation was reserved for the French. Margot Asquith, in a letter to Norman wishing him well on his return, captured the country's mood when she wrote, "France will be heavily punished for her selfish short-sightedness. She has been the curse of Europe." Ironically, the one institution upon which the devaluation wrought disaster was the Banque de France. For years, an urban myth insisted that it had been French selling of the pound that had set off the debacle. In fact, the bank had hung on to every penny of its $350 million in sterling deposits. So supportive had it been during the crisis that Clement Moret was later named an honorary knight commander in the Order of the British Empire. The Banque de France ended up losing close to $125 million, 7 times its equity capital. A normal bank would have been driven under. Other central banks, especially those of Sweden, the Netherlands, and Belgium, that had been persuaded during the 1920s to keep part of their reserves in sterling, lost enormous amounts. The Dutch central bank lost all its capital. The bitterness ran particularly deep because a few days before the devaluation, its governor, forgetting that only simpletons ask a central banker about the value of his currency and expect an honest answer, had inquired whether his deposits were safe and had been unequivocally reassured. Norman was so embarrassed by the losses sustained by his fellow central bankers that he contemplated submitting a letter of resignation to the BIS. It would have been a quaintly anachronistic gesture, like an ashamed bankrupt resigning from his club, but he was persuaded that it would be impractical for the institution to operate without a Bank of England presence at its meetings. No one had done more to prop up Europe that summer than George Harrison. It must have seemed to him at times that he had spent most of the summer on transatlantic telephone calls. At the height of the Central European crisis, he and Norman must have spoken on the phone, not a simple matter in those days, more than 25 times. After the first Austrian loan back in May, when few could have foreseen how far the panic would go, the Fed had provided the Reichsbank with $25 million, been ready to throw in a mammoth $500 million for the second loan that never got off the ground, supplied a further $250 million to the Bank of England, and, finally, been instrumental in orchestrating the last $200 million loan from the Morgan Consortium to the British government. It had all been to no effect. Europe's problems had proved to be much deeper, and its needs far larger than the Fed was capable of handling. After Britain left the gold standard, the financial crisis now spread across the Atlantic. Over the next 5 weeks, Europeans, fearing that the United States would be next to devalue, converted a massive $750 million of dollar holdings into gold. While some popular accounts attributed the outflow of gold to panicky millionaires and speculators hoping to make a buck from such it was not private investors who were principally behind the flow but European central banks, the largest single mover of capital being the staid and upright Swiss National Bank, which transferred close to $200 million. The National Bank of Belgium moved $130 million, the already badly burned Netherlands Bank, $77 million, and the Banque de France, $100 million. Having lost its capital 7 times over during the sterling devaluation out of a misplaced sense of solidarity and politeness, Governor Moret's words, and having been rewarded with a campaign of public vilification in Britain, the Banque de France had learned its lesson. The cost of being a responsible global citizen was just too great. The outflow of gold came at a particularly crucial juncture for the U.S. banking system, then reeling under the wave of failures that had begun in the spring in Chicago. By September, the panic had swept Ohio and was circling back to Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. A committee of prominent Philadelphians, including the president of the University of Pennsylvania, the Cardinal Archbishop, and the mayor, published an appeal in the newspapers urging faith in local banks. To no avail, 39 banks in the city with over $100 million in deposits were forced to close down. In 1 month alone after the British departure from gold, 522 American banks went under. By the end of the year, a total of 2,294, 1 out of every 10 in the country, with a total of $1.7 billion in deposits, would suspend operations. The mounting bank failures intensified hoarding. $500 million in cash was pulled from banks. While most of this was stashed away in traditional hiding places, socks, desks, safes, strongboxes under the bed, deposit vaults, some found its way to very unconventional spots, including, according to a congressional report, holes in the ground, privies, linings of coats, horse collars, coal piles, hollow trees. Anywhere but bank accounts. The Fed had begun 1931 with a massive $4.7 billion in gold reserves. Even after the fall outflow, it had more than enough bullion and was never at any risk of being stripped bare as the Bank of England or the Reichsbank had been. Nevertheless, because of a strange technical anomaly in its governing laws, it found itself facing an artificial squeeze on its reserves. By statute, every $100 in Federal Reserve notes had to be backed by at least $40 in gold, the remaining $60 by so-called eligible paper, that is, prime commercial bills used to finance trade. Even though the Federal Reserve banks were permitted to hold government securities, and the buying and selling of such securities, open market operations, was one of the mechanisms by which the Fed injected money into the system, government paper could not be employed as an asset to back currency. Even when first introduced in the original 1913 legislation setting up the Fed, the restriction had been redundant, since the 40% gold requirement was enough to prevent the central bank from being used as an instrument of inflation. By 1931, with no risk of inflation, the country in fact facing a problem of deflation, the restriction served no purpose. Nevertheless, it remained obstinately on the books. With the Depression and the ensuing stagnation in trade, prime bills were scarce and hard to find. The Fed had to rely on gold to back its currency. Thus, in the fall of 1931, instead of having $2 billion too much gold and being grateful that some of it was finally flowing back to Europe, it found itself scrambling to hold on to its reserves. It was a manufactured problem, the result of an anachronistic regulation that had no basis in economic reality, but which tied up a large amount of U.S. gold unnecessarily. And so early that October, in the midst of the Depression, as bank runs raged across the Midwest, thousands of businesses closed down and industrial production contracted at an annualized rate of 25%, the Fed raised interest rates from 1.5% to 3.5%. With prices falling by 7% a year, this put the effective cost of money above 10%. So dominant was the view that abiding by these reserve requirements trumped every other consideration, there was no internal resistance at the Fed to jacking up the cost of credit. Even the two principal expansionists, Meyer and Harrison, went along. The president still continued to cling to the notion that private sector initiatives were the best way to revive the economy. On the evening of Sunday, October 4th, he secretly slipped out of the White House and made his way to Mellon's apartment at 1785 Massachusetts Avenue, where Harrison of the New York Fed had assembled a group of 19 New York bankers, among them Thomas Lamont and George Whitney of J.P. Morgan & Co. Banks were going under in part because the assets they held on their books could not be used as collateral to borrow from the Federal. By the fall of 1931, the neat distinction between liquidity and solvency on which the Fed, following Bagehot, had placed so much emphasis was becoming meaningless. Many banks experiencing withdrawals would have been fine under normal circumstance, but forced to call in loans and liquidate assets in a falling market at fire sale prices, they were being driven into insolvency. Hoover proposed that a new fund of $500 million be created by the larger and stronger private banks to lend to smaller banks on collateral that the Federal Reserve was legally unable to accept. We have at last a free hand to do what is sensible. I believe that the great events of the last week will open a new chapter in the world's monetary history. But among bankers, especially European bankers, the British departure from gold was seen as an utterly dishonorable step, a tragic act of abdication that inflicted heavy losses on all those who had trusted the word of the Bank of England. Within a few days, the pound had fallen by almost 25% in the foreign exchange markets from $4.86 to $3.75. By December, it was a little below $3.50, a drop of 30%. Altogether, 25 countries followed Britain off gold during the next few months. Not only the nations of the Empire and its satellites Canada, India, Malaya, Palestine, and Egypt, but also the Scandinavians, Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Finland, and finally those European countries with close commercial ties to Britain, Ireland, Austria, and Portugal. Though the papers kept telling him that it was the end of an era, for the average Englishman, after a few days of stunned confusion, it was as if nothing had happened. There were no bank runs, no food shortages, no rush to the stores, no hoarding of goods. Indeed, while wholesale prices in the rest of the world would continue to fall, dropping 10% over the next year, in Britain deflation came to an end. Prices over the next year even rose a modest 2%. The one group who received a big shock was the small number of British people traveling abroad. Time magazine recounted how one man in an oldie Tony tie was sufficiently incensed at being offered only $3 for his pounds in New York. "Hold up," he called it, that he stormed off muttering, "A pound is still a pound in England. I shall carry my pounds home with me." The recriminations began almost immediately. Snowden, in his speech to the Commons on September 20th, blamed the debacle on the gold policies of the United States and France. Though Americans came in for their fair share, the greatest vituperation was reserved for the French. Margot Asquith, in a letter to Norman wishing him well on his return, captured the country's mood when she wrote, "France will be heavily punished for her selfish short-sightedness. She has been the curse of Europe." Ironically, the one institution upon which the devaluation wrought disaster was the Banque de France. For years, an urban myth insisted that it had been French selling of the pound that had set off the debacle. In fact, the bank had hung on to every penny of its $350 million in sterling deposits. So supportive had it been during the crisis that Clement Morat was later named an honorary knight commander in the Order of the British Empire. The Banque de France ended up losing close to $125 million, 7 times its equity capital. A normal bank would have been driven under. Other central banks, especially those of Sweden, the Netherlands, and Belgium, that had been persuaded during the 1920s to keep part of their reserves in sterling, lost enormous amounts. The Dutch central bank lost all its capital. The bitterness ran particularly deep because a few days before the devaluation, its governor, forgetting that only simpletons ask a central banker about the value of his currency and expect an honest answer, had inquired whether his deposits were safe and had been unequivocally reassured. Norman was so embarrassed by the losses sustained by his fellow central bankers that he contemplated submitting a letter of resignation to the BIS. It would have been a quaintly anachronistic gesture, like an ashamed bankrupt resigning from his club, but he was persuaded that it would be impractical for the institution to operate without a Bank of England presence at its meetings. No one had done more to prop up Europe that summer than George Harrison. It must have seemed to him at times that he had spent most of the summer on transatlantic telephone calls. At the height of the Central European crisis, he and Norman must have spoken on the phone, not a simple matter in those days, more than 25 times. After the first Austrian loan back in May, when few could have foreseen how far the panic would go, the Fed had provided the Reichsbank with $25 million, been ready to throw in a mammoth $500 million for the second loan that never got off the ground, supplied a further $250 million to the Bank of England, and, finally, been instrumental in orchestrating the last $200 million loan from the Morgan Consortium to the British government. It had all been to no effect. Europe's problems had proved to be much deeper, and its needs far larger, than the Fed was capable of handling. After Britain left the gold standard, the financial crisis now spread across the Atlantic. Over the next 5 weeks, Europeans, fearing that the United States would be next to devalue, converted a massive $750 million of dollar holdings into gold. While some popular accounts attributed the outflow of gold to panicky millionaires and speculators hoping to make a buck from such a collapse, it was not private investors who were principally behind the flow but European central banks, the largest single mover of capital being the staid and upright Swiss National Bank, which transferred close to $200 million. The National Bank of Belgium moved $130 million, the already badly burned Netherlands Bank, $77 million, and the Banque de France, $100 million. Having lost its capital 7 times over during the sterling devaluation out of a misplaced sense of solidarity and politeness, Governor Moret's words, and having been rewarded with a campaign of public vilification in Britain, the Banque de France had learned its lesson. The cost of being a responsible global citizen was just too great. The outflow of gold came at a particularly crucial juncture for the U.S. banking system, then reeling under the wave of failures that had begun in the spring in Chicago. By September, the panic had swept Ohio and was circling back to Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. A committee of prominent Philadelphians, including the president of the University of Pennsylvania, the Cardinal Archbishop, and the mayor, published an appeal in the newspapers urging faith in local banks. To no avail, 39 banks in the city with over $100 million in deposits were forced to close down. In 1 month alone after the British departure from gold, 522 American banks went under. By the end of the year, a total of 2,294, 1 out of every 10 in the country, with a total of $1.7 billion in deposits, would suspend operations. The mounting bank failures intensified hoarding. $500 million in cash was pulled from banks. While most of this was stashed away in traditional hiding places, socks, desks, safes, strong boxes under the bed, deposit vaults, some found its way to very unconventional spots, including, according to a congressional report, holes in the ground, privies, linings of coats, horse collars, coal piles, hollow trees. Anywhere but bank accounts. The Fed had begun 1931 with a massive $4.7 billion in gold reserves. Even after the fall outflow, it had more than enough bullion and was never at any risk of being stripped bare as the Bank of England or the Reichsbank had been. Nevertheless, because of a strange technical anomaly in its governing laws, it found itself facing an artificial squeeze on its reserves. By statute, every $100 in Federal Reserve notes had to be backed by at least $40 in gold, the remaining $60 by so-called eligible paper, that is, prime commercial bills used to finance trade. Even though the Federal Reserve banks were permitted to hold government securities, and the buying and selling of such securities, open market operations, was one of the mechanisms by which the Fed injected money into the system, government paper could not be employed as an asset to back currency. Even when first introduced in the original 1913 legislation setting up the Fed, the restriction had been redundant, since the 40% gold requirement was enough to prevent the central bank from being used as an instrument of inflation. By 1931, with no risk of inflation, the country in fact facing a problem of deflation, the restriction served no purpose. Nevertheless, it remained obstinately on the books. With the Depression and the ensuing stagnation in trade, prime bills were scarce and hard to find. The Fed had to rely on gold to back its currency. Thus, in the fall of 1931, instead of having $2 billion too much gold and being grateful that some of it was finally flowing back to Europe, it found itself scrambling to hold on to its reserves. It was a manufactured problem, the result of an anachronistic regulation that had no basis in economic reality, but which tied up a large amount of U.S. gold unnecessarily. And so early that October, in the midst of the Depression, as bank runs raged across the Midwest, thousands of businesses closed down and industrial production contracted at an annualized rate of 25%, the Fed raised interest rates from 1.5% to 3.5%. With prices falling by 7% a year, this put the effective cost of money above 10%. So dominant was the view that abiding by these reserve requirements trumped every other consideration, there was no internal resistance at the Fed to jacking up the cost of credit. Even the two principal expansionists, Meyer and Harrison, went along. The president still continued to cling to the notion that private sector initiatives were the best way to revive the economy. On the evening of Sunday, October 4th, he secretly slipped out of the White House and made his way to Mellon's apartment at 1785 Massachusetts Avenue, where Harrison of the New York Fed had assembled a group of 19 New York bankers, among them Thomas Lamont and George Whitney of J.P. Morgan & Co. Banks were going under in part because the assets they held on their books could not be used as collateral to borrow from the Federal. By the fall of 1931, the neat distinction between liquidity and solvency on which the Fed, following Bagehot, had placed so much emphasis, was becoming meaningless. Many banks experiencing withdrawals would have been fine under normal circumstance, but forced to call in loans and liquidate assets in a falling market at fire sale prices, they were being driven into insolvency. Hoover proposed that a new fund of $500 million be created by the larger and stronger private banks to lend to smaller banks on collateral that the Federal Reserve was legally unable to accept. That meeting went on long into the evening. The bankers were dubious about the idea and kept asking why the government or the Fed did not act. Had not the Fed, after all, been created precisely to avoid such banking panics? Hoover returned to the White House after midnight, more depressed than ever before. The next day, prodded by Harrison, the bankers reluctantly agreed to try the plan. Over the next few weeks, the new fund lent a grand total of $100 million and then, paralyzed by its proprietors' ultra-conservatism and fear of losing money, folded. The days of the great Pierpont Morgan, when large banks assumed responsibility for propping up smaller ones and for supporting the integrity of the entire financial system, were long gone. The bank runs, the spike in currency hoarding, and now the rising cost of money imposed a massive and sudden credit crunch upon an already fragile United States. Between September 1931 and June 1932, the total amount of bank credit in the country shrank by 20%, from $43 billion to $36 billion. As loans were called in, small businesses were driven into default. Lenders were forced to absorb losses and in turn lost their own cushion of capital, making depositors quite justly fearful for the security of their money and leading to further withdrawals from banks, which in turn forced more loan recalls and thus more defaults. Though depositors and bankers individually behaved quite rationally to protect themselves, collectively their actions imposed a vicious spiral of tightening credit and loan losses on the already depressed U.S. If there is one moment in the 1930s that haunts economic historians, writes the economist J. Bradford DeLong, it is the spring and summer of 1931, for that is when the severe depression in Europe and North America that had started in the summer of 1929 in the United States and in the fall of 1928 in Germany, turned into the Great Depression. The currency and banking convulsions of 1931 changed the nature of the economic collapse. As prices fell and businesses were unable to service their debts, bankruptcies proliferated, further chilling spending and economic activity. A corrosive deflationary psychology set in. Fearing that prices would fall further, consumers and businesses cut spending, adding to the downward spiral in consumption and investment. Every economic indicator seemed to fall off a cliff. 1932 was the deepest year of depression in the United States. Between September 1931 and June 1932, production fell 25%, investment dived a stunning 50%, and prices dropped another 10%, reaching 75% of their 1929 level. Unemployment shot up beyond 10 million. More than 20% of the workforce was now without jobs. American corporations, which had made almost $10 billion in profits in 1929, collectively lost $3 billion in 1932. On July 8, 1932, the Dow, which had stood at 381 on September 3, 1929, and was trading around 150 before the European currency crisis, hit a low of 41, a drop of almost 90% over the 2.5 years since the bubble first broke. General Motors, which had traded at $72 a share in September 1929, was now a little above $7. And RCA, which had peaked at $101 in 1929, hit a low of $2. When, in August 1932, a reporter for the Saturday Evening Post asked John Maynard Keynes if there had ever been anything like this before, he replied, "Yes. It was called the Dark Ages, and it lasted 400 years." In 1932, Meyer, having uncharacteristically allowed himself to be hamstrung by the Fed bureaucracy for his first year in office, finally took charge. In January, he persuaded the administration that its attempt to have the large banks voluntarily take responsibility for supporting the system had failed. The Reconstruction Finance Corporation, RFC, was established to channel public money, a total of $1.5 billion, into the banking system. Congress would agree to the new agency only if Meyer took on the chairmanship. For 6 months, Meyer held 2 full-time posts, head of the RFC and chairman of the Federal Reserve Board. Eventually, the toll on him became so great that his wife, Agnes, personally lobbied the president for him to resign one of the positions. In February 1932, he pressed Congress to pass legislation that would make government securities an eligible asset to back currency. At the stroke of a pen, the gold shortage was lifted, allowing the Fed to embark on a massive program of open market operations, injecting a total of $1 billion of cash into banks. The two new measures combined, the infusion of additional capital into the banking system and the injection of reserves, allowed the Fed finally to pump money into the system on the scale required. But Meyer had left it too late. A similar measure in late 1930 or in 1931 might have changed the course of history. In 1932, it was like pushing on a string. Banks, shaken by the previous 2 years, instead of lending out the money, used the capital so injected to build up their own reserves. Total bank credit kept shrinking at a rate of 20% a year. Bankers and financiers, the heroes of the previous decade, now became the whipping boys. No one provided a better target than Andrew Mellon. In January 1932, a freshman Democratic congressman from Texas, Wright Patman, opened impeachment hearings for high crimes and misdemeanors against the man once hailed as the greatest Secretary of the Treasury since Alexander Hamilton. Mellon found himself accused of corruption, of granting illegal tax refunds to companies in which he had an interest, of favoring his own banks and aluminum conglomerate in Treasury decisions, and of violating laws against trading with the Soviet Union. During the ensuing investigations, it turned out that he had used Treasury tax experts to help him find ways to reduce his personal tax bill, and that he had made liberal use of fictitious gifts as a tax-dodging device. Being a member of the Federal Reserve Board, he had been required to divest his holdings of bank stock, with which he had duly complied, except that he had transferred the stock to his brother. In February, Hoover, recognizing that Mellon had now become a liability, packed him off as ambassador to London. His place was taken by his undersecretary, Ogden Mills. On March 12, 1932, the world learned that Ivar Kreuger, the Swedish match king, who had bailed out so many penniless European countries, had shot himself in his apartment on the Avenue Victor Emmanuel III in Paris. At first, it was assumed that he was just another victim of the times. He had recently suffered a nervous breakdown, and his physician had warned him about the constant strain of his lifestyle on his heart. Within 3 weeks, it became apparent that his whole enterprise had been a sham. His accounts were riddled with inflated valuations and bogus assets, including $142 million of forged Italian government bonds. When the losses to investors were eventually tallied, they amounted to $400 million. Bankers were now increasingly viewed as crooks and rogues. In early 1932, the Senate Banking and Currency Committee began hearings on the causes of the 1929 crash. Designed at first to appease a public hungry for scapegoats, the hearings achieved little until, in March 1933, a young assistant district attorney from New York City, Ferdinand Pecora, took over as chief counsel. The public was soon riveted by the tales of financial skullduggery in high places. It learned that Albert Wiggins, president of Chase, had sold the stock of his bank short at the height of the bubble and collected $4 million in profits when it collapsed during the crash. That Charles Mitchell, old Sunshine Charlie, of the National City Bank had lent $2.4 million to bank officers without any collateral to help them carry their stock after the crash, only 5% of which was repaid. That Mitchell himself, despite earning $1 million a year, had avoided all federal income tax by selling his bank stock to members of his family at a loss and then buying it back. That J.P. Morgan had not paid a cent of income taxes in the 3 years from 1929 to 1931. If you steal $25, you're a thief. If you steal $250,000, you're an embezzler. If you steal $2,500,000, you're a financier, wrote the magazine The Nation. Few critics went as far or tapped into as strong a vein of popular discontent as Father Charles Coughlin. Pastor of the Shrine of the Little Flower in Royal Oak, Michigan, Coughlin was the originator of right-wing radio. His Sunday afternoon broadcasts, delivered in a soothing and intimate voice of mellow richness, captivated millions as he held forth on the banksters, as he called them, who had led the country into the Depression. He actually did have some understanding of the driving forces in international finance. For example, in a broadcast delivered on February 26, 1933, he explained somewhat cogently that the so-called Depression, with its bank failures, is traceable to the inordinate, impossible debts payable in gold, debts which came into being and were multiplied as a result of the war. But he embellished his radio sermon with one of his fire and brimstone rants on the filthy gold standard which from time immemorial has been the breeder of hate, the fashioner of swords, and the destroyer of mankind, and ended by urging his listeners to rise up against the Morgans, the Kuhnlobes, the Rothschilds, the Dillon Reeds, the Federal Reserve banksters, the Mitchells, and the rest of that undeserving group who, without either the blood of patriotism or of Christianity flowing in their veins, have shackled the lives of men and of nations with the ponderous links of their golden chain. The 1932 presidential campaign was dominated by the Depression. The Democratic candidate, Franklin Roosevelt, the handsome and attractive, astoundingly self-confident governor of New York, was initially dismissed as a lightweight. But his jaunty optimism, his campaign's signature tune, became "Happy Days Are Here Again." His inspirational speeches and his promise of vigorous action to restore prosperity made a sharp contrast with the dour and resentful Hoover. On economics, Roosevelt had a breezy and disconcerting ability to put forward contradictory policies without the slightest embarrassment. So while he pledged to increase federal relief for unemployment, supported higher tariffs, government development of power projects, increased regulation of securities markets, and the separation of commercial and investment banking, he also criticized Hoover for fiscal extravagance, accused him of encouraging inflation, and promised to balance the budget and commit himself to sound money. But voters did not care about consistency, they wanted bold action. In November 1932, Roosevelt got 22.8 million votes against Hoover's 15.7 million, the greatest electoral sweep since Lincoln beat McClellan in 1864. In the interregnum between the election and inauguration, a new wave of bank failures swept the country, this time starting in the West. On November 1st, the governor of Nevada declared a 12-day bank holiday after the suspension of a bank chain that accounted for 65% of the state's deposits. He was followed by his counterparts in Iowa in January 1933 and Louisiana in early February. It was, however, the run on the Guardian Trust Company of Detroit, a bank controlled by Edsel Ford, scion of the Ford Motor family, that transformed the new crisis into a national one. The Guardian Trust had done well during the 1920s financing consumer purchases of Ford cars. When auto sales dried up in the early 1930s, the bank found itself in serious trouble and had been forced to borrow from the RFC. In early 1933, the RFC balked at providing more money unless the sponsors, who were, after all, the second richest family in the country after the Rockefellers, put in more capital. Patriarch Henry Ford, now in his 70s and increasingly autocratic and unreasonable, refused to bail out his son. He had a long-standing antipathy to bankers and could not quite grasp why banks should be allowed to use the money he deposited for making risky loans. "It's just as if I put my car in a garage, and when I came to get it, I found somebody else had borrowed it and run it into a tree," was the way he saw it. Faced with a statewide run on its banking system, on February 14th, the governor of Michigan issued a proclamation closing all 550 banks in the state for 8 days. The residents of Michigan woke up on St. Valentine's Day to find that all that they could draw upon was the cash in their pockets. Across the country, depositors watching the whole monetary system of a major industrial state shut down began pulling their money out of their banks just in case. Governor after governor was forced to follow Michigan and declare a state bank holiday. Indiana closed its banks on the 23rd of February, Maryland on the 25th, Arkansas on the 27th, and Ohio on the 28th. In early March, the contagion spread into Kentucky and Pennsylvania. During February and the first few days of March, close to $2 billion, a third of all the currency in the country, was withdrawn from banks. A banking panic on such a scale raised the specter of Central Europe in the summer of 1931, when the sequence of banking crises had forced country after country off the gold standard. The domestic run on the U.S. banks now provoked a similar international run on the dollar. The flight from the dollar was exacerbated by suspicions over the incoming president's currency intentions. Ever since he had been elected, Roosevelt had been floating trial balloons about abandoning gold. In January, he told an emissary from William Randolph Hearst, "If the fall in the price of commodities cannot be checked, we may be forced to an inflation of our currency." On January 31st, his Secretary of Agriculture designate, Henry Wallace, was quoted as saying, "England has played us for a bunch of suckers. The smart thing to do would be to go off the gold standard a little further than England has. The British debtor has paid off his debts 50% easier than the U.S. debtor has." Roosevelt was not alone in his talk of devaluation. At least 6 bills were circulating through the halls of Congress that involved the emergency issue of currency or a change in the value of the dollar. The Fraser-Sinclair-Patman bill provided for government financing of farm mortgages by the issue of Federal Reserve notes without gold backing. The Campbell bill would have allowed issue of full legal tender Treasury notes backed by municipal bonds. Congress was considering one bill to devalue the dollar against gold by 50% and another one to reinstate silver as a monetary metal. The most extreme of the measures, the McFadden bill, called for the abolition of the gold standard and the Federal Reserve System and their replacement by a new monetary system based on units of human effort. Hoover had meanwhile convinced himself yet again that the economy had been on the verge of recovery before this last panic hit, which he attributed solely to fears over Roosevelt's inflationary policies. On February 17th, Hoover composed a 10-page handwritten letter and had it delivered by Secret Service messenger to Roosevelt. What was needed to restore confidence, he wrote, was a formal statement from the president-elect pledging himself to a balanced budget and eschewing inflation or devaluation. If Hoover was trying to elicit Roosevelt's support for preemptive bipartisan action, this was a clumsy, inept, and transparently self-serving way to go about it. Hoover himself admitted in a private letter that it would have involved Roosevelt abandoning 90% of his so-called New Deal program. The incoming president dismissed the letter as cheeky and chose simply to sit on it for a couple of weeks. Until then, panics had mainly affected the smallest banks in the nation. But as the run took on an international dimension, the most important financial institution in the country, banker to its largest banks, the New York Fed, became the center of the storm. In the last 2 weeks of February, it lost $250 million, almost a quarter of its gold reserves. Though the Federal Reserve System as a whole had more than ample gold reserves, had the New York Fed run out of gold and been compelled to call in its loans to banks and shrink its balance sheet in a hurry, this would have created a disastrous situation for the banking system not only in New York but across the country. Theoretically, it could always have borrowed from other Federal Reserve banks in the system, but with every bank in every region under threat, there was no guarantee that its sister banks would have cooperated. There was a real fear that if it became a situation of every man for himself, even the Federal Reserve System might fall apart. George Harrison had become convinced as early as mid-February that the only solution to the spreading panic caused by state-by-state bank closures was a nationwide bank holiday. In a visit to the White House, he urged the president to close all banks. Hoover tried to pass the buck back to the Fed. requesting that the board come up with a set of proposals for saving the banking system short of shutting it down completely. Eugene Meyer had come to a similar conclusion to Harrison. He feared that if the Fed took inadequate measures that then failed, it would only make the situation worse and he would be blamed. So Meyer kicked the ball back to Hoover. On the afternoon of Thursday, March 2nd, 2 days before the new president was to be inaugurated, Harrison called Meyer to inform him that the New York Fed had fallen below its minimum gold reserve ratio. During the next 48 hours, as the nation's banking system unraveled by the hour, the Fed, unwilling to act on its own, tried to find someone else to take responsibility for the situation, but it was caught in the limbo between administrations. That same Thursday afternoon, Harrison called the president, begging him once again to declare a national banking holiday. Hoover replied that he did not want his last official act in office to be the closing of the banks. Adolph Miller, Hoover's old friend and neighbor, also went to the White House to try to persuade the president. Hoover said he would do nothing unless Roosevelt also signed up. Roosevelt traveled down to Washington that day, and no sooner had he checked into his suite at the Mayflower Hotel than the phone began ringing. It was Meyer calling to urge him to endorse a national proclamation closing all banks. Roosevelt refused to commit himself to any course of action until he was inaugurated. Why box himself in at this stage? He quite justly thought. On Friday, March 3rd, the New York Fed lost a total of $350 million, $200 million in wire transfers out of the country, and $150 million in actual physical currency withdrawals from banks in the New York area. Now short some $250 million in reserves, it tried to borrow from the Chicago Fed but was turned down. The risk of the Federal Reserve System balkanizing and falling apart was becoming a reality. March 3rd was Hoover's last full day in office, and that afternoon Roosevelt and some of his family, Eleanor, his son James, and his daughter-in-law, Betsy, paid him a courtesy call. After a strained tea party of polite small talk, Hoover asked to see Roosevelt alone. They retired to Hoover's study where they were joined by Meyer, Secretary of Treasury Mills, and Roosevelt's aide, Raymond Moley. Meyer and Mills again tried to persuade the president-elect to join the outgoing Republican administration in some sort of bipartisan action. Roosevelt stood his ground. The sitting president should do what he had to. He himself would do nothing until after his inauguration at noon the next day. Eleanor heard snatches of the conversation through the open door. At one point, Hoover asked, "Will you join me in signing a joint proclamation tonight, closing all the banks?" Roosevelt replied, "Like hell, I will. If you haven't got the guts to do it yourself, I'll wait until I am president to do it." It was now very obvious that Roosevelt's strategy was to withhold his cooperation in the hope that conditions would deteriorate so badly before he took office that he would get all the credit for any subsequent rebound. That evening at the Roosevelt suite, the telephone would not stop ringing. Among the callers was Thomas Lamont, who was at the New York Fed with 16 of the most powerful bankers in the city. An old friend of Roosevelt's, Lamont had sent him a letter 2 weeks earlier warning him against closing the banks. Urban populations cannot do without money. It would be like cutting off a city's water supply. Pestilence and famine would follow. Lamont now reiterated this view, telling Roosevelt that he was sure that there would be a change in national psychology after the inauguration that would restore confidence. The Fed made one last attempt to bridge the gap between Hoover and Roosevelt, with Meyer calling Hoover and Miller calling Roosevelt. Hoover and Roosevelt even exchanged several calls at 8:30 p.m., at 11:30 p.m., and at 1 o'clock a.m. Neither of them shifted their positions. Finally, Roosevelt suggested that they both turn in and get some sleep. Meyer, having been repeatedly rebuffed by the White House over the last 2 days and despite knowing that it was futile, decided to make one last effort. Perhaps he wanted to protect himself and the Fed from the verdict of history. At 9:15 p.m. on March 3rd, he assembled his colleagues on the board for the third time that day. Charles Hamlin was called out of the inaugural concert he was attending, and despite the foul weather, it had been sleeting, George James was dragged from his sickbed. The board drafted a formal request in writing to the president to proclaim a national bank holiday. It was 2 a.m. before the letter was sent to the White House. The president had gone to bed. No one wanted to wake him up, and the letter was slipped under his door. The next morning, he was furious at this ploy by his erstwhile friend, Meyer, to leave him holding the bag. Having failed with the president, the Federal Reserve Board now focused on getting the governors of the two most important states to close their banks. Governor Horner of Illinois could not be found at first. When tracked down, he refused to move unless New York Governor Herbert Lehman of the eponymous banking family acted first. In the middle of the night, Harrison, Lamont, and a group of bankers trooped over to Lehman's Park Avenue apartment. Lamont and the private banks tried to persuade Lehman to hold off doing anything while Harrison kept insisting that they had no choice. Gold withdrawals had become unbearable, and if they did nothing, on Monday morning the New York Fed would run completely out of reserves. Finally, at 2:30 a.m. Lehman relented and proclaimed a 3-day bank holiday in New York. An hour later, Governor Horner followed his lead. The governors of Massachusetts and New Jersey moved to close their banks early the next morning. Fed officials tried to contact Governor Gifford Pinchot of Pennsylvania, who was in Washington for the inauguration and staying at a private residence, but no one would pick up the telephone. Finally, a Fed official volunteered to go by his house to rouse him. He finally issued his proclamation to close the banks in his state as dawn was breaking, noting ruefully that he was only carrying 95 cents in his pocket. That day, as 100,000 people stood on the Mall to witness Roosevelt being sworn in on the steps of the Capitol, they were watched over by Army machine guns. It was like a beleaguered capital in wartime, wrote Arthur Crock of the New York Times. Meanwhile, the credit and currency machinery of the country had come to grinding halt. The banking systems in 28 states of the Union were completely closed and in the remaining 20 partially closed. In 3 years, commercial bank credit had shrunk from $50 billion to $30 billion, and a quarter of the country's banks had collapsed. House prices had gone down by 30%, leaving almost half of all mortgages in default. With the contraction in credit, mines and factories across the country had to shut down. Steel mills operated at less than 12% of their full capacity. Automobile plants, which had once churned out 20,000 cars a day, were now producing less than 2,000. Industrial output had fallen in half, prices had tumbled 30%, and national income had contracted from over $100 billion to $55 billion. A quarter of the workforce, 13 million men in all, were without jobs. In the richest nation in the world, 34 million men, women, and children out of a total population of 120 million had no apparent source of income. More than half a century before, Karl Marx had predicted that as the boom and bust cycles of capitalism became progressively worse, it would eventually destroy itself. That day, it seemed that the back of the system had finally broken in one last stupendous crisis.